Rosabel and the Billionaire Beast, a fairy tale romance. Once Upon a Billionaire Book 4. Written by Catelyn Meadows. Narrated by Emily Christine. Chapter 1. He should fire her. Any woman who could waltz into his office in a plaid blouse and a pencil skirt, with heels that emphasized just how toned her legs were, and chestnut hair that swayed with the lilt in her hips, shouldn't be allowed to deliver his coffee or set his memos on the desk or peer at him with such irritation in her rich chocolate eyes. Eyes that were rimmed with dark circles? "Is something wrong?" Duncan asked. Rosabel muttered under her breath as she opened the blinds and rotated the spider plant with its dripping green fronds perched on the stand between his desk and the window. Sunlight created a glow around her. "What?" Rosabel's exasperated tone broke through with sharpness. He shook himself. "Stop staring at her, idiot." He'd only seen her every day for the last year and a half. Why should today be any different? She was still the same mind-boggling shade of beautiful she'd been the last time he'd looked at her. "Never mind," he said, waving her away. Rolling her eyes, she strutted toward the printer to retrieve whatever papers she'd just sent through it. She seemed to be more annoyed than usual. On top of her normal responsibilities and the ones she'd taken on herself, like filing the first quarter employee payroll after sorting and balancing what the accountant sent over, Duncan had told her to help with his best friend's wedding plans. That might have something to do with it. Coordinating flights and hotels for someone she didn't know, under Duncan's request, wasn't in her job description. Was she that bothered by it? He shrugged off her frustration with the request at the time. Maddox needed help, and Rosabel was always the first person Duncan turned to in a situation like that. He had hired her to carry out his demands as his personal assistant. Rosabel had to be used to Duncan adding the occasional unconventional request, didn't she? She knew Maddox was Duncan's best friend. She shifted through the papers. Duncan smirked and skimmed through email on his tablet, deleting as necessary, until a name stopped his heart. Beverly Hawthorne. His palms sweated. He pulled at his tie, which suddenly clenched around his throat. Mother emailed him? They hadn't spoken in years, not since her final harsh demand that he leave her house and never come back. Why had she ended their unspoken pact to pretend the other didn't exist? Maybe the email was a fluke. Servers got hacked all the time, didn't they? He'd be the last one to admit that suspicion, considering all the flack he'd given Rosabel about that very subject. She insisted on keeping physical copies of important paperwork in case Duncan's system was ever infiltrated. He both dreaded and ached to open the email, but he wasn't about to do it with anyone else in the room. "Get out," he said. Rosabel turned, one hand on her hip. "Excuse me?" "Out. I've got something to do." She settled into that adorable pout before stalking to his desk and slamming the papers down. A paperclip and the pen he was using skittered to the floor. Duncan's hands trembled. He kept them in his lap instead of letting her see. She stared him down. "You know, please goes a long way." "I'm sure it does. Get out. Close the door behind you." With an obvious scoff, Rosabel rolled her eyes and did as he asked. Duncan didn't hesitate a moment. He tapped on the email and devoured the words on the screen. "Duncan, it seems fitting to let you know that your grandmother is turning 95 in a week's time. She requests you attend her birthday party on Friday, May 7th, at the Crystal Bridges Museum in Bentonville. Please let us know if you can make it. Mother." That was it? Duncan's heart sank. He wasn't sure what he was hoping for. Words of apology for their harsh accusations the last time he'd been in Eureka Springs? Expressed desire to make amends? Memories of that awful day dragged on him from the minute he woke every morning. He tried his best to brush them off, but how could he forget the fact that his family blamed him for his grandfather's heart attack? Now grandmother wanted him to come home. Mother hadn't said a word about wanting to see him, but she'd always been a tough woman to read. She often concealed her feelings instead of wearing them for the world to see, like Rosabel. He'd thought about going home so many times, but the idea always made him anxious. Going back to Arkansas now would open a whole can of worms, and those things were nasty. He didn't want to relive the pain. Ignoring the email was a definite option. Maybe that was why Mother had emailed instead of called. She was probably about as anxious about having him come home as he was. Maybe the email was an opportunity to pretend he'd never received it. In another instance, with any other person, he might have considered ignoring it. This time he found he couldn't. Grandmother, the woman who'd raised him while Mother had been busy building a career as a fashion designer, was turning 95. Who knew how much time there was left to make things right? Mother hadn't said a word about him being welcome to stay in his old room, and truth be told, he wasn't sure he wanted to. While Eureka Springs was quaint and quirky, Duncan didn't want to stay at any of the cutesy beds and breakfasts speckling the town, not when each location was old and filled with its own history. Rumor had it that several places were haunted by previous owners. Not only that, but dealing with noisy fellow travelers and their comings and goings didn't hold much appeal. He always preferred to keep to himself. With a sniff, Duncan pulled open his desk drawer. The pamphlet showcasing luxurious getaway homes in a mountain cove just outside of Eureka Springs sounded better and better by the minute. He discarded the idea when the pamphlet had arrived in the mail, but why not buy a house on Beaver Lake after all? He'd have his own place, which would be up to his standards. He could visit and fish or simply escape whenever he liked, without his family ever needing to know. Sure, there would be neighbors, but at least they'd be from his own tax bracket. A lake house retreat, far enough from Eureka Springs that he could come and go without telling his family, and yet close enough for a visit to his hometown. Another idea struck him. Google at hand, he searched for the Painted Lady House. It'd been the cause of all the family mayhem in the first place, but Duncan had always been a dab hand at investments, more so than his father or grandfather. If he could manage to purchase that house and offer it as a gift to grandmother, could the gesture serve to soften the older woman toward him? Grandmother hadn't contacted him since the argument, and he hadn't tried to talk to her. He wasn't about to go back to Arkansas without some kind of plan. Argument or no, Duncan wasn't sure he could live with himself, knowing he had the chance to make things right and didn't take it. That settled it. He would go back. But he had to make a phone call first. Duncan's hands shook. He skimmed through his contacts, but Beverly Hawthorne wasn't one of them. Of course not. He deleted his mother from his phone, and his computer, too. Rosabel glided past his office window. She paused at one of the cubicles, tossed her hair, and laughed at something Charity, the receptionist, said, before both women parted in opposite directions. What if he did have Mother's number after all? He strode out, ignoring the stirring hum of conversation and clicking computer keys and the way people looked away to avoid eye contact, and entered Rosabel's office. The place was empty, but the filing cabinets didn't care that he was there. He marched over and started with the top drawer of the closest cabinet, thumbing through every single file. Anticipation grew with every folder he skimmed. His whole company was here in these files. Another drawer closed, another opened. He searched through file after file until finally he found the one he was after. He wasn't sure how Rosabel had managed it, but the name Beverly Hawthorne said enough. "Kudos, Rosie," he muttered, yanking the file out, slamming the drawer shut, and storming back to his office. Duncan slapped the file onto the papers Rosabel had left on his desk. She usually straightened everything for him as she came and went. He liked to leave a mess just because he knew how much the disarray bothered her. This time he ignored the clutter. He saw only the information in the folder. Palms sweating, he dialed Mother's number. His heart didn't have time to slow before she answered with a dignified, "Hello?" "Mother?" he said with an exhale. What was the deal? He never got this nervous. A pause. "Duncan?" Why did her voice have such a noticeable effect on him? He wanted to be as callous as he'd been the day of the argument, the day he'd left. He shoved the memories down. To what do I owe the pleasure? Funny, she didn't sound pleased. She sounded detached and impartial, almost annoyed that he'd called. Why should she be? She was the one who emailed him. I got your email. I wanted to. You could have replied. I didn't need a call. Another pause, long enough to be awkward. Words in a business deal always came like cake to him, but talking to his mom after all this time, he might as well have had his tongue cut out. Are you coming? She asked. I'll set a guest room for you at the cottage. Relief stole over him. If she was inviting him to stay at home, that had to mean she didn't hate him as much as he thought. Even so, he hurried to contradict her. If a phone call was this awful, he wasn't about to stay there. There's no need, he said. I have a place to stay. Or he would, once he closed on the lake house he intended to buy. But yes, I'm coming. His throat fisted over the statement. He yanked at his collar and reclined in his office chair, fiddling with the pamphlet on his desk displaying Beaver Lake and the mansions available there. And what? This time Mother's voice betrayed a hint of curiosity. Are you bringing anyone with you, or will you be coming alone? She was asking if he was in a relationship. In an instant, Rosabel's face flooded his mind. From her wide, engaging brown eyes that could flash with frustration or delight depending on her mood, to the line of her cheekbones and the pout of her lips. Why did she need to know if he was bringing someone? He wasn't going to stay at his childhood home. Mother wouldn't need to make extra accommodations. There was the party. Maybe she needed to know for that. Though knowing Mother, she was probably already planning on hundreds of guests. What was one more? The only other explanation was that Mother wanted to know if he was dating someone. Rosabel traipsed past his office window once more. An unexpected smile quirked his lips at the sight of her, but he forced it down. Without thinking, he answered, Yes, I'm bringing someone special. Chapter 2. The rumors about himself and Rosabel hadn't escaped Duncan. In fact, he blamed those rumors for making him look at her differently than he had before. Rising from his office chair, he wandered to the window separating his office from the rest of the cubicles outside and parted the blinds further. Coffee mug in hand, papers tucked in her arm, Rosabel swept past everyone, completely unaware of the way her coworkers watched her. Vultures. They salivated for something juicy, for either Rosabel or Duncan to confess what they all thought was going on, or better yet, to catch the two of them at it. He couldn't deny that the thought of kissing her had crossed his mind more often than he could count. But Rosabel was his assistant. They couldn't mix business with pleasure. That never worked out well. Like it or not, Duncan had to keep his distance from her. Maintaining space between them was the main reason he snapped at her. No one could believe there was anything going on between them if she hated him. Why, then, should he invite her to go home with him? Duncan squirmed inside. He'd never considered himself a coward, but the truth was he didn't want to go home alone. There was something comforting about Rosabel, something familiar and therefore grounding. She made him feel capable. He wanted her there when he faced his family again. Rosabel, he barked, knowing she was close enough to hear. He didn't miss the cubicle gophers peeking their heads out as though he'd called one of them instead. Soon enough, the handle turned and there she was. Instead of standing in the doorway, she entered his office and closed the door. She was exasperated, as usual, looking just as tired as she had earlier. Her hair draped in chestnut waves past her shoulders, and she smoothed the hand over her pencil skirt. Do you ever hear the way you talk to me? She said, without asking what he wanted as she usually did. I should quit. This was new. She'd never talked about quitting before. Amusing, considering how he'd recently, jokingly contemplated firing her. He moved in closer, momentarily forgetting what he'd called her in here for. Okay then, why don't you? What? You heard me. Why don't you quit? Rosabel's mouth parted. She really needed to stop wearing that lip gloss. Thoughts fled, unable to follow a direct course with her standing so near. He could tell something troubled her. She was tired, that much was obvious, but a different kind of weariness settled over her. He wanted to ask what the problem was, but he already did once this morning. Doing so again would destroy the careful nothing he'd kept between them thus far. I need a job. Duncan tucked 2 fingers into his pocket. You're a strong, talented, efficient woman. You could find work in any number of places, so why don't you? The most delicious shade of pink filled her cheeks. She didn't dip her chin or show any other sign of flattery that could put him at ease or give an inclination that she was affected by him. Instead, she pegged her gaze right to him as mysterious confusion crossed over her face. You paid me a compliment, she said. What? You just said something nice about me, right to my face. This time, Duncan's cheeks heated. The rumors were already thick enough. He didn't need to go adding to them by complimenting her. You're avoiding my question. She inched another step closer. You're avoiding the fact that you said something nice about me. Pfft. He fluttered his lips and stalked back, needing space to think. I say all kinds of nice things about you. Rosabel folded her arms. Sure you do. I do. You're just never around to hear it. Her eyes softened in a way they never had before, revealing the vulnerability he'd sensed the minute she'd stepped in. What was going on? Typically, she was all claws out, ready to spring. Why not? Her voice was deathly soft. What? Why don't you ever tell me nice things? Duncan cleared his throat. I don't know. He hurried to think of something to douse the heat in her gaze. Look, I'm heading out of town and... Now or never. For some reason, he couldn't bring himself to ask her. And I need you to pick up my dry cleaning. I have to start packing. Dry cleaning? Her jaw quivered, and the sight of tears welling in her eyes took him aback. If you had any idea what I just... She slammed her eyes closed, holding a hand to stop him as though he were in the process of advancing toward her. Rosabel drew in a slow breath and gradually lifted her long lashes. Her jaw was set. Her eyes were fire. He couldn't figure out why this set her off. Picking up his dry cleaning was a regular thing. Fine. You want me to quit? I quit. What? Rosabel stormed from his office without answering, her hips swaying, her heels clacking on the floor. Duncan felt as though a brick struck him. She wasn't supposed to accept. She was supposed to quit back the way they always did. Against his better judgment, he called after her, too loud to be inconspicuous. Rosabel, wait! She spun, nostrils flaring. Gopher heads popped over the tops of cubicles once more. Duncan's ears flamed. Usually their nosiness didn't bother him. He could snap and crackle, and they would pop right back to what they were doing before. This was different somehow. He got the feeling he'd hurt Rosabel, and he wasn't sure what to do about it. Don't go yet, he said, shifting his gaze around at the eavesdroppers. Come back in my office. We can talk there. No. Yes. Her jaw clenched. Too late he realized he had reached for her. Rosabel shook him off. He'd never manhandled a woman that way before, never mind what people thought of him. Her shifting gaze told him she felt the weight of their avid audience. Don't you all have work to do? Duncan snapped toward the onlookers. Rosabel jutted her chin, fury raging in her expression. I'll come, but because I want to, not because you're demanding it of me. She brushed past him, sweeping her perfume in his direction. Duncan trudged after her, cursing the onlooking eyes. If there weren't rumors about him and Rosabel before, there certainly would be now. He slammed his office door for good measure. What was that about? He snarled. You can't just up and quit. She pierced him with a glower. Come on, Rosie. I can tell something's bothering you. What's going on? My father has Alzheimer's. Duncan's mouth dropped. Serious conversations weren't what he was after, but he couldn't dismiss this. Rosabel had never been open with him about anything personal before. If he was being honest with himself, he had never really considered her personal life. She was only someone who was fun to argue with. But Alzheimer's? No wonder she appeared to be hanging on by a thread. He has Alzheimer's, she repeated, brow pinched and tears seeping down her cheeks. He needs constant care, and I can't be there for him if I'm here working for you, the jerky beast boss who can't be bothered to compliment me to my face. Do you have any idea how much I do for you? And you can't even say thank you. Her voice climbed in pitch. Duncan gestured to the chair in front of his desk. Maybe you should sit down. I don't want to. He lifted his hands. Okay, then quit. See how well you'll care for your dad when you're too broke to feed yourself. You have some nerve. Just putting things into perspective for you. She bared her teeth. Believe me, I have plenty of perspective. I'm stuck. I'm totally stuck. You clearly take me for granted, so give me one good reason why I should stay. Because I need you. Eyes wide, she lifted her chin. He thought quickly, hurrying to remedy what had almost sounded like some kind of romantic admission. I need you to come to Arkansas with me. He wanted some way to smooth things over with his family. Maybe if they met and liked Rosabel, their approval could iron out his family's years-long mix-up. He'd been in a sort of battle of the sexes association with Rosabel since she'd started working for him. That was a relationship all on its own, wasn't it? The only unknown was Rosabel. His family would never accept that he was dating his assistant. Would she consider a change in their relationship? Taking things between them up a step? Duncan blamed Maddox. If his best friend's fake relationship with his model hadn't turned out so amazingly, Duncan would never have given this a second thought. But a fake relationship might be what both he and Rosabel needed. Duncan strolled to the window and parted the blinds with 2 fingers. The street below was noisy with cars and traffic, which for a small town like Westville, Vermont, was saying something. My grandmother is turning 95. He spoke with his back to her, knowing innately that she was still there, still listening. Congratulations. She didn't sound like she meant it. Duncan smirked and faced her. I've been invited home to celebrate her birthday, but I'd prefer not to go alone. What does that mean? I want them to think I'm seeing someone. Aren't you? If he was, she would know. She knew his schedule better than he did. Duncan scraped a hand behind his neck. Yeah? You. Rosabel shook her head. You're so full of yourself. I may have mentioned I'd bring someone to the party, and since I didn't tell her who, my mother may have misconstrued the nature of our relationship. Your mom thinks we're dating too? Is there anyone who doesn't? Rosabel folded her arms. What exactly have you been saying about me to give her that impression? Nothing, he said too defensively. You just come into my mind more than I realize, I guess, so when she asked, I assumed you'd come. And why is that? Because I'm stuck being around you all the time? Her almond eyes thinned to slits. If you're about to ask something of me, you're not off to a great start. I'm just saying, well, enough people think we're dating. Why don't we? Rosabel closed her eyes and pinched the bridge of her nose. At least she'd stopped crying. You want to date me? Why not? Everyone already thinks we are anyway. He threw a hand toward the closed door, currently facilitating the gossip that undoubtedly circled the cubicles that moment. Her lips pinched tighter. She placed her hands on her hips as though ready to rip into him. Duncan hurried to convince her before she could. Come home with me to Arkansas. Let me introduce you to my family and placate my grandmother at what could be her last birthday. The final comment was a little low even for him. He rolled with it. Rosabel didn't miss a beat. She lifted her chin. Slather on a dose of manipulation, why don't you? He lifted his hands in mock surrender. I'm not manipulating you. Who was he kidding? He was totally manipulating her. No. It was... He released an irritated sigh. He didn't usually have to work this hard to secure new clients or contracts. Not a guilt trip. No. Rosabel's tone was flat. What? She took a step forward. No, I don't want to date you. It's hard enough working for you and having to deal with your problems and demands. I think a relationship would ruin any kind of professional interaction we have if we were to involve closer knowledge of each other. Duncan's lips quirked upward. He couldn't help it. Who said we would be close? Rosabel fidgeted. Dating implies something like that. She was blushing? Good. Especially if we're going to convince your family there's more than animosity between us. This grew more interesting by the minute. Is there more than animosity between us? She reduced her eyes into dagger slits. What do you think? This time Duncan took a step forward, his voice sinking to a captivating pitch. I think I wouldn't mind finding out. Rosabel retreated. My answer is still no. You're not the nicest person to be around, Duncan. You snap orders at me and give my number to your friends without even asking me, as though I'm some expendable resource. You treat me like I'm a servant who owes you my attention instead of a coworker you should respect. Duncan sifted through her words. Snap orders? Give her number to his friends? That was just Maddox, and that had been to help plan his impromptu honeymoon. It wasn't like Duncan did it all the time. Seriously, what did she expect? Look, he said, I can't go home without you. Her ire flashed. I still quit. Remember those words? I quit. Need me to say them again? I quit. She strolled out, leaving him gaping after her. Duncan's hands hung at his sides. He never would have expected that in a million years. More than the disbelief, however, was the aching cavity the rejection left inside of him. Chapter 3. Rosabel shuddered at what she'd just done. She dreamed of standing up to Duncan, of saying the exact words that had slipped from her mouth. Now that she had, the victory wasn't quite as sweet as she'd hoped it would be. Something inside of her felt off-kilter, as though she walked with only one shoe on. She'd expected the conquest to be more of a battle. She'd expected to show him exactly how much he'd taken her for granted. She'd never expected him to gape at her as though she'd just torn a waxing strip from his skin. He'd appeared shocked, disappointed, pained. Why should she care a peck about Duncan Hawthorne's hurt feelings? He had no right to go and assume something was building between them and then tell his family about it. No right to assume she'd date him for no other reason than because he wanted her to. It was so like him. He was the most entitled person she knew, and generally when a person had glaring flaws, their families had something to do with them. Why should she have any desire to go to his hometown and meet the people who'd raised him? One Hawthorne was bad enough, but a whole flock of them? Apparently, they were the ones demanding she come. She could barely handle Duncan's beastliness. If his behavior was a family trait, she intended to steer as clear from them as she possibly could. Especially now that she'd quit. She'd quit. She'd done it. Why then didn't she feel better about taking action? A brick wedged in her chest, making her breathing labored. Losing the income she'd relied on for so long just might send her into the hospital. Rosabel arrived home quicker than planned. She was ready to put Duncan and his outrageous idea aside. He'd let the rumors get to his head, that was all. There was nothing between the two of them, and there never would be. She'd see to that. She approached her family's red brick home with white columns and a wide porch. Rosabel stepped inside with a sigh. Sarah sat on the couch across from Dad, knitting what looked like a pair of baby booties. At least he'd stayed in the house. That was saying something. Sarah's blonde hair was pulled into a ponytail at the base of her head, and she wore a pair of black scrubs beneath a pink sweater. Rosabel had specifically requested Sarah as her dad's caretaker. They'd been friends in high school and had known each other a long time. Dad had slipped out the day before. Rosabel had been right there in the house. The doors had been locked. She'd popped her head in to check on him in his recliner before cleaning the bathrooms. He hadn't been there. Her breath had seized, and she dashed to the window. He'd been wandering down the street as if he knew where he was going. He didn't. He didn't know where he was, and someday soon he would no longer know her. "Hey, Sarah," Rosabel greeted. "How's he doing today?" "Hasn't spoken much at all," Sarah said. "He keeps staring at the TV, but he gets angry at me if I turn the screen on. So we've been sitting here in companionable silence for most of the morning." "Thank you. Thanks for staying and taking such good care of him." "You're welcome." Sarah lowered her knitting needles, her brow connecting. "You're back early. Are you here for the rest of the day?" Rosabel stared at her hands with the odd sense that she'd been holding on to something and had lost whatever it was. "I am. You can go ahead and head home." Sarah smiled and tucked her knitting into her bag, then leaned in and patted Dad on the arm. He glanced at her, his eyes glittering and distant. "Is Henry okay?" Dad asked. "Of course he is." Sarah stroked his arm, though she probably didn't have a clue who Henry was. Sarah headed out, closing the door behind her. The doctors had told Rosabel that forgetting short-term things, yet retaining long-term memories, would be common for Dad. If that was the case, though, then why could he remember his brother's name and not remember that Uncle Henry had passed away 6 years ago? Rosabel knelt before her father in the recliner. How she wished he was who he used to be. She could use someone to talk to right now. "Hey, Dad, it's me." "Rosie?" His distant eyes slid to hers. He'd grown so much older in the past few months, since the disease had taken more and more hold of his mind. Gone was the man who'd raised her, the one who taught her to catch a softball in the backyard and dive for home base. Gone was the man who taught her how to change a tire, who'd shared an interest in Star Wars and the Civil War with her. The thought broke her heart a little more every day. "Is Henry okay?" he asked again. "He's just fine," she lied. Dad's brother Henry had died during a small plane crash. That wasn't a memory she wanted to invoke. "Are you hungry?" "Henry?" Dad said, staring off. She flattened her lips into a thin smile, pressed a kiss to his forehead, and stood. "Let's get you some lunch, Dad." Rosabel kicked off her heels and relished the pulsing in her feet at being liberated. She helped Dad to the table and attempted to keep conversation with him as she steamed broccoli and seared a few steaks. She blasted the Beatles, the Beach Boys, Frank Sinatra, anything that might jar Dad's memory and bring him joy. They were some of his favorite artists. "Steaks are smelling good," she called over her shoulder. She knew Dad didn't comprehend, but the doctors had encouraged her to treat him the way she would if he were his normal self. Despair stung her chest. What was she going to do? Medical bills were climbing higher than ever. Could medicine really cost that much? And the in-home care. Pair that with the debt her dad had accrued before all of this happened, and she was barely keeping her head above water trying to manage his finances and hers. And now she'd gone and quit her job. If only her mom was around. Mom would know what to do. She'd passed away over a year ago. Her parents had struggled with conceiving and didn't have her until her mom was much older. Neither of them had seemed to care in the slightest about the age difference between themselves and the other parents. They called Rosabel their miracle baby, and she'd been raised with the perfect combination of love, kindness, affection, and firmness. Rosabel had never thought anything of their age, not until Dad's Alzheimer's had struck in his 60s. Gradually, he'd lost interest in woodworking, in seeing friends. He'd become confused, had difficulty telling one color from another. Little by little, she'd watched the disease take its toll. He was closer to 70 now, and it broke Rosabel's heart to see his empty eyes. She'd considered putting him in a care facility, but not only had the cost been too much, she wanted to help him as much as she personally could. She retrieved plates from the cupboard and dished her dad and herself each a helping. As she retrieved forks from the drawer, Dad stood and wandered into the living room. Rosabel guided him from his recliner back to the table once more. It took some coercion to get him to sit and stay there. Finally he did, and she offered a quiet prayer of supplication to God, not only for the food, but for help to get her through what she felt sure was turning out to be an impossible situation. Duncan had been charming once upon a time when she'd first started working for him, but that had only lasted for a millisecond before his true personality reared its ugly head. He used his good looks to command a room, and she'd seen more than one woman swoon under the heat of his stare. But good looks were no excuse for bad behavior, and she could never let herself become another mindless victim. To think he'd asked her to date him! Rosabel relived the moment, feeling it spike the speed of her pulse all over again. His dark hair styled away from his forehead, probably to better display the dissatisfaction resting on those steel brows, and in his petulant hazel eyes. In his black pinstripe suit, black shirt and tie, he'd been like a moving shadow. Granted, a gorgeous shadow, but who wanted lurking darkness everywhere they went? Regardless, in his office her breath had quickened the way it always did whenever they were face to face. He was probably unaware of the effect he had on her, of the fluttering in the center of her chest or the shift beneath her sternum, with the cleverness in his piercing gaze, the definition of his clean-shaven jaw and the curve in his lip. Duncan Hawthorne was handsome. Far too handsome. That was okay. His personality cured any real affection she would ever feel for him. Even with her job working for Duncan, things had been tight. She needed to find something new, and fast. Duncan's complimentary words earlier floated into her mind unwanted. He'd called her strong and capable. For that one moment, Duncan had been a decent human being. She couldn't deny that she'd wanted more of that side of him, but then he'd brandished his old self once more, his presumptuous, entitled, selfish self. She tore into the mail, staring at the bills, feeling the weight of her situation pressing harder on her with every new envelope. What was she going to do? Duncan didn't ordinarily have this hard of a time getting a woman off his mind, but Rosabel had gripped tightly with both hands and wasn't about to let him go. He'd never been quite so transparently rejected before. In a recent conversation, Maddox had accused Duncan of falling for his assistant. Duncan had denied it, but maybe Maddox was right. Maddox had read his feelings better than Duncan read them himself. Duncan had really, really come to care about Rosabel. She'd accused him of taking her for granted. Maybe he had. That much was clear when her replacement came that morning and offered him a styrofoam cup. A cup of bitter coffee? He'd snapped at her to get him some cream, and she'd stalked out. It was just as well. Not everyone could banter like Rosie. New rumors spread around the office, rumors about why Rosabel had left. Unlike the other gossip that made the rounds, this was anything but quiet. There were glances, there were oddly stilling conversations at his approach, and the unmistakable sense he'd interrupted something that had nothing to do with their jobs and everything to do with him. He barked at her one too many times, if you ask me, Gail muttered to Holly from within their shared cubicle. Rose always insisted nothing was going on between them. Duncan rested an arm on the cubicle's ledge and peered down at the blonde and brunette heads clustered together. The sight was almost laughable. Almost. "Anyone I know?" he growled. Gail leapt in her chair. Holly released a squeak, her face bright red as her eyes cast a culpable glance in his direction. Guiltily, the two women swiveled back to their screens without a word. "Ridiculous," Duncan grumbled, not caring if they heard him. Heat flushed through him, and he stormed to his office, closed the door, and whipped out his phone. He called the only person he could trust with this torrent of stupidity, emotional and otherwise. Rosabel had thrown his world upside down, and he didn't have a clue what to do about it. "She finally got sick of you?" Maddox said when Duncan told him she'd quit. Duncan paced from the spider plant in the corner to the bookshelf near his bathroom and back again. "May I remind you how you ended up finding the love of your life? You and Adelie would never have done that photo shoot in the first place if I hadn't talked you into it, and now you're happily married. And you had an incredible honeymoon that Rosabel arranged for you, at my request." "All right," Maddox said with a laugh. Duncan could picture him lifting his hand in surrender. You miss her, don't you? Pulse in his throat, Duncan paused before the window, but he refused to peer out at the golden spread of grass in the afternoon sunlight outside. Instead, he looked at the discarded styrofoam cup in the garbage and relived the coffee's acrid taste. She knew how to make coffee the right way. He gritted out with reluctance. Uh-huh. And no one else can make coffee for you the way she did, is that it? Exactly, Duncan said. At least someone got it. Rosabel had just the right mix of cream and sugar. She could always blend it just the right way. Wait, are you laughing? You're laughing. Sorry, Maddox said. I've never heard you so bent out of shape over a woman. I mean, it's Rosabel, Duncan said, as if that should say it all. Yes, it is. So what are you going to do about it? Duncan slumped into the chair behind his desk, his posture sagging. She didn't just quit, man. She slammed me. Hard. How? I asked if she would date me, and she said no. Maddox laughed louder this time. Laughter. Of all the reactions he could possibly have. Duncan rolled up his left sleeve, then his right. May I now remind you who was there for you after Ruby dumped your sorry backside and left you destitute? And who gave your theme park a chance? Who gave you the brilliant idea of rebranding that has now paid off in the region of millions? Maddox's laughter died off. All right. I guess I am enjoying this a little too much. You're so closed off about personal stuff. This is kind of strange for me. What else am I supposed to be? Nothing. Maddox's tone was more serious this time. Tell me what happened. Duncan did. He told the whole blasted situation with his grandmother, his mother, his preposterous impulsive offer to Rosabel, and her unapologetic automatic rejection. Sounds like she needs help, Maddox said. Duncan gaped at the retro painting with its red and black shapes on the wall, gripping the phone in his hand. Rosabel needed help? What? What makes you say that? You said she wouldn't quit because she needed the money. That probably hasn't changed. If her dad is sick, she's probably hurting right now, and you're being, well, you. Dude, she probably couldn't handle one more thing, and to have you throw a relationship at her was too much. Duncan remained silent for several moments. He and Maddox had talked about women many times, but his friend had never displayed such sharp powers of deduction. Then again, he had changed quite a bit since marrying Adelie. Since when did you get this perceptive? I'm only saying, sometimes having someone else's view on things can help us see it differently. He sifted through Maddox's suggestions. Rosabel's dad's disease. He couldn't do anything about that, but he could offer something else. I can give her money, Duncan said, if that's what she needs. There was a pause. Are you sure that's a good idea? Sure. Duncan grew increasingly certain by the minute. Money, security, if that's what she wants, I can do that. I'll offer her a raise if she comes back. I'm not sure that's... Thanks, man. I'm glad we talked this out. Dunk, wait. See ya. Duncan hung up, bursting with renewed energy. It was about time Maddox pitched in with a good idea or two, seeing how Duncan had given him several over the years. He hadn't been kidding. It'd been thanks to Duncan that Maddox had met his wife, Adelie. Maddox owned the Wonderland theme park, and the place had needed some major repairs and a new logo. Not 6 months ago, Duncan had convinced Maddox that Adelie would be perfect as Alice, and now she was perfectly more than that. Rosabel could be perfect for Duncan too. He just had to make her see it. Chapter 4. After helping Dad bathe and dress, Rosabel waited until Sarah arrived before donning her favorite professional attire, her lavender blouse with pinstripe skirt, and heading into the city. Westville wasn't huge by industry standards, but plenty of work could be found if a person knew where to look for it. She decided to stop by New England Staffing and see what they could offer her. Hopefully something in the editing arena. Hours later, after a few unsuccessful interviews, she returned home, downtrodden and discouraged. When she pulled into the driveway, Sarah's gray Dodge wasn't the only car parked on the street in front of her house. Rosabel froze. She was tempted to veer past, cruise through the neighborhood for a handful of minutes, and see if Duncan's red Corvette was gone by the time she got back. But something told her that wouldn't happen. He was nothing if not persistent, and if he wanted to talk to her, it would happen sooner or later. But why had he come to her house? He'd never bothered to before, not the night she'd managed to pry him drunk from a nightclub after his latest flame had broken up with him, or the time another woman had ended things and he'd gone on a shopping rampage, insisting on buying Rosabel everything she wanted from the department store. When she hadn't picked anything and demanded he take her home instead, he'd only dropped her off at the office. She'd had to arrange for her own transportation. Did he notice what a pattern he had with women? She'd only worked with him for a year and a half, and in that short time she couldn't count the number of botched relationships the man had had. Generally, in instances like this where an outcome continued to repeat itself, looking at the common factors in the equations helped. There'd been businesswomen and farmers' daughters, sports addicts and divas. No two women had anything alike except for one thing: Duncan. How could he not see he was the root of every ruined relationship? She was surprised his family wanted him to come home at all. Rosabel winced and backtracked, regretting the thought. Of course his family probably saw another side of him no one else did. But at this point, Rosabel doubted there was anything more to him than shallow, entitled greed. At the sight of her car in the driveway, Duncan exited his gleaming red Corvette and stood on the corner. He knew how to dress the part, that was for sure. He was burning concrete in a pair of Armani slacks and a fitted polka dot button-up shirt, with the dots too tiny to be noticeable unless you looked up close. With his hand on his hip and sunglasses perched on his nose, he analyzed her. His beguiling appearance was enough to ratchet her pulse. Too bad the contents didn't exceed the luster of the wrapping. "What are you doing here?" she asked, feeling her heels sink into the grass. Curse it. She ripped them from her feet. The lack took her down a few inches, and she suddenly wished she was taller. Duncan peered at her through his designer sunglasses. "I came to offer you a job." "Ha!" The laugh barked from her chest of its own accord. Rosabel didn't bother trying to remedy it. "Why would I ever want to work for you again?" "She couldn't make my coffee." Her brows drew together. "Who couldn't make your coffee?" He glanced to the street, attempting to appear unperturbed. "Teresa, Tabitha, Tammy, T something, whatever her name was, she quit after a single day." Rosabel exhaled. So much for this being a brief conversation. She considered roasting him for his level of pickiness or pointing out just how needy this man was. He'd grilled the new girl over coffee? Sounds like a smart girl. "Come on, Rosabel." She shook her head. "I need to check on my father. Thanks for stopping by." Rosabel turned, grateful to walk away from him twice now. "You're missing out." The threat tapped her on the shoulder and tingled her spine all at once. Her defensive side that typically only flared up during an intense discussion of literature spiraled, but she ignored it. She couldn't give in. She knew exactly where this conversation would lead. The thought was exhausting. She was tired of being such a predictable person and had let him sway her too many times. This would not be one of them. "Goodbye, Duncan," she said, approaching the porch. Her stocking feet were wet from the afternoon grass, and she left footprints on the sidewalk. "I'll give you a raise." Rosabel hesitated mid-step, one foot lifted. Lowering her foot to the ground, she gripped the iron railing. The idea was too tempting, if only to have the money to deal with the bills on the table. She turned her head just enough to catch him in her periphery. "A good one," he added. His feet shuffled on the grass behind her. He moved closer, but she refused to meet his eye and kept her focus on the porch swing. "How good?" "Noticeably." He was behind her now. She swore she felt his breath on the back of her neck. All the more reason not to turn around. Being that close to him never boded well. Turn around, Rosabel. Let's talk about this. Fine. If he wanted her to face him, she'd do it. She climbed a single step, making sure to not only have height over him but also distance. Folding her arms, Rosabel hoped to ensure he couldn't stand any closer to her than she was comfortable with. Mr. Hawthorne, she began. Curse the smile that started tickling at the corner of her mouth. Why did he have that effect on her when she knew what a scoundrel he was? I can't be bought. The truth is, my dad needs me here. I can't afford to pay for his in-home care, nor can I keep working when I need to be here to watch him. He needs me. You don't. Duncan mirrored her and folded his arms. I'll pay for it. You what? Look, I'm headed out to Arkansas tomorrow, and I can't go alone or I'll never hear the end of it from my mother. You need to come with me so they believe... She inclined her brows in an act of disbelief. Believe what? You said she thinks we're dating. Are you saying you want me to go there as your girlfriend? Because I'm not. I'm your assistant. He climbed a step and she retreated toward the door. It's been 3 years since I've seen any of them, and I want to make the best impression that I can. I don't want them to see my bachelor status as a failure. She guffawed. Of course, this didn't have a speck to do with helping her or her father. This was about him. It was always about him. He went on. I'm buying this incredible lake house. You can hang out there, hide away, and read or whatever it is you do. He noticed she liked reading. She wasn't sure whether to be flattered or offended. You won't have to make nice with the family until my grandmother's birthday. He called his grandma grandmother? That seemed way too formal, even for someone like him. Your grandmother? At this point, thanks to my mother, she probably thinks you're my girlfriend. Then she needs to be set straight. I completely agree. You what? He smirked and rifled something from his pocket. I was thinking of something more along the lines of fiancé. Rosabel held out her hands. Not a chance. Do you hear yourself? Come on, Rosabel. I wasn't kidding that she won't be around much longer. She's 95. That's yesterday's 80 these days. Yes, but she's already had a stroke. It's her wish to see me happily settled down or something, assuming she speaks to me while we're there. Rosabel gaped. Whether he was being truthful now or not, she wasn't ready to dive into whatever that meant. No need to get him off on another tangent before they'd resolved this one. Was he in the middle of a squabble with his grandma? Such a thing sounded almost laughable. She guided him back to the topic at hand, making a mental note to ask him what he'd meant about the disagreement between him and his family later. Did you ever consider actually happily settling down with someone you care about? When have I ever met anyone like that? His tone was too clipped, and she could tell he knew it. Still, he gritted his jaw and didn't take the sentiment back. For some reason, the statement soothed her. Her back was up any time he mentioned having an interest in her. Someone as controlling and manipulative as he was would never make a good boyfriend or husband. She already knew that fact. She wasn't about to learn the hard way. I'll cover all your dad's medical bills, he said. We'll get him in a facility, somewhere reliable where he can be comfortable and well looked after. Or we'll hire care to stay here with him at all hours if need be. It's all done. No worries. No strings. Her brows leapt. No strings? Well, just one. Come to Arkansas with me, wear a ring, pretend you like me, get through my grandmother's birthday party, and then you can come back and make my coffee every day like you do. Rosabel rolled her eyes. I'm not coming back just to make your coffee. Whatever, he said. You know what I mean. She fought the second eye roll. The offer was tempting, only so far as having Dad cared for so she could see to his expenses and needs. In no way did Duncan appeal to her otherwise, not with his hazel eyes or the swoosh of hair above his forehead or the way his confident manner sparked her blood in spite of herself. She thought of Havisham-assisted living, the care center she'd been looking into for Dad, of not having to worry if Sarah had fallen asleep or lost track of Dad again. She thought of the time she would have in Arkansas to research freelancing, start an online group to find clientele, or even set up a website. The bills, the worries, this could be the answer she needed to get her feet on the ground. But she refused to agree to anything unless Duncan made a few changes first. "I will consider your offer, Mr. Hawthorne," she said. What?" He thought she would give in right away. Maybe having him be the one to accept a few demands was the way to go. Let him know what disappointment felt like. "And I'll get back to you this evening, tomorrow at the latest." She made for the door. "Our flight leaves tomorrow morning," he said from behind her as though she agreed. Rosabel lifted a finger and spoke over her shoulder. "Correction. Your flight leaves tomorrow. Whether or not I'm also on it is yet to be decided." Duncan's voice rose in pitch. "Come on, what's it going to take? You want flowers? A new wardrobe?" She lowered her head and shook it. He really was clueless. Deliberately, Rosabel rotated to face him once more. Confusion wrinkled his brow, and she almost pitied his lost expression. Almost. "What I want is time to think things over. This isn't just a job you're offering me, and after working with you in the past, I'm not sure accepting would be all that smart. So I'm going to think, and I'm going to make my own list of demands. Goodbye, Duncan." Opening the front door, she ambled inside. Duncan shuffled forward, gripping the screen's rotund handle. The glimpse of his rattled expression was the last satisfying sight she captured before closing the door on him. Rosabel thought over her conversation with Duncan during a silent dinner with her drooping father, while her teeth contemplated the texture of the steak she'd selected. She thought it over while helping to undress Dad and ready him for bed. She thought it over in the shower while steaming hot water streamed down her back. After she wandered into an uneasy sleep on the living room recliner to keep a better watch on Dad, Duncan paraded in her dreams, popping up unwanted with flowers for her at every intersection on the road. He appeared so often she woke up irritated at him and annoyed that, as Dad wasn't walking the halls, she could have gotten some decent rest for once. Not a good sign. She ignored his calls and texts all the next morning long, gratified at being able to hold this over him. And yet somehow she ended up packing and wasn't at all surprised when Sarah showed up on the doorstep with a bag and an explanation at having been generously paid to stay for the next 2 months, rotating with 2 other hospice nurses throughout that time period. Rosabel was stunned. 2 months? How could a grandma's birthday party last that long? She'd been expecting a single weekend. Well, she still hadn't agreed. She had to get Duncan's word on a few things. Dad sat at the kitchen table, hands on his knees as he stared at his slippers. Rosabel parked her suitcase near the door before hugging her father, breathing in his scent of soap. "I'll be back, Daddy," she promised, pushing away a twinge of worry. "He'll be fine," she told herself. "He'll be getting the best care he's ever had." Dad's distant, shrouded gaze swept the room before landing on her. "Henry? Where's Henry?" With a sad smile, she kissed his cheek, bade Sarah goodbye, and rolled her suitcase to her car. She'd handled Duncan's ventures plenty of times. At least this time she didn't have to plan the flight the way he'd had her do in the past. He'd even had her plan a honeymoon for his friend Maddox. And though Maddox had been gracious, and she'd claimed she hadn't minded, the request had riled her. She didn't mind that Maddox needed help. She was always on the lookout for a way to do someone a good turn, and Rosabel happened to really like him. Maddox was a great person, always kind and courteous, and he hadn't stopped expressing his gratitude for her help since. What bothered her was the way Duncan had handled it. He hadn't asked her first. He'd referred to her like she belonged to him, like she was something he could share. He'd made her feel cheap and dispensable. No, a relationship with Duncan wouldn't be possible, not unless he changed the very fabric of who he was. And no one could change that much. Chapter 5. Duncan paced along the runway's asphalt beside his car. Sunlight baked the back of his neck and a bead of sweat trailed down his spine. The warm day hinted at the coming summer and only added to the heat of his frustration. He'd texted Rosabel the departure time, she knew the way to the airfield, yet apart from his awaiting driver and the pilot standing at the jet's threshold, Duncan was there alone. What was taking her so long? Why wasn't she here yet? He yanked his phone free and sent the 1,000th testy rant to her via text. "I can't wait here all day. Where are you?" She hadn't replied to any of the previous messages, so he didn't expect a reply to this one. But still, punctuality was common courtesy, especially when he'd done so much to make this as easy as possible for her. Fleetingly, he worried something had happened to her father, but he brushed the concern aside. From his standpoint on the airplane's entrance ramp, the pilot waved Duncan down and pointed to his watch. An irritated growl rumbled from Duncan's throat. He hated keeping people waiting. How inconsiderate could she be? Now she was making him look bad. Duncan's thumbs were at the ready on his screen when Rosabel appeared across the runway at his left, dragging her suitcase behind her. Relief stole over him while his temperature cranked up a few more notches. She wore jeans that hugged her just right, along with a floral shirt beneath a navy blue cardigan. Her hair was pulled halfway back, leaving the rest to pool to her shoulders. Man, he thought she killed it in a pencil skirt, but casual? She was downright brutal. "I knew you couldn't resist my charms," he said at her approach. Duncan felt like puffing out his chest. She'd come after all. Relief remained heavy and insistent. For several moments he'd worried she would blow him off, but he'd arranged things with her father's caretakers. How could she say no after that, especially since he'd handled the preparations himself? He should get a gold star. "Is that what you're calling them these days?" She looked squarely at him, no nonsense, no smile. Duncan refused to falter. He gripped his suitcase handle. "Come on, clock's ticking." He was halfway to the airplane's ramp before he realized the only suitcase and footsteps he heard were his. Slowing, he glanced out to find she hadn't moved. Frustration scattered through him all over again. Leaving his suitcase near the on-ramp, Duncan stormed back down, his shoes thumping heavily on the metal until they hit the pavement once more. "What's the deal?" he demanded. "We've already delayed 15 minutes for you. Let's go." Rosabel folded her arms. "Have you really forgotten?" "Forgotten what?" He was here. She was here. The plane was here. What more did he need to know? "My terms." Their conversation wafted through the edges of his mind. He vaguely remembered her mentioning something like that. Duncan rested a hand on his hip, feeling the sun beat against his neck. Time ticked its urgency against his sternum, but he pushed his impatience down. "All right then, what do you want, other than what I've already offered?" A muscle tightened at her throat. "I get my own room, my own schedule. We tell your family the truth. I am your assistant, there to assist. Nothing more." His jaw tensed. "Anything else?" She abandoned her suitcase and crossed the remaining distance with so much irritation burning in her expression, he braced himself to either be hit or kissed. He wasn't sure which he preferred at this point. Who was he kidding? He'd take the kiss. Rosabel did neither, but that didn't mean her presence was without impact. Her perfume wafted toward him, and she was close enough he caught the light glinting off the rage in her brown eyes. "I'm my own person with opinions and interests. You no longer shoot me down just because our opinions on things don't always coincide. If I'm going on this trip, you treat me with the respect I deserve." "I treat you like I've treated all my assistants." "As a human being," she finished, talking over him. She gave him a smile that was anything but friendly. "I like soft answers. I like being treated like I'm intelligent rather than ignorant. I expect you to hold my door, ask how my day is going, gauge my feelings in each situation we're in, act like you value me as a person." "Is that all?" "Almost. I have one more. While we're there, and where are we going?" "Eureka Springs," he said. She paused at the name. The unusual moniker usually had that effect when he mentioned the town to people. Okay then, while we're in Eureka Springs, you agree to an act of service, something of my choosing, something that might put you in someone else's shoes and bring you down a few pegs off your high horse. I'm not on a high horse. I won't have time for anything else but overseeing my lake house and handling my investments. Those are my terms, Rosabel said without backing down. She heightened her nose for good measure. If you can't do that, then I'm not going. This is ridiculous. He turned away from her, pacing, needing to think. Who did she think he was? What did she think he'd hired her for? First, she made him a full 20 minutes late, and now she waltzed in with these expectations. This wasn't happening. He'd hired her. She had to do his bidding. Apparently, she took his silence as an answer. Fine. She turned away and began rolling her suitcase back toward the parking lot. Wait! Duncan snapped, loud enough for her to hear. She halted and wheeled her suitcase back. Duncan met her halfway. Any minute now she'd face him. She'd relent from whatever power trip she was on and cater to his wishes. She did neither. Duncan resorted to circling to face her. Of all things, he found strain on her pretty face. That expression struck him like a javelin. Was the prospect of being near him so awful? With a deliberate, conscious effort, he checked his tone. All right, I accept. I will treat you with respect. That includes good manners, Duncan. Show interest in what I have to say. It's called being considerate, like we could be friends. His brows drew together. Friends? He'd never considered her that way before. His only real friend these days was Maddox Hatter, and that was because Maddox was tolerable to be around. He put up with him and accepted Duncan as he was. Friends, he repeated dryly. I assume you have some? That owner of Wonderland seems to like you, though I can't imagine why. His lips fought a smile. Banter was good. He could stand his own ground with her when she was like this. Who's being beastly now? She narrowed her eyes. The look obviously said, watch it, without her needing to utter a single syllable. If anything, her expression amused him even more. Okay, Rosie, I'll be your friend. Rosie? He sensed he'd annoyed her again, which was completely satisfying. He needed an upper hand in this conversation. Friends use nicknames, don't they? Now as for this act of service, what exactly did you have in mind? I don't know. She gave him her own satisfied smirk. I suppose you'll have to find out when we get there. Without another word, she strolled toward the plane, dragging her suitcase behind her. Duncan lingered for several more moments. This was so weird. What did she mean by accepting everything just like that? He jogged to retrieve his awaiting suitcase and trundled up the gangway behind her, waiting for the bomb to drop. Chapter 6. Rosabel had never seen so many trees, and she was from Vermont. Duncan's commissioned plane landed in Fayetteville about 30 minutes before, and while he was busy on his tablet tapping away and scribbling across the screen with his stylus, Rosabel's attention gravitated to the window and the view outside. The sun added its gold luster to farms and fields, many of which harbored a stereotypical red barn. The scenery reminded her of the musical Oklahoma, with its fields, blue skies, and corn. They passed another farm where she could fully believe an elderly woman would step onto its wide porch wearing an apron and set a pie to cool on the windowsill. During the entire flight, in the seat across from Duncan, she'd relived their conversation and agonized over what she should have him do for an act of service. Worries for Dad under Sarah's and other caretakers' attention 24/7 also accompanied her, along with the dread at adding to the rumors of a supposed relationship between herself and Duncan, should Gail or any of the others at the office find out. Now that she'd come here, though, and seen the surroundings, every single one of those worries slithered away beneath the quaint rural Arkansas sky. How far is Eureka Springs? Rosabel asked. She'd researched the tiny town during their flight as well. It seemed charming and historic, two of her favorite things. Duncan scribbled on his tablet and spoke without lifting his gaze to her. It's about an hour from the airport. My lake house is on the outskirts of town. Your lake house? You failed to mention that. Then again, he had mentioned something during one of their recent arguments. If the countryside was this stunning, she could only imagine what a house situated at the edge of its own personal scenic view would be like. It's a recent investment, he said, still looking at his screen. I needed somewhere to stay when I come to visit. Because a hotel wouldn't suffice? Sheesh, billionaires. Do you plan on coming often? If he did, said plans were news to her. Not that he passed everything by her, but he might as well, depending on how much business he expected her to help with. Isn't your family here? She asked. The driver took another few turns as the road became more and more twisty. Her stomach began souring. She pressed herself against the seat. I thought I already told you that's why we came. She squinted a single eye open in warning. He missed the action, and while she considered pointing out his rudeness, she chose not to protest. Her stomach wouldn't let her. Rosabel exhaled. She'd never been one to get carsick, but then she'd never been on such a winding road either. Risking a glance, she inched up and watched the narrow road out the window and the sheer number of trees surrounding them. Her unease increased. You never told me we were headed into the backwoods. I said Ozarks, he said as though she'd left a few IQ points back on the plane. Rosabel ground her teeth. She didn't care how motherly she sounded as she snapped, Tone, Mr. Hawthorne, you promised you'd be civil. That did it. Finally, Duncan lifted his attention from his device and glanced at her. Any other person would catch their faux pas and apologize. Either he didn't get it, had never been taught empathy, or he was just plain disregarding her earlier request. What's the matter? He asked. She squeezed her eyes shut. My stomach doesn't like the twisting roads. You get carsick? The car took another turn, the driver slowing down substantially to handle the curve at a more careful rate. Rosabel winced and gripped the door's handle. Apparently. Here. Duncan set his tablet aside and dug through his bag, retrieving a bottle of rattling pills. He shook two free and passed them to her, their skin brushing just enough to make her notice. Thanks, she said, surprised by his unexpected kindness. Rosabel muscled the medicine down and rested her head on the back of the seat, closing her eyes and attempting to be content with the silence until the meds kicked in. Anything else? She cracked an eye open. He asked if he could help her? Rosabel swallowed. She wouldn't mind a drink of water, but that was her own fault for not planning ahead. Music helps. Could your driver put some on? Clive? Duncan called. The driver's dark brows were visible in the rearview mirror. Anything in particular you'd like to listen to? He asked from the front seat. That was a no-brainer. The Beatles. Duncan snorted. Seriously? She cracked her eye open again and found him googling at her. What? She said. The Beatles are classic. Duncan continued studying her as 8 days a week began strumming through the car's sound system. The familiar guitar worked like a lubricant to her joints. She settled a little deeper into her seat. I never pictured you as a golden oldies type, Duncan said. Rosabel stopped herself from singing the lyrics, instead settling for nodding her head. I love oldies. Honestly, I think I was born in the wrong time period. A few lyrics leaked out as she finished. She didn't care if Duncan minded. This was who she was. It was time he found that out. Wonder of wonders, he lowered his tablet and gave her his full attention. What do you mean by that? Rosabel shifted, eagerly swallowing the distraction he provided. Everything, I guess. My favorite books are classics, Jane Eyre, Pride and Prejudice, Dracula. I adore period movies, too, and even old shows like The Dick Van Dyke Show. He was hilarious. Granted, society was more sexist back then, but still, you don't find that wholesome humor in shows today. So you wish you were born in the 1950s? Duncan asked. She thought the question over, humming in time to the song. If I could pick any time period, it would have to be 1837. This amused him. He fought back a smile which hinted at a dimple in his cheek. So specific. Sure, that was the start of the Victorian era. I would have one of those delectable Victorian homes with their decorative roofs and gingerbread house gables that have those really ornate ridge tiles, and the bay windows with their own roof. Oh, and don't even get me started on the stained glass mosaics. She sighed before finishing. They're exquisite. Sounds like it, he said pensively. I love the clothing, the dresses, the men's attire, the manners, the social classes, he went on, female oppression, lack of sufficient medical care. Hey, Rosabel pouted, the time period sounds horrible if that's all you focus on. The car took a sharp turn and she tightened her fists in her lap, pressing her head to the back of the seat and praying the meds kicked in soon. There are arguable detriments to the time period, Duncan argued. A woman had very little rights, and her best chance at success was to get married, but even then everything she owned belonged to her husband. Rosabel sat up. This was no new dispute to her, and for some reason arguing with him was invigorating. I like the romance of the time period. If you were to look at today, you'd find our own flaws as well, despite all the amazing medical advances in women's rights. Point taken. And this? He pointed upward to the invisible speaker as the song shifted to a Creedence Clearwater Revival hit. If Rosabel didn't know any better, she'd say their driver started humming under his breath. The Beatles are my childhood. My dad loved this music, and I grew up listening to it. And still continue to torture yourself with it. She smiled at his playful hint of hopelessness. Who said it was torture? This music is where it's at. Are you a fan of rock and roll? Maybe. He hedged, not giving a definitive answer. Then you owe your allegiance to the Beatles. They're the instigators of rock, and Elvis. Absolutely not, Duncan snapped. We're not listening to Elvis. Rosabel laughed, grateful to realize her motion sickness had abated. The driver slowed, readying for another turn. She chanced a glimpse out her window and caught her breath. They'd left paved roads behind and now journeyed along a single-lane path lined by trees on either side. The occasional cabin came into view before the driver took another sharp turn and headed toward what appeared to be a community of its own caliber. As far as homes went, this area was a gold mine. The houses stuck their noses out at the other cabins she and Duncan had passed. These were upscale log cabins that were more akin to ski lodges than a place any single person or any single family should live. When you said lake house, I was thinking a little cozy log cabin with maybe a cuddle-worthy fireplace and some flannel curtains. The driver slowed along the street, and she gaped at the massive, beautiful mansions clustered with a shimmering lake as their backdrop. These homes were enormous and probably hosted every possible extravagance within their walls. Some were constructed of logs, while others were covered with stones. They featured every architectural style anyone could wish for: short porches, sweeping stairs, enormous entryways, and glittering windows set off with shutters and stone. And then there was the landscaping. Each house's design fit perfectly with the rustic mountainous surroundings. There were gravel gardens, oaks and pines, small shrubs, and personal ponds that were undoubtedly stocked with fish. These are huge, Rosabel said. She imagined every home they passed had sky-high ceilings and over-the-top embellishments, not to mention the lake's jaw-dropping view. This neighborhood is exclusive, Duncan agreed. A billionaire's mountain cove, not Victorian, but still stunning, Rosabel amended. I've never seen one house this huge, let alone an entire community of them. People actually live here? Duncan returned his attention to his device, but he peered over his tablet just enough to grunt in agreement. Rosabel nudged his shoulder. Come on, you haven't even looked yet. I've seen it. But, thanks to the paper copies of his personal investments she'd kept on hand, she was privy to more information than she probably should have been. However, she had no recollection of this particular investment, which meant it must have been extremely recent. But you just bought this place. I saw pictures. A picture isn't the same as seeing it in person. He slammed his tablet down. Rosie! Don't start that now. Look out the window. The car pulled to a stop, and Rosabel exited like a kid on Christmas, eager to take in as much of this place as she could. She inhaled the crisp mountain air, stunned by the complete layout. The cabin's roof was just as corrugated as the road to it had been, its gables stacked and angled in alternating but attractive directions, giving the impression of its size. Stones covered the base level of the log colossus, and exposed logs built up from the wraparound porch served as a skirt around the cabin mansion's midsection. 2 large wooden garage doors, set off by sconces on either side, served as a base layer, holding up a balcony above, which then led to the impeccable front door. A skipping of paved stone circles created a path branching from the main sidewalk leading to the steps. "Look at this place," she said, her breath momentarily stolen by the inspiring sight. "Now I bet you're glad you came." Duncan stood beside her, attention-free from technology. He admired the gigantic home along with her. "That remains to be seen." Her guard was back up. Rosabel wasn't sure what bothered her, but she suspected her irritation had something to do with his entitled attitude. Here Duncan had this incredible home, and he wielded the edifice like a badge, like something to lord over others and prove his manhood or something. And he'd criticize the 1800s for their version of social inequality. Rosabel refused to let that attitude hold any kind of sway, and she took her admiring gaze away from the beauty around her. Darn him for ruining what could have been an amazing moment otherwise. She retrieved her bag from the driver. He was in his mid-50s, she would guess, with hair graying at his temples and kindness in his eyes. "Clive, thank you for the music and for such astute navigation on such snaky roads." He chuckled. "Thank you for giving me an excuse to listen to the Fab Four." Rosabel beamed at him and then led the way up the wooden stairs to the second level where the main floor lay. Not far behind, Duncan skipped up, unlocked the door, and let her in. Rosabel lingered in the entryway and allowed her gaze to roam, from the vaulted, towering ceilings with rich, exposed wood beams marking every new angle, to the granite adorning the counters and the seat of the hearth before a 30-foot-high brick chimney above the pleasant fireplace. Cozy couches left the living area perfectly staged. A blanket strung across the back of the cushy armchair invited Rosabel to curl on its cushions with a good book and stay for a while. She shouldn't be so surprised, though she hadn't been the one to hire the decorating service and oversee the setup. With Duncan's high taste, he would make sure it was staged to the max. Hands on his hips, Duncan gave the room his inspection. He wasn't frowning, so that said something. The least he could do was look happy. "Well, well, well. Not bad, Miss Smith. Not bad at all. Want to pick your room?" Rosabel stared at him. "Seriously?" "Sure," he said. "Take a look and pick the one you want. I'll go find mine." Leaving his bag on the entryway tile, he sauntered toward what Rosabel suspected to be the kitchen, hidden behind a bearing wall decorated with a large picture of a beautiful scenic landscape. Rather than follow him, she did as he suggested and made her way toward the stairway's thick-set wooden railing. Her feet sank onto soft carpet that didn't quite reach each stair's edges. She ran her hand along the smooth wood, enjoying the view of the living area from bird's eye rather than straight on. With its neutral paint on the walls, the gray carpet, the quality leather couches, and tasteful floral arrangements situated at just the right positions, everything was honed. She reached the landing, stopping at each room and enjoying the comfortable sights. But the moment she reached the last room on the left, her breath caught. Through the window opposite the bed, the sun was a spotlight on Beaver Lake, which was fringed with trees of every height. Shades of green offset the crystal blue water. Other substantial homes were visible across the lake's breadth, marked with docks and boat launches. "This is the one," she said to no one but herself, breaking deeper into the room and placing her bag on the bed's gray comforter as though staking her claim. A raised voice caught her attention below, wafting down the hall and breaking through her reverie. She closed her eyes. "That's right. I nearly forgot who I came here with." "You've got to be kidding me," Duncan's voice carried. "There's no way I can make the trip back there by tomorrow. We just got here. The drive took an hour just to get to the lake house." Duncan paused, listening to whoever was on the other end. "I told you I'd dive in at that price, but if you can't make your end, then I'm not going to take the risk." Another pause. "You know what? I'm off duty now. This is my vacation. I can't believe you can't make this work." Duncan ended the call before starting another one. His tone changed infinitely in an instant. "Mother? Hi, yes, we made it. Today?" He paused. "Rosabel needs some time to settle in. Okay, if you think it's best." Rosabel was taken aback. She half expected him to snap at her as well, but this was his mom, and not only that, but he'd added Rosabel into his concerns. Something told her he wasn't using her as a cop-out. He'd sounded genuine, probably trying to keep his word about not having to see his family until his grandma's party. Confusion gnawed at her stomach. Something bothered him, but she couldn't put her finger on the problem. The possibilities rattled off inside her head, but none quite fit. A vacation? A mountain retreat? In all the time she'd worked for him, he hadn't even taken weekends off. She wondered what made him do so now. He could have just come for the party, stayed in a hotel, and then flown back to Vermont when this was over. Why had he come all the way here? The reason had to be a big deal, considering the way he refused to conduct business on the phone minutes before. He'd also mentioned something about his grandmother not speaking to him. She wondered what had happened between them to put him on edge. Rosabel tiptoed back down the stairs to where he stood beside one of the leather couches. Phone lowered, he stared at the floor as if lost in thought. "Everything okay?" she asked. "Looks like we're expected at my parents' place." "We? As in both of us?" "Yes, you're included in the invitation. Might as well get it over with." "Get what over with?" she asked. He didn't answer. Instead, he was halfway to the door, texting someone as he went. She assumed the recipient was Clive, who must have gone to his room as well. Rosabel was tempted to dig in her heels, but in spite of herself, pity seeped through the cracks in her armor, along with a slight suspicion. Here they were in this colossal house. If it wasn't for her, he'd be completely alone, facing his family the same way. Was Duncan lonely? Was that what made him snap like a turtle at everyone who tried getting close to him? She debated asking, but he wasn't likely to give her a straight answer. They'd argued enough in the past 2 days. Instead, she rushed upstairs for her phone, shot Sarah a quick text to check in on Dad, and dashed out to join Duncan in the car. She couldn't figure out what made him so reticent to see his family, but whatever the cause, she wasn't eager to meet them either. Chapter 7. The mountain roads were going to kill her. There was nothing more to it. Rosabel attempted to keep her attention on the solid white line, and having a singular focus helped to abate her queasiness somewhat. She attempted to instigate another riveting conversation by asking Duncan what music he liked, but he only grunted. They passed a few hotels when an old-fashioned trolley pulled into the parking lot of some kind of depot. A trolley? She was in love with this place already. One home in particular caused Rosabel to gasp. She scooted closer to the window for a better look. "That house!" she exclaimed. Her eyes couldn't seem to take in enough of its features. It was a Queen Anne Victorian, buttery yellow with crinkle-cut siding, a tower situated atop its circular porch, and gables made of burgundy. The elaborate dream home was encircled by a low wrought iron fence above a stone retaining wall. Wonder and admiration brimmed within Rosabel. A keen desire to tour the interior taunted her. Even as they passed, she rotated in her seat, not wanting to let the structure out of her sight. Too soon it was behind them. "Oh my goodness," she said, patting Duncan's knee repeatedly. "Did you see that house? I've seen places like that in pictures, but in person? Oh my goodness, it's stunning." Duncan grunted again, pushing her hand away from his leg. "Are you kidding me? Turn around, Clive. We have to go back." Clive chuckled from the driver's seat, but Duncan signaled him on. "My family is expecting us." Rosabel sank against her seat in shock. "I can't believe you're this impartial. I can't believe you didn't tell me there was a house like that on the way to your parents after I gushed over houses just like that on the way here." "That's not the only one around here," Duncan said. "Just wait until we go downtown." Excitement speared through her. "More? Like that one? Let's go!" she exclaimed. "Right now!" She was probably overdoing it, especially since this was Duncan she was trying to connect with. But still, that house, she couldn't get over it. Clive drove through the rest of the small town, turning at a fork in the road marked by a series of electric poles providing power to nearby buildings, and a large sign announcing Stewart's Grocery. A few more miles and they pulled into a lengthy drive hidden from the road by its own personal forest. At the end of the drive lay a 2-level colonial home, dated but in excellent condition. Flower boxes spilling with begonias and popcorn-like hydrangeas lined the cobblestone sidewalk's edges. "This place is stunning, too. No one builds houses like this anymore," she added, thinking of the contrast between these historical structures and the modern mansions she'd seen back at his mountain cove. Perhaps the differences related to the conclusions she and Duncan had come to during their drive earlier. Each style, each time period had its own charms and setbacks. She decided to appreciate the beauty in both worlds. "This is where I grew up," Duncan said. Rosabel's mouth dropped. It was doing that a lot lately. "This house? I never would have thought you grew up in a place like this. I mean, a mansion, yes, but in a little adorable historic place like this?" She swept her gaze toward the upper balcony supported by several statuesque columns. She pictured flags draped from those battlements during an earlier time period. This was Civil War territory after all. "What's wrong with that?" "Nothing. You just don't seem like that kind of guy." He had let her ramble on about her interests and hadn't said a word about his own. Realization opened a new file within her mind. She'd been nothing more than acquainted with Duncan. How much did she really know about him? His jaw ticked. He didn't acknowledge her before treading forward to the front door. When he lifted his fist to knock, she noticed his other hand clenched at his side. Rosabel had watched him take on CEO tycoons from company after company, steering them, and in some cases bullying them, toward or away from certain investments. He'd never confronted them with hands fisted so tightly at his sides his veins bulged. "Are you okay?" she asked. "Fine," he said too quickly. She opened her mouth to press the issue when the door swung open. The thin woman standing there in a striped blouse and knee-length skirt and heels showed only a small spark of recognition. If anything, her already downturned mouth frowned a little deeper. Rosabel suspected her age lines were due more to stress and dissatisfaction than smiling, though her complexion could make Audrey Hepburn jealous, if Audrey was the type. Care, stress, and frustration dragged down the corners of this woman's eyes and weighed on her shoulders. "Hello, Mother." "You made it," Mrs. Hawthorne said, feigning a smile. Rosabel waited for her to pull her son into her arms or to express interest in his travels or even say how glad she was to have him home again. She said none of these, but stepped back and gestured for the two of them to come inside. Rosabel followed Duncan's example and removed her shoes on the marble entryway. To the left, the entrance lowered a single step into the living room. The carpets were greener than envy, but clearly well cared for, shimmery in that just shampooed kind of way. Floral curtains splashed a contrast to the carpet along the extravagant windows. A tiny clock on the marble mantel above the fireplace gave off little pinging noises every time the second hand moved. Mrs. Hawthorne strutted to settle herself onto the left side of a floral love seat situated at the room's far end. A man occupied a high-backed velvet chair in the opposite corner. He kept his attention plastered to his phone. Rosabel waited with her heart in her mouth. Duncan remained near the baby grand piano in the room's left-hand corner. Tension didn't ripple so much as seethe as every eye rested on him. Why didn't Duncan say anything? Were these his parents? Why didn't they say anything? She got the impression that this was a family dynamic Duncan had grown up with. Was this normal to him? She couldn't fathom being treated this way by her family. No greeting, no pleasure in each other's company, no warmth. Rosabel thought back to her earlier suspicions that Duncan was the way he was because of his family. She couldn't remember a time she'd wish she was more wrong. Pity swelled within Rosabel as she remembered her mother's gentle, kind countenance and the way she pulled Rosabel into a hug every time she came home from school, daily. If Rosabel was correct, these people hadn't seen their son in years. What happened between them? Any minute now, his mom would crack her stony expression, call him out for believing the joke, cross the room, and wrap him in her arms. Duncan chiseled into the silence, letting the pieces tinkle where they may. "Mother? Dad? How are you?" Mr. Hawthorne, Duncan's father, lowered his phone as if barely noticing there were 2 extra people in the room. Expression lifting, he smiled and rose from his chair. Apparently someone in this family had some decency. "Duncan!" He offered Duncan a hand and pulled him to his chest, clapping a hand on his back. "How was the trip?" "Just fine, thanks," Duncan said, his face seeping with relief. "Dad, Mother, I'd like you both to meet." Before they could say anything more, a doorway down the hall across from the living room opened, and voices began trickling in their direction. Soft, gentle, feminine voices. "You've got great mobility, all things considered," one woman's voice could be heard. Its owner, a young woman with thick mahogany hair pulled into a ponytail and wearing teal scrubs, came into view in the decadent entryway. Sporting a bright, cheerful smile, she was the friendliest person in the house. Recognition struck Rosabel in an instant. The woman's bright countenance, her lovely eyes and smile. Hannah? Hannah Noah had been in Rosabel's graduating class back at Westville High in Vermont. The last she'd known, Hannah had been working in Montpelier at the Institute of Rehabilitation. They'd stayed connected through college, but had lost track of one another shortly after. "Rosabel? Oh my goodness! Talk about the last place I ever thought I'd see you." Rosabel couldn't help laughing. "No kidding. What are you doing here? You live in Eureka Springs?" "You two know each other?" Duncan interrupted. Stunned and unable to fight a smile, Rosabel gestured to Hannah. "Yes, we went to high school together." She turned back to Hannah. "So you moved here?" Did Sarah know? Dad's caretaker had also been a friend from school. The 3 of them had gone to lunch a few times. Rosabel made a mental note to text Sarah and ask if she knew Hannah was here. Hannah fidgeted, her smile wavering. "Yeah, I moved a short time ago. I work as a physical therapist. I'm here helping Mrs. Hawthorne." Hannah shuffled to make way for the elderly woman behind her. Duncan's grandma was hunched over, each movement a chore. Graying hair nestled in tight curls on her head, and her hand shook the crystal head of a cane, impaling the green carpet with every step she took. "What you do with me is no one else's business," the older woman chided, which only made Hannah smile. "Of course not." She winked at Rosabel. "So how's life?" Rosabel went on. "How's Ryan? You guys have been together for a while now, haven't you? Did he ever propose?" "Wait, don't tell me. He's the reason you moved here to Arkansas." She added a grin for good measure. Memories of a good-looking blonde man who'd been much older than Hannah flittered through Rosabel's mind. They'd been crazy for each other. Hannah ducked her chin. "No, he's still in Westville, or fallen off the map for all I care." Her eyes shifted to the door as if pleading for escape. After a quick glance at Mrs. Hawthorne and then Duncan, Hannah perked up once more. "Anyway, so great to see you. I'd better get going." Rosabel's brow furrowed. Surprise and remorse stabbed at her. Hannah and Ryan had been such a solid thing, otherwise she never would have brought him up out of the blue. Here she'd been grateful for a respite from the awkwardness, and she'd made things 10 times worse. She hurried to correct the misunderstanding. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to." Face flushed, Hannah gave a quick smile and gripped the strap of the small black duffel bag hanging from her shoulder. "No worries," she said. "I'll see you later." Dipping her chin once more, she headed out the door. In Hannah's wake, the elderly woman inspected Rosabel with interest. "Who might you be?" Duncan cleared his throat. "Grandmother," he began. Movement followed, and soon his father and mother climbed the step onto the marble entryway as well. They faced one another as if in some kind of standoff. His father was the only person in the room who was pleased at Duncan's presence. Duncan placed a hand on Rosabel's shoulder. "Everyone, I'd like you to meet Rosabel Smith." "Your girlfriend?" his mom asked, passing to the elderly woman. Her heels clacked across the marble as she helped Grandma Hawthorne toward the living room, down the step into a cushy armchair. Duncan hurried to offer his assistance as well. His grandmother clung to his arm as she lowered herself to the cushions. "Or have you married?" Mrs. Hawthorne went on, straightening and returning to her spot on the love seat. "Is she your wife?" Thanks to Duncan's harebrained offer before they'd left, Rosabel's defenses went on high alert. She raised her hands, understanding how poor Hannah must have felt when she'd basically asked her the same question about Ryan. Then again, Rosabel had cause to believe they'd gotten married long ago, considering how lovey-dovey Hannah used to be over him. Whoa there, we're not married. we're not married. She tried to breathe. The thought he would get married without telling them. What was wrong with this family? Rosabel clenched and was tempted to move closer to Duncan, who was clearly the only sane person in the room besides her, but that would give the opposite effect either of them wanted right now. She'd never been so nervous meeting anyone. In fact, she hadn't felt this awkward and unwanted since being picked last for dodgeball in junior high. She thought of Hannah's hasty retreat. An urge to break for her shoes and ditch out the door flooded her, but she also reeled with understanding in a way she never had been before. No wonder Duncan was the way he was. If his family was this personable, holy wow. More than that, she hoped he'd keep his word and not attempt the whole fake girlfriend ploy. Returning to her side, Duncan spoke before she did. No, we're not married. Rosabel is my assistant. I recently purchased a home on Beaver Lake, and I also have another investment I'd like to look into while we're here. She came along to help me handle that end of things. I see, Mrs. Hawthorne said, brightening up way too fast. Someone was glad her son was still on the market. You and me both, sister, Rosabel thought. Mrs. Hawthorne smiled at Rosabel. In that case, welcome, Miss Smith. How long have you worked for our Duncan here? There, Duncan. Could have fooled her. She and Duncan still hadn't sat down. They hadn't even been invited to. Were they in some kind of formal interview they had to pass before they were allowed to grace the furniture? Rosabel opened her mouth to answer when Mrs. Hawthorne interrupted. You know, we still haven't ordered the flowers we need for my birthday party. Perhaps that is something your assistant can take care of for us. I'm sure she'd be happy to, Duncan said, answering for Rosabel. Eager to prove how not dating she was with Duncan, Rosabel ignored her irritation at yet again having to offer her help without asking. Sure, Rosabel said. I'd be happy to. Just let me know which flowers and how many. She pulled out her phone to set a reminder for herself. Why don't you let them sit down first, Beverly? Mr. Hawthorne said to his wife. He then turned to Rosabel and Duncan, gesturing to the couch between where he and his wife sat. Please, it's good to see you, son, and to meet you, Miss Rosabel. Rosabel wasn't sure who to answer since Mommy Dearest, Grandma, and Dad didn't seem to be on the same page. Mrs. Hawthorne cocked her head to one side and plastered on a simulated smile, as though she was trying to cover up how irritated she was by her husband's obvious lack of notice that she'd spoken first. She's worked with me for about 1.5 years, Duncan said, waiting for Rosabel to perch on the edge of the couch cushions before taking a seat beside her. And I've been okay. He cleared his throat, resting his fists on his knees. Mother, Dad, Grandmother, I know we didn't end things very well the last time I was here, and I wanted to— Grandma Hawthorne cleared her throat. Mrs. Hawthorne reacted to her mother-in-law's cue immediately, sliding forward in her seat. Oh, come now, we don't need to go back there today, not in front of company. Miss Smith, I'd like 95 bouquets of lilies and gardenias, she said, blasting her fake smile in Rosabel's direction again. The forced expression did nothing to ease the friction simmering between the four of them. If anything, the facade made things worse. Of course, Rosabel said, feeling more and more like hired help. Duncan lowered his head. Rosabel watched him closely, noting the twitch in his jaw and the position of his fists in his lap. His ankle also fidgeted. What was with his pent-up energy? Obviously, he wanted to clear the air, and his mom emphasized that Rosabel was the impediment. Not only that, but they barely knew her and were okay with giving her orders? She should never have come with him. You know, Rosabel said, rising to her feet, I actually have a phone call I need to make. I'll just step out for a minute. She jabbed a thumb in the door's direction. Not only would she save herself from being given any more tasks, but hopefully they'd allow Duncan to open up without her in the room. Duncan foiled her plan. He rose too. That's right. I remember that call. It's about time for us to head back anyway. But you just got here, Mrs. Hawthorne protested, much to Rosabel's surprise. From the way she acted, anyone would have thought Duncan was the last person they wanted to see. We'll be at Grandmother's party, Duncan assured her. He buttoned his suit coat and inclined his head, first at his mom and then his grandma. "We're excited for you." "This particular birthday is rather monumental," Grandmother said. 95 is an accomplishment. "Very true," Rosabel said, offering the older woman a smile, only to receive a nod in return. They made their goodbyes, slipped back into their shoes, and were out the door. Rosabel had to run to keep up with Duncan's wide strides down the verdant sidewalk. Clive saw them and stepped out of the driver's seat, but he didn't make it to the door before Duncan opened it himself and climbed in. Okay, then. Brain in a complete whirl of confusion and disbelief, Rosabel sank onto the seat after him. "Okay, Duncan, what just happened?" she asked. His elbow rested on the windowsill, and with chin in hand he kept his gaze toward the street. Clive climbed in the driver's side, cranked the car to life, and eased out. "Home, sir?" Clive asked. "Yes." "Duncan," Rosabel interrupted. "What?" She wouldn't fault him for this snap, not right now anyway. This was one of those understandable ones. She had been guilty of a snap like this a time or two before, only to apologize for her slip-up immediately afterward. She turned in her seat. "Tell me what happened in there. Does their coldness have something to do with your grandma not speaking to you? You mentioned something like that before we left Westville." Duncan sighed. "We had a falling out 3 years ago. The circumstances weren't pretty." "A falling out? Over what?" He shook his head. "I couldn't believe my mom emailed me in the first place, and that they actually spoke to me in there." "But they wouldn't let you apologize for whatever the mishap was," assuming he'd been about to apologize. For Duncan, that meant this must be serious. She'd never heard him utter the words "I'm sorry" in all their time together. "It's okay," he said with an exhale. "Today's visit was the first attempt. That's another reason I wanted to come here and to have you with me. Remember the deal I mentioned to my parents?" She nodded. "There's a house nearby that has significant sentimental value for my grandma. It kind of played a part in what happened between us, and I thought maybe if I bought the house for her, the gesture could be just what we need to mend our relationship." Rosabel's chest warmed at such unprecedented thoughtfulness. "You do have a heart," she wanted to say, but that probably wouldn't be the best thing right now. "That sounds really sweet of you," she said instead. "I've been watching the location for a while, and it was recently listed. I contacted the seller, and she's agreed to meet with me while we're here." "That's fantastic." His mood lightened, judging by the release of his shoulders and his gradual slouch. "Yeah, I think she's really going to love it." Rosabel settled into the silence, smiling when Clive cranked up some day tripper. She sang the words, allowing her head to tip from side to side, and basked in the oddity of meeting Duncan's family versus how seeing her family again after 3 years would have gone so differently. Her mom would have squeezed Rosabel so hard she wouldn't have been able to breathe. Her dad would have led her around the house to take in his Beatles paraphernalia, making sure she hadn't forgotten his old electric guitar from his garage band teenage years. He would have hustled her into his study to pore over new books they'd both read, and a heartfelt, in-depth discussion about world events or about some author or another would have ensued. Tears stung her eyes at the differences. Had Duncan ever been embraced by his parents? He had to be. She couldn't believe he'd never been hugged by them. What could have happened between them to make his parents, his own mother, so cold? Chapter 8. Rosabel stretched, enjoying the release in her lower back and calf muscles. Thanks to the stress of the day before, she hadn't gotten her morning run in. But here, with these incredible surroundings, she wasn't about to let an opportunity pass her by. She began at a brisk walk, relishing the sound of her shoes on the single-lane dirt road. Part of her didn't want to run. She didn't want to go too fast here, afraid she'd miss something remarkable, a scratch on a tree trunk, a uniquely shaped rock, or the exact placement of the trees on every side. The view was so beautiful, even without the slew of million-dollar houses spanning the stretch of mountain where she and Duncan had secluded themselves. The sheer number of trees creating a fortress around her were a wonder to behold. The single-lane road cut a path wide enough for one car to crawl along these woods. It twisted and wound around whatever breaks in the trees could be found. At one point, one tree rebelled and stuck itself in the road's center, so cars had to steer to either side of its trunk. Rosabel smiled at the tree's resilience. "That's right," she told the tree in passing, her slow jog causing her breath to quicken. "Be relentlessly you." She nodded to the tree, as though expecting the wood to return the greeting. Squinting, she noticed something about the tree that caused her steps to slow. What appeared to be scratch marks were etched all along the tree's trunk. She trotted in for a better view. Sure enough, initials were carved into the trunk, some within hearts, some merely connected by nothing more than a simple plus sign, indicating that the two belonged together. Dates were also scrambled in along with many of the names. Rosabel's heart fluttered. "This is adorable," she said aloud. This was the stuff of cheesy romance movies. She could picture couples coming to this exact spot to carve their names into the tree, as if its longevity could somehow cement the solidarity of their relationship. The action added permanence and was not only symbolic but touching. Chills tingled down her arms. Wouldn't it be lovely to have someone carve her name beside his on a tree like this? Retreating step by step, she was so distracted by it she didn't notice the other woman coming toward her until they nearly collided. "Oh," Rosabel said, veering to the side. The woman stopped as well. A braid of raven black hair hung down her back in a single rope, and her caramel skin was beaded with sweat. "Sorry," the woman blurted. She jogged in place, a pod spouting music into her ear, and offered Rosabel a soft smile. Rosabel pointed to the tree. "Not to interrupt your run, but what's with the tree in the middle of the road?" The woman plucked her earbud free and stopped, her chest laboring to catch her breath. "Oh, that's the sweetheart tree. Rumor has it, when they were building this development, the contractor ordered companies to preserve it. I guess it's been here for a lot longer than we have." "That's amazing, actually," Rosabel said, admiring the tree. Resting a hand on her hip, the woman bobbed her head in agreement. "Do you own a place around here?" No, I don't. I work for someone who does." "Oh, cool. I'm Hazel, by the way, Hazel Strickland." "Rosabel Smith," Rosabel said, giving her a soft wave. Hazel jogged in place once more, returning the AirPod to her ear. "I run this path just about every morning, so I'm sure I'll see you around." Yeah, see you," Rosabel said, but Hazel was already on her way. Rosabel followed the curve in the road until a secret path taunted her. There was something alluring about paths, especially those in forests. Trying not to think about ticks, or about how much harder the climb back up would be once she'd found where the path led, Rosabel gave in to curiosity and started her slow descent toward the lake. Soon, wooden planks interrupted the dirt, taking over to provide steadier footing along the increasingly steep decline. Trees, with their tall, thin trunks, scattered among the brush, and Rosabel bid each one good morning. There was something so encouraging, so rejuvenating about being enclosed by trees. She was a firm believer in symbolism, and with their continuous cycle of loss and regrowth, trees were one of the ultimate symbols of life. A twine-speckled trail among tree and bramble was exactly the adventure she wanted right now, to get away from Duncan long enough to sort through what had happened when they'd visited his family. Initially, she'd been enchanted by the idea of Duncan buying his grandma a house, but the longer she thought about it, the more doubt nestled in. In all reality, how could he think buying his grandma a house would solve anything? Whatever had happened, apparently the wounds ran deep. From where she stood, he needed some serious Beatles therapy. Money couldn't buy everything. It certainly couldn't buy love. He was ostracized from his family. He needed more than money to fix that. She tried to leave it alone, but a different thought nudged its way in. Strange as the notion sounded in her mind, she wanted to help Duncan. Everything inside of her argued against it. He was selfish. He'd only expect as much of her. He'd only take her for granted the way he'd done ever since she'd accepted the executive assistant job. Regardless of those facts, she wanted to. Any decent person would want to do the same. Thinking of their meeting yesterday also brought his grandma's request to mind. Rosabel paused to look up the number to a flower shop in Eureka Springs. Lillian Rose was the only listing. Rosabel called and gave the woman on the other end Duncan's grandma's outrageous order for bouquets, as well as the date and location for delivery, and then breathed with relief once the task was done. Her feet took the final few steps before approaching the dock, and her breath caught in her chest. The view was superb. Water spread as far as she could see, hemmed in by trees of every shade of green. Blue sky capped the scene, shouting its happy color in every direction and yet adding tranquility all at once. "Wow," she breathed. "This is absolutely amazing." Beast or no, she wouldn't be here experiencing this if not for Duncan. She wasn't sure if the view inspired her, or the reminder that she wouldn't be here enjoying such a little-known American treasure like the Ozark Mountains, or whether it was just plain good manners, but she decided it. She would help him. Her upbringing would allow no less, and she knew that if Dad could understand the entirety of the situation with the mind he'd once had, he would agree. A sigh escaped her. Rosabel's feet crunched down the remaining decline and stepped onto the wooden dock. Her sneakers were silent on the wood until another pair of shoes scraping behind her made her stiffen and turn. Hands in his jacket pockets, Duncan approached with a carefree, castaway glance. Hair messy, jeans ending in a pair of black sports shoes, he was the picture of casual. Against her will, her heart rattled out a few erratic beats. "Pretty astounding, isn't it?" he said. Her shoulders relaxed. "You scared me." "Sorry. I saw you turn off after talking to that woman and decided to see what had caught your interest. This was the same view that impressed me the first time I came here." He rested his elbows on the railing that prevented an unsuspecting admirer from plummeting into the gleaming water. Rosabel wasn't sure how she should respond to this. He'd been watching her run? She supposed she hadn't made much distance from his lake house, so the idea wasn't that odd. But still, why would he care where she went? "What did bring you here?" she asked, deciding to keep the conversation light. "The seclusion and the fishing." "You're lying." He released a laugh. "I'm not. I love to fish." Rosabel rested her weight against the railing behind her and folded her arms. "I don't buy that at all. When have you ever liked to do anything besides work?" He faked a hurt expression and placed a hand on his heart. "How little you know me." "How little I do," she agreed, fully serious, unlike his laid-back approach. "Okay then, you like to fish, so you bought a whole hunk of house out in the middle of nowhere just to fish." Bitterness seeped into her tone. She couldn't get past her earlier irritation at him. Though why such an outrageous purchase for something so small should bother her so much, she couldn't tell. "You make it sound like that's an odd thing, but a man needs his space." "And if you can afford to, why not take as much space as you can get?" "Exactly." "That wasn't a logical compliment, but you're taking it as one." "Of course I am," Duncan said. "Why not enjoy such serenity? I love Vermont, but my life is busy. So busy, Rose. I just need to get away, and I'm not about to stay with my family." The thought pinched unexpectedly in Rosabel's chest. "Why do you avoid them so much?" "What do you mean?" "I noticed when we met them yesterday you didn't even hug your mother. None of you said much to each other, and then when you and I left, no one really said anything. You all just went on your way." "Are things supposed to be any different?" Discomfort wedged between them along with something like sympathy. His question was completely serious. How much he'd missed, and he didn't even know it. "If you could only have been there when my mom was still around, when my dad was his normal self. We had the most amazing conversations over meals after I came home from school. Home was warm. It was welcoming and a place I never wanted to leave. My family was my best friend, and our extended family is even more amazing. We could form a whole orchestra. So many of us played instruments. In fact, we did all play together when my grandma died. One of our cousins conducted us together." Keeping a hand on the railing, he faced her. "How many cousins do you have?" "I don't know. Over 40? 40? Sure," she said with a shrug. "Not including my parents, who tried but couldn't have any more kids after I was born. We're a big family. We'd get together on Thanksgiving and Christmas to play games and share our music. We gathered for intellectual conversations I always felt so privileged to be part of. They instilled in me a thirst for knowledge, for betterment, for—" "Music?" he said, finishing her sentence. He moved closer to her on the dock. "What do you play?" "The flute," she said. I haven't picked it up in a few years, but now I wish I had my instrument here. I can't remember when I had so much free time. I'd like to hear you play. She examined her shoes. No, you wouldn't. Gently, his hand brushed her elbow. Don't go painting this picture of a perfect life and refuse to let me in. You should play for me. Rosabel was entranced by the moment, caught off guard by his sincerity, by the gentleness in his voice, and by the directness of his eyes. Their hazel color created a haze around her mind, threatening to make her forget who she was talking to. This is Duncan, she told herself. You can't open yourself up to him. I don't know, it's been too long. Silence shrouded the air. Her earlier resolve to help him didn't do her any favors in this moment. He was pricking a hidden pocket in her heart, a portion of herself she'd kept locked away from him or any other man. She couldn't afford to feel more than friendship. Her attention needed to be on her dad and on her work to care for him. Duncan wouldn't know what to do if she offered her heart to him. He would either trample it or attempt to lord over it, neither of which she wanted. She needed to leave, to get away from him, from this romantic setting, from the way he continued to play pinball with her heart. She was about to turn and make the trek back up the mountainside to the road and finish her run when he spoke again. My family has praiseworthy qualities too, he said softly. Yes, we're all very work-focused, but my parents have supported large charities and funded cancer research for years. My mother devoted a large portion of her attention to building a successful fashion design business. She has many talents and has used those to create wardrobes that are geared to help teen girls with their self-esteem. Rosabel's brows shot up. She never would have guessed as much from the interactions she saw. With my mom working, often in foreign countries, my grandmother raised me. She might not have been the warmest person, and she might have her social standards, but I still love her because she taught me to work hard and not give up on my dreams. She taught me the value of perseverance. My family supported my education and helped me buy a place when I left for school. I suppose we don't have the intricate connection you share with yours, but that doesn't mean we aren't connected. His eyes held a trace of something she couldn't read. Had she hurt him? Duncan, I didn't mean... He glanced out at the lake. I can tell I've interrupted your morning. I'll see you later. He turned his back to her and traipsed across the deck, not so much like a dog with his tail between his legs, but more like a resolute man with his head high. Despite his effervescent confidence, she could feel it. She'd hurt him somehow. Why should she care this much? He'd inadvertently and sometimes directly riled her so many times she couldn't count. Rosabel contemplated following him, joining him back up on the long hike, but instead she watched him go, wondering what had just happened. Dissatisfaction bubbled in at a low boil. The man was infuriating. She didn't have a clue how to read him. He was different here in the Ozarks than he was in the hustle-bustle of busyness back home. Half of the time she wondered if he had any feelings at all, so when he showed them now, they took her completely by surprise. She'd said too much, as always. Spouting off was a bad habit of hers where he was concerned. Inwardly, she realized she'd considered him highly flawed, and that must have come out in her tone as well. Because he had money and treated others as though he was above them, she always suspected him to be slightly heartless. Discovering that wasn't the case was harrowing, and she wasn't sure how to handle this other Duncan, the thoughtful Duncan, the one who talked about his family and didn't shout orders at her or demand coffee. Then again, what did she expect? She'd been the one to request this other side of him, hadn't she? He was giving her exactly what she'd asked for, and she'd thrown his compliance back in his face. Rosabel hadn't expected him to affect her like this. She ran up the steep incline and had to catch her breath. After making her way back to his lake house, she hoped to find him within, but she wasn't about to scamper around the square footage calling his name. He was nowhere in sight. Perplexed about what to do, Rosabel trundled to her room, stripped out of her workout clothes, and took a restless shower. She toweled her hair, prepped her makeup, and dressed before heading downstairs. The apology she'd prepared during her shower dropped from her lips the moment she stepped into the kitchen to find Duncan in a dark suit with freshly gelled hair. The suit was cut to fit him perfectly. The black fabric emphasized his shoulders, his blue button-up shirt was a splash of color behind the gray tie he was in the process of adjusting, and his slacks emphasized the length of his legs. This was ridiculous. She'd seen him in suits plenty of times before this. What was her problem? She attempted to play off the effect he had on her. What are you all dressed up for? I'm meeting with the owner of that property today, and you need to... She quirked a brow and folded her arms. He grimaced. I mean, I'd like for you to come with me. How do you feel about seeing Eureka Springs? It's replete with those old homes you love. I thought we already went to Eureka Springs. Not exactly. You haven't been in the actual town. It's quite the sight. What do you say? She placed a glass on the counter. Why exactly do you need me while you meet with this realtor? It's your job, he reminded her. You're here to be my assistant and assist me. What do you possibly need assistance with? You're a brilliant businessman. I've seen you close deal after deal on multiple investments. You've never needed me for anything other than to run your errands and keep track of your paperwork. His voice perked up and he opened his hands to her. Exactly. I might need you to bring me one of those files you're so fond of. You know, put papers and stuff in it. Her lips quirked. She did not want to smile at him. His eyes took on a warm glint of admiration. And while you know I think you dress well, you might want to glam things up a little bit for this. He thought she dressed well. She never would have thought he noticed what she wore. Well, you are in a suit. I suppose it would look strange if I came in jeans. You might feel better. I'm taking you out on the town after we're done. She rested a hand on her hip. Oh, you are? That's news to me. How so? Remember the part where I said we're going out on the town? Eureka Springs? See the sights? Most people don't dress up to do that. I'm not most people, he said. No, you're not. She paused, thinking this new turn in their conversation over. Dressing up? Taking her out on the town? This sounds too much like a date. He held up his hands. Not a date. I know very well how you feel about that. He considered the situation and then buttoned his suit coat. You know what, friend? Here, dress how you like. Duncan, she chided. It's true, you don't need to dress up. I'm in a suit because it's my power stance. She laughed, picturing him flexing his muscles or bouncing on the balls of his feet the way a fighter readying for battle might do. He smiled in response, and the sight only stretched her own. Had she ever seen him smile like this before? This cheerful? Happiness lit up his face, making his eyes gleam, and drew out a dimple in his left cheek. You have dimples. She'd noticed them before, but had never drawn attention to the fact. His amusement dimmed. He pointed to his cheek. Just the one. I try not to smile. Don't want to let that thing loose. Why not? It's cute. Cute? Did you just call me cute? No, I called your dimple cute. Don't go naming it now. Mischief sprang into Rosabel's mind along with the dozens of possibilities. Now that you mention it, how about Daphne? It's not a girl dimple. Are you changing or not? She inched toward him. Don't change the subject. What about Humphrey? Close, Rosie. I'd like to leave soon. You need to... Oh, I know, Wilbur. Duncan closed several more steps between them, escalating her pulse. With the counter at her side, the window behind, and the table to the other side, she didn't have much room to escape. Duncan's eyes held hers. His lips twitched, but something subtle had fallen into his gaze like a steaming hot coal, adding luster and warmth there that increased because his focus was directed at her. Rosabel? He said her name in a private way, a way that made her want to keep it in a jar. I do need to go. Would you like to come with me? She swallowed under the weight of his stare. Yes, she said. Thank you for asking, and no, I'm not going to change into anything fancier. A muscle jumped in his jaw. His heat was intense, spiking something within her. He smelled like sage and spice. She had the strangest desire to reach for him, to stroke his skin or feel his hand in hers. Fair enough, he said. We leave in 5 minutes. Chapter 9. You're kidding, right? Clive pulled up to the front of the Queen Anne Victorian that Duncan had called the Painted Lady. Rosabel gaped out the window at its picturesque beauty, its buttercream color and its front tower with a pointed roof that reminded her of a dollop of cream. He denied that this was a date, but what else could their outing be? She'd made her adoration of this house more than clear the last time they'd driven past. Was he really here to purchase it? Or was he here for some other reason? To show his interest in her? What? Duncan rested one hand on the car's handle. Rosabel shook the preposterous thought from her mind and steepled her hands against her mouth. You never said this was the house whose owner you had a meeting with. Yes, I did. You weren't listening. He exited the car and she scrambled out after him, completely starstruck. There it was, standing majestically in all its glory. The house was even more incredible up close. She soaked in details she hadn't noticed before. The circular window surrounded by stone, the chiseled details in the shutters, the signs of age on the front steps. She adored this house. If only Rosabel had dressed up, formal attire might cement this fantasy that much more. Here she told him her fascination for Victorians just like this one, and he'd not only taken her to one, but he was buying it. Reflecting on a few of her earlier interactions with Duncan, suspicion sneaked its way behind her sternum all over again. During their drive from the airport, when they'd first arrived in Arkansas, she'd confessed her love of old houses. In the kitchen, not an hour before, he'd all but hinted that this was a date, short of calling their jaunt that word. Not only that, but before they'd even boarded the plane, Duncan had asked her to be in a relationship with him. Was this an underhanded way of getting her to agree? What if the action wasn't underhanded at all? What if he did have feelings for her? The thought made her stomach churn. Are you coming? Duncan asked, clearly wondering why she loitered on the sidewalk. This is the most beautiful house I have ever seen, Rosabel said, and you're telling me we get to see inside it? I thought you'd like that. Duncan gave her that smirk before nodding to Clive and mounting the first of a series of steps to the painted lady's front door. There again the suspicion edged its way in. No way, no possible way did he think he was doing this for her. He said this purchase was for his grandma. Duncan couldn't have feelings for her, not feelings strong enough to buy her an entire house. Rosabel slapped her senses back into place and scurried to stand beside him as he reached for the heavy door knocker. Why are you doing this? She couldn't help asking. Is it really for your grandma or what? A line appeared between his brows. She wasn't about to say her suspicion out loud. She couldn't let herself fall for his charms, not when he obviously thought affection could be bought. In spite of the connection they'd shared earlier, her guard wriggled back into place. The door opened, and an elderly woman with a scarf wrapped around her head like a turban answered. She wore a purple dress beneath an orange vest, the same length as the dress's skirt. Mr. Hawthorne? She asked in a sweet but suspicious voice. Mrs. Simmons, thank you for agreeing to this meeting. I'm Duncan Hawthorne, and this is my assistant Rosabel Smith. Mrs. Simmons bobbed her head and invited them both inside. The first step was magical. Rosabel drank in every aspect she could, from the thick, carpeted, sweeping staircase that created a swirl of the ceiling in the entryway's corner, to the paneled walls, the chandeliers, and especially the stained glass mosaics marking the top of every door. Exquisite, Rosabel said with a breath, turning in place. She considered what a place like this must cost, not to mention cleaning something like this. She imagined cobwebs in all these decorative crannies. Details like those would take some serious, meticulous cleaning. She didn't care. If Duncan was buying this place for her, she was tempted to accept, at least for the moment. Beauty and antiquity made her shallower than a kiddie pool. But while she adored the Regency era, where a gesture like this was enough to convince a woman to marry a man she didn't love just because he had money and pretty properties, such a notion wouldn't fly for Rosabel Smith. She wanted love. The real thing, the deep end of the pool where she could be completely drowned by a man's affections, his kindness, his thoughtfulness, and intriguing conversation. She needed to remember the kind of man she wanted, a man like her father, a better man than Duncan. With her severe expression and refusal to smile, Mrs. Simmons was a tough nut to crack. Stoically, she guided them through a circular arch, reminding Rosabel of Bilbo's hobbit hole, and into the most extravagant room Rosabel had ever been in. The room was formal and ornate, with something decorative on every surface, including motifs around built-in bookshelves. "Please sit," Mrs. Simmons requested. They did. Rosabel fought to keep her feet still. She waited for a maid to appear and offer them tea or something, but Mrs. Simmons placed herself in the upholstered chair across from Duncan and rested her hand on its wooden arms. "Tell me about your proposal, Mr. Hawthorne. You knew I would be listing my home." "Yes," he began, shifting. Rosabel saw it then, with him in his debonair suit looking professional and confident. Power stance. "I've had my eye on the property for years now, since my grandfather sold the house to the state. This was his family home, and I'd like such a legacy to return to the family." "Do you intend on turning it into a tourist attraction? A bed and breakfast like so many other homes around here?" "I don't," Duncan said. "My grandfather has passed, but his wife is turning 95. I thought this would be an appropriate gift for her." Rosabel couldn't deny how genuine he sounded, but her skepticism matched the look on Mrs. Simmons' face. His admission made the whole situation sound outrageous. A monstrous, antique house as a gift for a woman who had a handful of years left at best? It sounded like a cover. If Duncan hoped to appeal to her sensitive side, Rosabel guessed he was about to be shot down. "Charming story, Mr. Hawthorne," Mrs. Simmons said, without the slightest hint of being charmed. "But I'm afraid my answer is no." Duncan sat straighter. "You have the house listed. I have the money to cover your asking price. I don't see what the problem is." She picked at something on her orange vest. "I'm sorry, Mr. Hawthorne, I can't continue." Any minute now, the rage would begin. He would rip into Mrs. Simmons, pointing out every reason she was a fool for denying such a life-changing opportunity. Rosabel had seen him play that card time and time again. From the grip of Duncan's hand on the chair's ornamented armrest, he was doing his best to keep his temper in check. "What could I do to persuade you? I can offer more." Mrs. Simmons smiled at him as though he completely missed the point. "My concerns aren't only about the money, Mr. Hawthorne. This house has a strong history. My family also lived here, and if your story rings true, which I suspect it doesn't, that means we may be related. In any case, I can't let such a place go to just anyone." Duncan guffawed at this. Rosabel lowered her chin. She'd seen many negotiations with Duncan, but nothing like this before. The claim to previous ownership was probably one Mrs. Simmons had heard multiple times. "I'm not lying. My grandfather was Horace Hawthorne." Mrs. Simmons angled her head in recognition. "Horace?" Rosabel's brows drew together. Did that mean she knew Duncan's grandfather after all? Duncan went on. "And like his, my character is the utmost quality. Ask my assistant here. Rosabel will vouch for me." The elderly woman simpered with something like compassion. "Oh, but she already has. I get a sense about people, you know. Call it suspicion, call it intuition, but I don't like the way she looks at you." "Excuse me?" "There's something between the two of you, I can sense as much. I was a palm reader downtown for a long time, and many people thought I was out to make a buck. I read people, and I'm reading her, and she doesn't trust you. If she's as close to you as you say she is, that's enough for me to know I don't want to sell you the house. I'm sorry you came all this way. I trust you'll see yourselves out." She gave him a pleasant nod and stood from her seat, her shoes making the only sound between them as she left the room. Rosabel's throat was tight. She couldn't bring herself to look at Duncan, but instead braced herself for the onslaught of his frustration. How could this house have belonged to his grandfather as well as Mrs. Simmons' family? Maybe they were related somehow after all. Mrs. Simmons had seemed to recognize Horace's name, but Duncan didn't speak. He didn't yell or rage the way she'd heard him do to so many others. He only stood, shoulders tense, and strode out of the house. Rosabel wasn't sure what to do. The right thing in this situation would be to correct the woman, to defend Duncan and insist Mrs. Simmons was wrong, to assert that Duncan had her full respect and that something else had been bothering her where Duncan was concerned. Not acting quickly enough, she hurried to follow him out into the sunshine. She didn't know why he wanted the house so badly. She didn't know what expression had been on her face during Duncan's typical spiel that she'd heard 100 times before. But she knew the woman was right. She didn't trust Duncan. She didn't respect him. She was here because of Dad, and the resentment she'd held toward Duncan for the last year and a half was still as fresh now as the first day it settled in. She'd started working for him as her chipper and determined self, but day after day he'd taken her for granted. She tried to remain positive, tried to add some light to his exasperated life, but everything she did only brought more indignation. Then the rumors about them had started, rumors she detested. The fact that people in their office could think she'd want any kind of relationship beyond what she already had with him was absurd. Seeing him humiliated now should have been satisfying. Watching someone put him in his place should have brought her the utmost pleasure. Hadn't this humility been what Rosabel had wanted? She told him he had to do an act of service, to try to see things from another's point of view the way he never seemed to be able to. His current degradation had come from no act of service, but it had served the same purpose she'd intended. It had gotten him to see others differently, to see Rosabel differently. Only now she wasn't sure what to do about the change between them. He'd shown confidence in her opinion, and she hadn't had to say a word in order to declare her dissatisfaction with him. Disapproval had been clear on her face. Did she always direct such obvious spite toward him? If so, how could anyone they worked with believe the rumors that they were dating behind closed doors? Rosabel had never put much stock in Duncan's emotions before. From the way he behaved, she suspected he didn't feel things the way other people did, but she couldn't have invented the absolute shock in his expression when Mrs. Simmons had so adamantly denied him. There'd been a flash in his eyes, being on the receiving end of someone else's well-placed verbal shutdown. Pain. Rosabel couldn't stop seeing it, no matter how hard she tried. He'd been hurt by Mrs. Simmons' words, and by the fact that Rosabel hadn't done a thing to contradict them. How could she, when Mrs. Simmons had hit the issue so precisely? Rosabel hurried down the porch steps and out to the street, pausing at the weight bearing on Duncan's shoulders. Downtrodden and dejected, his head hung low, and he glowered at a spot on the sidewalk as if condemning the concrete for being there. Words fled, making speech impossible, but she approached him all the same. "Duncan, Is she right?" he asked. "What?" "You don't trust me? You have no respect for me?" Rosabel's mouth hung open. Had she not made as much clear time and time again? Then again, he listened to her about as well as to a silent radio. She attempted to keep him on the original subject. "Try again tomorrow, maybe without me there." He let out a humorless scoff. "So it's true." He rubbed his forehead and then rested a hand on his hip and stared up at the large buttercream Victorian with its spires and buttresses. "Duncan, I'm sorry. I know I should have spoken up. I wasn't sure what to say." Rosabel's stomach tensed. Uncertainty warred with the worry inside of her. She should have refuted the woman. She should have done something. "You know, I've been rejected dozens of times, but I've always been able to work my way through until I landed the deal or found a better one. This is the first time I've ever been left speechless while negotiating." Rosabel's tongue thickened. She dreamed of this moment so many times, being able to lay out exactly what she thought of Duncan right to his face, slathering her grievances on as thickly as she could to make the pill as hard for him to swallow as possible. Yet now that the moment was here, she couldn't. At least not as vindictively as she'd always imagined. She remembered her earlier pact to help him. She hadn't been sure how to, but now that he'd been humbled, now that he was vulnerable, maybe her words might make a difference. "You can figure this out," she said. "I've never seen you take no for an answer. Heck, you got me here after I quit." He made another noise in his throat. There again was that pained look, like a puppy who'd just been kicked. Rosabel wished she could alleviate it. Was he so clueless about the way he treated others, about how selfish he behaved? What could she say that wouldn't come out sounding heartless? Duncan saved her the trouble. He rested a hand on the top of the car and stared up at the house. "This wasn't one of my usual conquests, you know." "Oh?" She was grateful for the change in topic. I meant what I said in there. My grandfather wanted to clear his debt since he was getting older and wanted to settle into his retirement. You should have heard Grandmother when we would drive past. She commented about this being her favorite house in Eureka Springs, how this house was the reason she married Grandfather in the first place. She hated him for selling it. I tried standing up to him about it, tried defending her. Young and hot-headed as I was, I went too far in our argument. Grandfather had a heart attack right there as I yelled at him. He died the next day. Rosabel's heart stung at the suddenness of his admission. Oh, Duncan, I'm so sorry. He went on, still staring off away from her. My family blamed me for his death. I blamed myself. I couldn't face them, so I left town, which apparently was even worse. They shut me out. Pieces began clicking into place. Why his family was so resentful toward him. Why they hadn't spoken in 3 years. Why he wanted so badly to buy this particular house. Shame washed over her at the thought that she'd suspected had been to win her. Now who was being prideful? He rested his weight against the car. I carried on the best that I could, trying to cope and pretend like my loss of temper, like Grandfather's resulting death never happened, like the argument hadn't ripped my still-beating heart from my chest. The email inviting me to my grandmother's birthday was the first I've heard from any of them since the incident. Rosabel found her voice. You hoped this house would be the peace offering you needed. He'd mentioned as much before, but she hadn't grasped what that really meant. Duncan sniffed, warding off emotion. What am I supposed to give her now? 1,000 thoughts tumbled in Rosabel's brain. She couldn't believe he was opening up to her like this, but everything made so much more sense. Why he was so snappish, so nasty all the time. Clearly, he wasn't responsible for the heart attack. He might have been a contributing factor, but he couldn't claim full responsibility for whatever his grandfather's health had been before the argument. But he'd believed he was at fault for years now. What a heavy burden to haul. She wanted to lighten the mood. She wanted to help him smile. How about a normal present, like some flowers or a nice figurine for her mantel? He shook his head. I wanted to do this for her. For her or for you? What does that mean? I get that things are rocky between you and your family, all of your family. You're a successful businessman, but your success doesn't seem to be enough. They already have money. They want something different from you, don't they? And your grandma? Well, not to be rude, but she doesn't have long to live. You think you can buy your way into her affections before she passes away. That's not true. I think it is. Money is your solution to everything, but money can't heal hearts. If you've let your family down in some way, you can't buy your way out of it. I haven't let them down. His tone rose. He attempted to curb it, for which she was relieved. You just said, I'm done talking about this. Fine, but don't blame me if... Of course not. My assistant, who should know me better than most people, can't stand me. Her voice matched his. What do you mean, should? I do know you better than most people, Duncan. Okay then, what about me is so repellent? Glowering, he stared her down. It didn't mask the pained gleam in his eyes. Rosabel inhaled, taking in the passing cars and the spread of grass between them and the painted lady. A couple walking their dogs strolled past, forcing Rosabel to retreat onto the street until they passed. Maybe we should head back to the house, she said. No, we're doing this now, he said, his bossy tone taking over. She lost it. That tone. I can't stand that tone. I can't stand that you see everyone as a rung on a ladder. You have no respect for others. How can I possibly think otherwise when I witness that fact every day? I respect people, he argued, sounding small and petulant and seeming to realize he had because he turned away from her. Do you? She came around and stood in front of him. Most people like being told please and thank you. Most people appreciate a polite response rather than a snap. Most people like being listened to and having their thoughts validated. And you think I don't listen to you? You're on your phone or tablet every time I try to talk to you. You say you want a relationship with me, but I'm not sure you know how to have one. I think you've been indulged all your life. I think your requests were granted because your parents were so busy working and your grandmother or whoever they hired to watch you just gave in rather than teaching you how to treat others. She was going too far, but he'd asked for it. Why haven't you said anything before now? His voice was quiet. I have, she said with a laugh. She couldn't help it. Remember the part where I said, you don't listen, that I quit, you take me for granted, you treat people like doormats, especially me. I'm tired of being unappreciated. I'm tired of being bossed around. I want to be noticed, to have your genuine thanks for what I do for you. She waited for his comeback, for him to sputter something about paying her to take his attitude, but the quip didn't come. He hung his head. Okay then. Okay? Not ready for the argument to end, she waited for the spar that had spiked her adrenaline. He slid his eyes to hers. I'm heading back to the lake house. Are you coming? No. She stood her ground. You promised me a night on the town. I want to see Eureka Springs. Fine, he said, opening the car door before pausing. He dug a golden ticket from within his jacket and slammed the small rectangle into her palm. Here, your trolley pass. I'm sure you'll find an Uber or something that can take you out to the lake house for your things when you're done sightseeing. This was absurd. I'm not leaving, Duncan. His tone quieted. I know how you feel about me, so I won't force you to stay. She wanted to shake him. Why did he have to go and get sympathetic on her now? Energy pent up, fit to burst, Rosabel stalked a few steps away before whirling and approaching his humbled, rounded shoulders. He refused to look at her, though he had to know she was standing right there. She stepped around to meet his face. Please look at me. He sniffed. She softened her tone. Hey. Nothing. Surprising even herself, Rosabel lifted her hands to his cheeks. His skin was scratchy, a shadow growing quickly after being shaved earlier. His lids lifted, and he allowed her to guide his face upward until he looked right at her. The force of the dejection in his expression struck right through the center of her. She never would have imagined Duncan Hawthorne looking so injured. She wanted to say something along the lines of her usual snark, but this wasn't the moment for that. I don't hate you. That's good to know. And I don't think you're an awful person. Not completely, anyway. Another sniff. I have seen moments with you these past few days, moments of pure thoughtfulness. You opened up to me. You're trying to buy your grandma a freaking house. You got me a trolley pass. I didn't even know I needed one. He tried to glance away, but she directed his face back to hers and kept her hand on his cheek without knowing why. A connection speared between them as though the conversation opened an old gate she'd lost the key to. Their talk was curative, and she suspected she wasn't the only one who needed its healing. Mostly, though, you offered to help my father. That meant so much to me. That was why I came here to help you. Just be that version of yourself, Duncan, the one that puts others first. I wasn't putting your dad first, he admitted. I knew helping him was the only way to get you to come. She laughed. I know that too. In any case, you wouldn't have thought of his condition if you weren't a good person deep down. He shrugged out of her grasp. Rosabel took his hand in hers, eager to extend an effort at camaraderie after such an awkward yet revealing conversation. His warm skin slid softly against hers, and he gripped her hand. The small act sent a chorus of fizzles into her lower belly. It's a friendly gesture, she told herself. Nothing more. Now come on, you promised me Eureka Springs. I want to see this town I've read so much about. Chapter 10. Across a spread of green lawn, an eye-catching rock face, carved by a master, displayed the name Eureka Springs. Clive turned at its corner, but the street dropped so suddenly Rosabel couldn't see their destination. She gasped at the road's decline. What's down there? The historic sites, Duncan said. She inched forward in her seat, attempting to take in what she could. Each side of the road was met by retaining walls of stone and trees, making her feel as though they were about to take some kind of plunge. Gives a new meaning to going downtown, she said. Duncan didn't laugh. He was distracted by the view out the dashboard as Clive signaled toward a parking lot on the left and waited for several trolleys to pass before turning in. "We aren't driving there?" Rosabel asked. "The town is old, and even though it thrives on tourism, there isn't much by way of parking. Plus, you miss a lot if you spend the entire trek in the car. It's much better to walk." Rosabel glanced down at her sneakers. "Good thing I didn't dress up like you wanted me to, then." Clive killed the ignition, and to Rosabel's surprise, Duncan fished another golden ticket from within his jacket and passed it over the seat. "Here, Clive," Duncan said. "Take the afternoon, see the town." "Thank you, sir," Clive said, resting a hand on the vacant passenger seat for a better glimpse at his boss. "We'll be in touch when we're done doing the same." Clive inclined his head. "Sure thing. You two have a nice time." He winked at Rosabel. Together, she and Duncan exited the car. She was touched that Duncan had thought to include his driver in the day's sightseeing, but decided not to mention anything. If he realized his act of kindness, he played it off, staring instead at a map of Eureka Springs. The early summer air was warm. Regardless, she tightened her cardigan around her and stared. "Where to?" "The trolley stop is up here." He pointed toward a brick building and a metal green awning where at least 8 others waited their turn to board a trolley. "Do all these people live here?" Rosabel asked. "I don't think so. Most of the homes have been turned into B&Bs to accommodate the tourists. The town is on the National Historic Registry, so they get a huge influx of people who come just to see the old houses. Add the events to it, and it's a real show." "Events?" Rosabel propped against the trolley stop's green support beam. A nearby woman wearing a tank top and jeans overheard their conversation and perked up. "They do something different practically every weekend," she said. "Stan and I came during October last year for the zombie crawl. They had something like 5,000 visitors packing in to see people dressed and parading like zombies. It was wicked." "Definitely fit with the ghost thing going on here," the man Rosabel assumed to be Stan answered. The ghost thing? Rosabel wasn't sure she wanted the answer to the question, so she didn't ask. She'd read of supernatural happenings around the town during her brief research during the flight here. Eureka Springs offered regular ghost tours to talk about the town's haunted history, and the Crescent Hotel was certifiably haunted. She made a mental note to stay as far away from the place as possible. Duncan said something about the town's current featured event being Mustang Week in response, and the couple laughed. "Didn't you hear? Ghosts interfere with GPS. That's why so many people get turned around. Probably a big joke to them." The 3 of them laughed again. Rosabel shivered. It wasn't that she didn't believe in ghosts. She believed in them a little too much. She needed a subject change. "Have they done Mustang Week before?" "They did Corvettes last year," Stan said as a green trolley with 3 wide front windows, a white roof, and a black bumper reminiscent of a vaudeville villain's mustache pulled to a stop. Its screen displayed the word red along the front with a matching screen running down the side. Very Hello Dolly. All the vehicle lacked was the cable overhead to keep it on its track. "Red track, that's us. You going to see the historic homes?" the woman asked. Rosabel wasn't sure what their plans were, and she said as much. "We're just out to see the town," she added. "Make sure you take the tram tour," the woman instructed as the trolley's doors opened. "You'll find out all kinds of interesting things about the town's history. They even take you up to that haunted hotel." She and Stan climbed on, and Duncan and Rosabel waited for several others before joining in as well. They greeted their driver and showed him their trolley passes before turning to find a seat. The trolley was packed with people who were headed for their own destinations. The front-facing benches along the back were filled, and benches lining the sides, allowing those seated to look out the opposite window, were now occupied by those who'd been at the stop with them. Black leather straps hung down along the gold poles lining the trolley's ceiling. Rosabel suspected they carted as many people as could fit into these things if the occasion called for it. "Looks like we're standing." Duncan reached for the nearby strap. Rosabel situated herself close to him. The fact was, he was a known in a vehicle full of unknowns. She had to admit the talk of ghosts and tourists had her a little on edge. "We all in?" the driver called. "In." Duncan replied before the doors closed and the trolley began its slow progression. Rosabel had to adjust her footing. The last thing she wanted was to lose her balance and barrel into the people sitting in the seats beside her. The trolley headed for the parking lot's mouth and then turned left. A thrill climbed Rosabel's throat as they progressed lower and deeper into the town. Rocks piled on either side, forming retaining walls to keep the mountain from spilling into the roadside. Pedestrians could be seen strolling down the hill, and regarding the steepness, Rosabel was glad she and Duncan had opted to take the trolley. Homes of a long time past were stacked in the mountainside, wedged in among the rocks and trees, and then they were swallowed by what felt like another time. The trolley slowed, pulling in at the next station. Rosabel was so distracted by the surroundings, trying to drink in everything she could through the tinted windows, that she didn't pay attention to her footing. The trolley stopped, and she tipped into Duncan's chest behind her. "Hey there," he said softly, his free arm bracing around her waist and holding her to him for the briefest moment, long enough to send a thrill of awareness down her spine. He brushed his cheek against hers. The sensation made her pulse race. She placed a hand on his and caught a hint of his cologne, something she'd smelled dozens of times before. Why then did the scent have to make her mouth water and send her thoughts to Poughkeepsie? She was unsure about this new openness between them. He'd been scary before, but if he was the kind of man she thought he was, under all the pain and gruff, then something told her he'd be downright dangerous to her heart. Duncan appeared to have the same misgivings. He hurried to right her onto her feet and released his hold. Embarrassment that she hadn't been the first to pull away trickled over her. She should have. Why hadn't she? True, she wanted to make up for the awkwardness that had taken place not an hour before, but if she was trying to keep her distance, then throwing herself at him wouldn't help. Chapter 11. Eureka Springs had its own supernatural history. Tourists flocked by the bucketful just to go into the old hotels and experience the ghost tours. Personally, Duncan never encountered any supernatural beings, but now his own private demon refused to leave him alone. The moment with Belinda Simmons back at the Painted Lady had been etched into his mind with a superfine chisel tip. He couldn't seem to erase her words or the expression of guilt that masked Rosabel's face. Shame spilled through him. He hadn't realized how much he'd been hoping to connect with Rosabel on this trip until that moment. The rejection haunted him. Not Mrs. Simmons' refusal alone, though that was hard enough. He'd lost out on plenty of investments before. Those were always to further his business, and he'd known each time that he could find a bigger, better investment. But this wasn't for his business. The Painted Lady was personal, so personal. He already had a lake house, a place of retreat to hide away at any time he chose and fish to his heart's content. This was for grandmother, for the wounds he was hoping to heal. No other house would do the job. Despite Mrs. Simmons' claim that the house was in her family line, grandmother had raised Duncan's father there. That place meant something to her, despite the wretched rift that had nestled between them since his grandfather's death. And she meant so much to Duncan. He'd never been able to tell grandmother how much. As a youth, he'd spent a lot of time in her company, but then his teenage years had landed. He'd attended private schools and pursued his own interests, and hadn't exactly done the best job of keeping in touch with her. He hadn't cared enough to, if he was being honest. Duncan wasn't sure how much time grandmother had left. He exhaled, unsure of what to do. Rosabel's words haunted him as well. Her rejection was a sore. From the way she'd flirted with him in his kitchen, he'd allowed hope of a closer relationship with her to spring inside his chest. But to open himself to the woman he'd been secretly falling for since she'd started working for him, only to find out she didn't return the sentiment? He felt like a complete idiot, especially as other conversations he'd had with Rosie pealed through his mind like funeral bells. Not only did she not like him, she was disgusted by him. She'd told him before, she'd made her disregard so obvious, he'd always shrugged her off. How could she not like him? He had money, he was handsome and charismatic. Those qualities were why he thought she'd stayed around. Women liked to be around successful men, didn't they? Apparently not all women. He supposed he had tried to buy her affections, first by offering her a raise and to pay for her dad's treatment and care. Other women he dated had loved his financial gestures. It was when he stopped buying them things that the relationship had soured. Clearly, that wasn't how things would work with Rosabel. You okay? Duncan blinked from his stupor and stared at the Civil War memorial of a soldier poised atop a pedestal of limestone bricks and gripping his musket with a somber expression. An amphitheater's curved roof stood elevated atop a rock wall behind the soldier. In front of him was the circular green railing, offering a view of the original spring for which the town was named. They'd already walked to the Balm of Life Memorial? Duncan cleared his throat. He vaguely remembered walking alongside Rosabel beneath the awnings of shops along the street, but he'd been so distracted, so trapped by his own thoughts, he hadn't realized how far they'd gotten. "I'm fine," he lied. "See that hotel?" He pointed past the kiosks being set up by vendors wanting to sell merchandise during Mustang Week, past the layered stacks of stones serving as retaining walls for the mountainside, to a large hotel reaching high above the trees. "Duncan," she said in a chastising tone. He didn't relent. He wasn't ready to talk about it, especially not with her. She'd been kind after realizing she'd hurt his feelings, and that only made things worse. He didn't want her pity. He wanted her to feel the way he did. Ripley's Believe It or Not said it's the only hotel in the world where all 7 stories lead out to a ground level because of the mountain it's built into. We can go inside if you want. Rosabel opened her mouth as if to argue, but instead she tucked her lips together and turned. "Maybe," she said, "but right now I'm curious about this. Balm of Life?" She gestured to the thick archway near the street bearing that title. Duncan was eager for the subject change. "Sure, this used to be a healing ground. Many people believed the water here had curative powers." He wiggled his fingers for good measure. "Civil War soldiers from both the Union and the Confederate side came here to be healed." He could use some of that water right about now. Maybe its curative powers could heal the scalpel-style cuts festering beneath his ribs. He leaned against the green railing and peered down. A small trickle could be seen through the grate blocking the well. "And did the water work?" Rosabel asked. "I think so. People think so anyway." "Duncan," she said, taking that serious tone of hers, "I'm sorry your deal didn't work out." He turned away from her. "Want to grab something to eat? I think the Mustang Road Rally will be starting soon. Maybe we can find a seat at a window and watch the cars drive through town." Rosabel set her jaw. "Fine. Then maybe we can talk about how you're going to reconnect with your grandma." "What does that mean? There is no other option. That house was my only shot." "I doubt that," she said, ensuring her tone didn't match its regular level on the snarkometer. "I've seen you miss out on plenty of deals. This one is bothering you more than any other, and I know it's because of her. You really care about her, don't you?" He did care about grandmother. He'd allowed himself to believe things would be all right between them since the jolting invitation Mother had sent. He'd even succumbed to prayer, which was something he hadn't done in a long time. But Duncan wasn't sure how to share this with Rosabel. Duncan pushed aside the hurt he'd experienced earlier as other memories surfaced. The moment between himself and Rosabel in the kitchen, the moment on the dock, in the trolley, and the dozens of other times he could have sworn they'd shared the same inkling of attraction. She was trying. He could too. "How do you feel about Mexican food?" he said, not giving her a direct answer. He needed some time to sort through his thoughts, and maybe he could do that over food. They went into Amigos, and Duncan requested one of their outdoor tables. Crowds were building along the street, though not as many people as he expected. He and Rosabel ate in awkward silence, watching car after car, old Lincolns, refurbished Fords from the 1950s, he would guess, drive through town in a long procession. People whooped and cheered for their favorites, and even Rosabel commented on the cherry-red convertible that in any other instance Duncan would be ready to surprise her with. Soon enough, the procession ended. The waitress with fiery orange hair and a tag pronouncing her name as Molly left their black folder on the table between their plates. Duncan reached for his wallet when Rosabel held out a hand. "I've got this." "Don't," he said. "Don't what?" She looked at him with wide chocolate brown eyes. She slipped the black folder toward herself, retrieved her card from her purse, and inserted it into the clear pocket inside before handing it to the waitress. "I know I don't owe you anything," she said, "but we're here as friends, remember? If I were going to eat out with any other friend, I would never let them pay for me all the time." "Friends," he said, as though he'd never heard the word. "Yes, friends. And just like friends do, I'm worried about you. You hit a snag today, and I can tell it's still pestering you." Duncan sighed. "I need her to know how sorry I am," he said. "That house would have completely lit her sky if she'd gotten such an incredible birthday present. I don't know what else to give her." "You don't have to give her anything to say sorry. That's the beautiful thing about apologies. If the rift is big enough, that one little word can have more power than any gift." His breath bottled in his chest. "Regardless, it's her birthday. I'd like to get her a present." "That's not hard," Rosabel said without breaking a sweat. She even smiled, and the spark in her brown eyes struck a charge to his entire system. "You don't know my grandma." Felicity Hawthorne was the woman who'd fired her housekeeping staff for failing to iron the sheets. Her exorbitant standards made royalty squirm. Was Rosabel right? Would a simple apology be enough? He tried to make amends while they'd been at his parents' home, and Grandmother had waved off the attempt. "She and I were the closest of anyone in my family," Duncan said. "She taught me how to read, taught me table manners, made sure I did my homework. She practically raised me." "And is she the one who insists you call her grandmother instead of grandma?" "You got it. So much of her is in me, Rosie. I was so angry Grandfather sold that house because I knew what it meant to her. Never mind what it meant to me. You can probably see that her birthday present can't just be any gift. The gift has to mean something." Rosabel perked up, plastering on a smile that lit her eyes. A prick of interest struck him, but he worked to push it down. He couldn't feel this for her. Hadn't he been telling himself that for months? She reached across the table and patted his hand. "It's a good thing you brought me along then, isn't it? I'm great at shopping, and if I'm not mistaken, we passed by several adorable shops on our way through town. Let's see what we can find for her." "I don't know, Rosie." Withdrawing her hand, she slowed, eyes centered on the colorful tiles adorning the tabletop. "You know, my dad used to call me that." "Rosie?" "Yes. Plenty of others have tried calling me that, but I always correct them." He shifted in his seat. "Why don't you correct me?" "I have before. I don't know. I guess I feel like it's something to verify our new friendship during this trip." Duncan pondered this as the red-headed waitress returned with Rosabel's card. Rosabel had allowed him to call her that even before they'd left. He remembered the first time the nickname had slipped out. She'd parted her lips only a tad. Another time, she'd questioned him but had let the matter slide. Needing something to do, he took a long drink from his glass. The cool water perspired down the cup's side, wetting his hand along with his mouth. "Look," she said with a smirk, "you're drinking the water here." Duncan chuckled, grateful for the plucky turn of conversation. "Think it'll cure me?" Her eyes danced. "I don't think there's anything strong enough to fix what's wrong with you." In the spirit of teasing, he was half tempted to sprinkle some water in her direction, but his heart climbed in his throat. She didn't withdraw her gaze, and neither did he. She really was beautiful, but outward appearance wasn't the only appeal she held. Her kindness in this moment did wonders for his entire demeanor. If he'd had this conversation with anyone else he was close to, Mother, Dad, even Maddox, they would have pointed out his flaws at every chance. His family certainly had launched every particle of blame they could at him. Rosabel didn't do that. She'd pointed out his imperfections, sure, and while it'd been slightly vindictive, she'd returned to her down-to-earth self. He wasn't sure how to tell her what that meant to him, so instead he cleared his throat and stood. Tucking her wallet back into her purse, Rosabel joined him and clutched his arm. "Come on, Grump, let's find her a present and see if we can't cheer you both up." Chapter 12. Rosabel was moved to discover how much Duncan loved his grandma. Moment by moment, she started to get more of a feeling of who he was. He'd never shown much emotion on the surface, or at least not the softer side. He wielded the tougher, masculine, manly emotions and brandished them like a sword at every one of his business ventures. But when it came to matters of the heart, Rosabel suspected Duncan kept those close. People probably misinterpreted his behavior just like she had, which explained why Duncan had very few friends. She wondered if even his family misunderstood his way of dealing with things. That could be why there'd been a rift between them for so long. She found herself softening toward him at this discovery. Not that this in any way warranted the way he'd treated her and dozens of others, but knowing him better brought a new level of understanding, and that always changed people. This newfound understanding of Duncan readjusted things within her as they walked together along Eureka Springs sidewalks, stopping at the antique shop, a quilt shop, a comedy club, and even pausing at the approach of a psychic reader who offered to foretell their future for free, to which Rosabel politely declined. Deep down inside, Duncan cared about things. He'd worked hard at his business the best way he knew how. He'd donated to charities just like his parents had. Little pieces Rosabel had always noticed started clicking into place. She thought of a book she'd read once about love languages and the ways people expressed and received love. "I think you're a gifts kind of guy," she said as they passed a large window labeling the beautiful brick building, the New Orleans Hotel. The building did in fact look like something that belonged in New Orleans, with its multi-level brick, interrupted by iron balconies above. "What does that mean?" "That's how you show you care. You like to buy things for people. I'm sorry about what I said before. I guess I always thought you could just buy your way into anything, that having more than another was some kind of power struggle for you. But that's your love language, giving gifts." He scowled. "You say that like there are other love languages." "Sure," she said. "There's acts of service, physical touch. Mine is words of affirmation." "Words of what?" "I like to be told I'm pretty, please and thank you, to be complimented when I do a good job." "You do a good job," he said. "No, you do a great job." Her cheeks heated. That wasn't an invitation. "I'm serious." He paused near a sidewalk sandwich board with a white painted frame surrounding a chalkboard and the words, "It's the little things," scrawled with calligraphy. The neighboring shop was labeled Little Things Souvenirs and Gifts. He gestured to it, opening the door and waiting for her to enter first. "I could tell after a single day I'd never find a woman as capable as you." If coffee making is my only skill, then that compliment is severely lacking. "I know I mentioned the other woman couldn't handle my coffee, but there were more issues than that. She didn't organize the papers on my desk or open the blinds in my office so the sunlight spilled in. She didn't turn my plant 3/4 so that the other leaves got their fair share of light." Rosabel's cheeks heated even more. He noticed her doing these things? "I never knew you paid attention." "She didn't have a breakdown of my day ready for me." How could she have known to do that if she didn't plan your schedule the day before? "She didn't greet or exchange jokes with the others in my office. She didn't answer the phone announcing herself as my assistant." "You obviously didn't train her to do any of those things," Rosabel argued. "I didn't train you either," he said. "You just showed up, fully operational, and hit the ground running." Rosabel tucked her lips under her teeth. "Boy, when I ask for compliments, I get them. You don't have to take the whole love language thing so seriously." "I'm not overdoing anything," he said, flicking through several cups with the words Eureka Springs, Arkansas on them. "I'm being honest." He didn't allow her to say anything else before trudging to the back of the store. Rosabel's thoughts fled. She wasn't just flattered. She was touched. Hyper-awareness stole across her entire frame, and her knees slowly transformed into jelly. No man had ever paid so much attention to her, and then voiced what he saw and liked. License plates from various states lined the back wall. There were trinkets and knickknacks, all kinds of various items for sale, but everything was too kitschy. Even though Rosabel didn't know his grandma well, from their brief meeting she had the feeling Grandma wouldn't be impressed with pig-shaped salt and pepper shakers or striped aprons. Duncan seemed to sense the same thing. He meandered toward a collection of comic books filed in white buckets and then inspected a few t-shirts, holding one up for her. She had to admit she wouldn't mind a souvenir t-shirt from a town like this. Rosabel gave in and joined him, reaching for a nearby pink tee. Standing shoulder to shoulder with him, she gave in to the curiosity welling inside of her. "I never knew you saw me like that," she said softly, holding up a brown t-shirt speckled with mountains. "I never knew you saw me as anyone other than an errand girl." He lowered the shirt, making way for her attention to center on him. Under the influence of his glance, she couldn't look anywhere else. "You were never just an errand girl." "Then how come you never treated me differently?" "I tried to, right at first. You struck me from the start." He squinted over his shoulder at a pair of women tottering into the shop and lowered his voice. "But I think the cubicle giraffes noticed. I think that's how the rumors about us started in the first place." She held the shirt to her chest. Memories of those first days surfaced, as distinct as stepping into snow with bare feet. Stark, obvious and shrill. He'd been friendly. He'd been kind. He'd gone out of his way to speak with her. It'd been why she stayed at first. Then the whispers started. He must have heard them too, because it was as though a switch had been flipped. He'd changed so instantly toward her, treating her with the same coldness everyone else received. By that time, she'd already gotten her first paycheck, and it'd been substantially more than any other job she'd had thus far. So she'd stayed. The Smith in her, Dad's lesson of going the extra mile, of doing her best work no matter what, kept her trying her hardest in spite of her beastly boss. In her later frustration with Duncan, those early days had slipped her mind. "In that case," she said, "I'm going to remember that the rumors were your fault. Part of me wishes I hadn't stopped paying attention to you." She went rigid, her mind filled with cotton as her thoughts turned inward. Duncan's admission realigned with something inside of her, something she wasn't ready to confront yet. She didn't wish he'd paid more attention to her as well. How could she? He thumbed through another stack of t-shirts, selecting a black one bearing the town's name. He took her pink one and made his way toward the register as though he hadn't just admitted he was interested in her as more than an associate. Trembling overtook her. Rosabel couldn't understand the sensation. Duncan had asked to date her before they'd even left Vermont, but she hadn't taken him seriously for a second. She never would have believed he cared more for her than for himself. But now, in his humility, in this weird bubble of openness they'd blown around themselves, he was more genuine than she'd ever seen him, and the realization made her weak in the knees. He paid for the shirts and met her by the door. "Something tells me my grandma wouldn't appreciate a souvenir t-shirt," he said. She tucked her hair behind her ear. "Yeah," she said, sheepish, hoping he couldn't read the fluttering sensations tingling through her. "Let's keep looking." They walked up the street, and a new awareness of him strung through her. She noticed every step he took. She observed the way his hand swayed at his side and the scraping of his shoes along the pavement. More than sight, though, she sensed him there, sensed his warmth, his presence. Somehow she couldn't help but glance over at him several times, finding him returning the attention. That look was a shared secret, something valuable and new and unexpected. Rosabel explored the shop signs, pausing at a store with elegant scrolling along its window's edges. Hats of every shape and size filled the display, and in elegant writing above the door were the words Les Chapeaux, Hats and Haberdashery. Les Chapeaux? Duncan pronounced the words differently than she would have. Chapeau. That means hat in French. Let's go in here. Okay. Rosabel was eager for the distraction from the twisting turns of their conversation. The minute they entered, she knew they'd found the right place. She was instantly enchanted. Below a decadent Tiffany-style lamp made of pieced glass in every color, stately stands laden with hats created a maze through the space. Hats were sorted by style, many of which she'd seen but didn't know the names of, though she knew they weren't worn nearly as often as they should be these days. Men's hats lined glass counters and were contained within the displays along the walls, while the women's hats each claimed its own peg on the stands. This was a forest all its own, a forest of color and style. She had the sudden urge to play dress-up, to try every single one on and see how each accentuated her face. Yet another reason I love fashions of the past, Rosabel muttered to herself with a kind of reverence. They are impeccable, Duncan agreed. A pair of older women tittered over a red straw hat with a colorful purple sash around its middle. Rosabel beamed at them and penetrated closer to the hat trees. Her hands were drawn to an elegant blue hat concocted with feathers and ribbon along one side. For your grandma? She suggested. Duncan shook his head. Not really her style. What about you? Which do you like? Me? We're not shopping for me. Who says? Rosabel humored him. She inspected the selection and her view was instantly snatched by the collection of 1920s-style cloche hats, the kind that hugged the head and stopped at the ears like a bob. Several adorned faceless mannequins on the table, a cream one marked by a lacy band, a lavender one without adornments, a pink one sprayed with flowers at one side. Captivated, Rosabel reached for the woolen gray cloche hat accentuated by a flat-seated bow at the back. Using the circular mirror on display, she fluffed her dark hair and situated the piece on her head. No, no, a woman said from across the store. Her graying hair was cropped short and styled beneath a beret with a palm on top. Rosabel's hands flew to remove the hat. I'm so sorry. I should have asked before trying it on. Nonsense, the woman said, waving her off. With delicate hands, she tilted Rosabel's hat at a more defined angle on her head. It redefined the shape of Rosabel's face and made her eyes pop. In an instant, she was a new woman. There, the woman said in what Rosabel guessed was a French accent. She stood back to admire the shift. What do you think? Chills trailed down Rosabel's arms. She felt transformed, as though a layer she hadn't known she possessed had been brought to light. I love it, Rosabel breathed, shooting a smile at Duncan and receiving one in return. This hat is definitely for you, the shop owner pronounced. Self-conscious, the moment shattered as Rosabel remembered why they'd come in. She removed the hat and placed it back on its mannequin, catching a glimpse of the hat's price tag and inadvertently stepping on Duncan's foot in the process. $140 for a hat? Oh no, Rosabel insisted. We're here for something for his grandmother. The woman's almond eyes constricted. I see. In that case, based on your formal attire, sir, I guess that your grandmother is a woman of class? She is, Duncan agreed. Do you have something she can wear that might go with just about anything? But of course. The shop owner slid with grace toward the store's center. Rosabel and Duncan followed closely, and Rosabel asked, Do you make these? Oui, I do. It's a family trade. She reached for a camel-colored wool felt hat distinguished by a black side bow. A gauze veil drifted from the front brim, not long enough or thick enough to really conceal anything. Clearly its purpose was to tease. This is perfect, the woman said. The wide brim will suit her for any occasion. Warmth spread through Rosabel. She shared a grin with Duncan before saying, I agree, his grandma will love it. We'll take it, Duncan declared, and that cloche one as well. Rosabel gaped at him. What? No. I insist. Love language, remember? He winked at her. Duncan winked? Her cheeks flared. The gesture and the inference of his words sent her stomach to her feet. Love language? She looked away only to steal a glance at him again. His eyes hadn't left her. They were filled with secrets and confessions. The look was one she'd received before, in his office, when she'd had the sensation of being watched, only to turn around and find his attention on her. Realization dawned over her like a sunrise. He'd tried to protect her from the office gossip by being gruff. He'd given her meaningful glances. Now he'd opened up to her and was expending his love language for her benefit. Rosabel stilled and allowed the moment's sudden clarity to sink in. You will be the belle of any ball in that hat. C'est très joli. The shopkeeper rang up the hats as a younger man with thick-trimmed glasses and wearing a button-up shirt with the sleeves rolled to his elbows appeared from the back room. All he lacked were the bands around his biceps, and he could have been from a different era as well. He reached for Rosabel's gray hat, but the French shopkeeper stilled him with a hand on his wrist. Are you sure you don't want to wear it out? She asked Rosabel. Excitement fluttered in her low belly. Really? She turned to Duncan, who shrugged at her as if to say it was her call. Decision settled at once. You know what? Why not? Rosabel took the hat and positioned it on her head as though for all the world she was dressed in a flapper gown rather than jeans and a t-shirt. I will have Wesley provide you with a hat box for storage, my dear. The shopkeeper passed the second hat to the younger man, who took it through the door behind the register. Moments later, he returned with 2 glamorous white hat boxes in hand, each tied off with a red bow. Trolley time? Duncan suggested, heavier hat box in hand. Rosabel cradled the empty box to her chest. Yeah, let's head back to the lake house. She had so much to think about, but she found she anticipated the time alone with him more than she wanted to admit. Chapter 13. Rosabel stared at the white hat box on the dresser. She'd placed the hat Duncan had bought her there for safekeeping and settled onto her bed, needing time to process the befuddling, bewitching afternoon. For Rosabel, knowing someone cared about her made her that much more aware of him in return. After his confessions that day and the way her mind recalled clues she'd previously ignored, she couldn't deny reality any longer. Duncan Hawthorne, her beastly boss, was into her. He had been into her for a while now, though she'd been completely oblivious. Now that she knew, she wasn't sure what to do about it. Living in the same house didn't help. She had so many questions. She wanted to apologize for judging him so badly, but honestly, what was she supposed to think? Rosabel had thought he was heartless. The worst thoughts had been rambling in her brain during that meeting with Mrs. Simmons, just as they had for months now. Her assumptions hadn't been real, though. She'd seen what she wanted to see. She'd been determined to find him a scoundrel, to stop her own feelings from seeping through into her work. The truth was, she cared for him too. She hadn't wanted to. She'd fought those feelings every day. Being around him was a constant balance, an incessant struggle. She'd managed by closing herself off from him as much as she possibly could. The recognition stormed in, pouring on her from all sides. Her body trembled as she sat on the edge of the bed and stared out at the dark sky through her window. Her pulse picked up speed. She wasn't just into Duncan. She'd crashed hard for him. And she hadn't even realized how much. Suddenly, her knees were feeble. Her mouth was a desert. She needed some air. She needed some space. Rosabel wished she knew the house better than she did. Praying Duncan stayed in his room, she slipped into her flip-flops, threw on her cardigan, and slipped out what she hoped was the back door. A deck spread out before her. Darkness blocked her view of the lake, but the smell of forest filling the air still soothed her. She needed this. The open space, the clarity fresh air brought, the sound of bubbling water. Hey there. Rosabel spun. A hot tub sat at the deck's edge, the walnut wood finish hiding in the shadows. Duncan sat in the gurgling water. Come join me, he said, waving a dripping hand to her. Warning blasted through her. Being so close to him now? After the afternoon they'd shared and the way everything turned topsy-turvy? The prospect of his proximity unveiled entirely new territory she wasn't at all sure how to navigate. But the undulating water, the heat to her muscles, she wouldn't mind a relaxing soak in a hot tub. Maybe it could wash away the years of stress and trouble with her dad. Maybe it could work out the knots that had formed the day he was diagnosed. Maybe it could ease the tension of knowing how she felt about her boss. "Are you sure it's a good idea?" she asked anyway. He rested his arms on the hot tub's edge on either side of him. There was that dimple. Good heavens, she was in trouble. A hot tub is always a good idea. He was right. She needed the chance to relax as much as she needed air. Against her better judgment, Rosabel returned to her room, slipped into her black one-piece and returned. The scalding hot water was a welcome respite for the tension in her muscles. She needed to relax, impossible as the prospect was. As long as she stayed on one side of the hot tub and he stayed on the other, they'd be fine, right? "Someday, huh?" Duncan asked as she sank into the water. Rosabel exhaled and allowed it to seep into her bones. 1 foot at a time, she extended her legs, stretching her toes and allowing her feet to float. "Yeah," she answered, leaning her head back and closing her eyes. They sat together for a while, not saying much. Soon the water cooked her. Too warm, she hefted herself out and sat on the hot tub's ledge, watching her toes kick through the bubbles. "You're beautiful." Rosabel almost didn't hear him. Her entire body chilled, and boy was she glad she'd opted to bring a one-piece rather than her bikini. She considered ignoring him, but thought better of it. "You're only saying that because of what I told you about love languages." "I'm not." He floated toward her and then rose closer to her height, water dripping from his tan chest. "I've thought as much for a long time. I've been thinking about what happened earlier today with Mrs. Simmons, about things you've said in the past that I never paid enough attention to, about how heartless I am." "You're not heartless," she argued. "I behaved that way, though." He rested a hand on the hot tub's edge. "Only because I think sometimes you don't know how else to behave. I think you care too much about what others think. Image is important to you." He stared at her. Just stared. Rosabel suspected he saw into her, the way she'd been doing with him these past few days. "How can you possibly know that?" "I've worked closely with you for over a year," she said. "I always thought you were one of the most selfish people I'd ever met, but I think it was your business persona. I think it's a facade you put on so you project a powerful image to your associates. Am I right?" He swallowed. "Sounds like you know me better than I know myself." She felt too exposed, sitting on the edge that way and with his gaze pinned so concretely on her. His dark eyes danced with desire and secrets. The corner smile on his lips didn't help with her internal body temperature either. This situation was becoming far too toasty. "I should get out," she said as he inched closer to her. "Do you want to know what I think?" His voice was packed with intrigue. Rosabel swallowed, though she fought it, she did. She ached to know he'd watched her as closely as she'd watched him. He slid closer to her, some part of him brushed against her leg. The touch sent a sizzle into her bones. Slowly, she slid back into the water. It was too strange to be so high above him. "I think you're attracted to me," he said. "I think when you argue, it's your way of trying to deny it." "You're full of it." She attempted to stand once more, to move to the opposite side of the hot tub. Duncan's hand found hers in the water. His skin slid across her wrist, fastening her as surely as a stake in the ground. Her pulse escalated as his legs brushed hers. "Am I right?" Shadows played on his handsome features. His dark hair matted to his forehead and was starting to curl. Goodness, he had curl in his hair? Bemusement struck him, playing at that dimple. She was fastened to him, unable to pull away, unable to look anywhere else. "I don't know," she admitted. He moved closer, his hand slid around her, pulling her to him. She placed a hand on his chest. "What are you doing?" "I want to kiss you," he said. "Will you stop me if I try?" Her heart was on fire. She was snared by him, by his proximity, his touch, by the tenderness and the delight and the pulsing desire between them. She wanted to. What was wrong with her? She wanted him too. What happens after that? She asked quietly, feeling herself melt. She wasn't talking about the immediate after. She meant the forever kind of after, like when they went home, when they were no longer shrouded by the magic of this town. I don't know. I guess we'll have to see. She didn't stop him. In fact, she closed the distance before he could, pressing her mouth to his arms wrapped around her, though thankfully he kept a distance. She wasn't sure she could handle him holding her close while they were in the water. The kiss shot bottle rockets off in her brain. It tingled and raced along her spine and speared to the ends of her fingertips. Thank you, he said when they broke apart. His hand continued stroking her bare shoulder blade. For kissing you? He grinned, a heartbreaker kind of thing that managed to settle itself into her chest. For coming with me on this trip. I remember you liked to be told thank you. I'm glad you came. Me too, she said, playing with the hair at the base of his neck. You'd better be careful, or I just might believe you. Believe it, he said, pulling her to him for another kiss. Chapter 14. Rosabel couldn't sleep if she wanted to. While the kisses replayed in her dreams the entire night and woke her with a blast of adrenaline and stardust in her bloodstream, she couldn't help the conflict knotting behind her sternum. Duncan had changed so much since they'd arrived here in Eureka Springs. He was completely opposite from the man he'd been in Vermont. If he'd been like this from the start? Phew. Her smile had wings at the thought. Though her heart released a voluntary flutter, she attempted to suppress it. No, she told herself. Just because he paid her compliments and kissed like temptation itself didn't mean she could lose hold of herself completely. People weren't coins. They couldn't change sides after one flip, not the way he had. He'd said the reason he kept her at arm's length and was rude had been to protect her. It'd been a show. She needed to make sure she believed him. The sun spilled in puddles of yellow and soft blue, lighting her room just enough. Hurriedly, she dressed, eager for some fresh mountain air to burn off this excess energy and sort through her thoughts. If only her mom was around, she needed someone to talk to. She had cousins, but she wasn't exactly close to any of them. She could call Sarah, she supposed. They'd been friends in high school before Sarah had started caring for Dad. She'd already texted Sarah to tell her she'd bumped into Hannah Noah. Thankfully, Duncan hadn't yet risen. Rosabel tiptoed through the quiet house, pausing for some water in the kitchen before broaching the front door. The crisp mountain air was a refreshing drink. She inhaled it, allowing it to course through her system. Beams of golden light began to reflect in the large home's windows on the sleeping street as the sun climbed higher in the sky. Rosabel's feet crunched along the roadside. She quickened her pace. At the same time, the front door to the Italian villa-style home with its wide white tower opened, and the woman Rosabel had met during her first run here trotted out. Hazel wore ankle-length jogging pants, a neon pink tank top, and white sneakers. Her black hair was knotted on top of her head in a messy bun. At the sight of Rosabel, Hazel smiled and met her at the end of the drive. Hey there, Rosabel, right? Rosabel inclined her head. Mind if I join you? Hazel asked. Not at all. She was eager for the company. Soon the two women took to a jogging pace and fell into stride beside one another, making for the sweetheart tree. Rosabel had an odd urge to gush everything that had happened between Duncan and herself, but she barely knew this woman. She couldn't exactly spill personal details like that. So what do you do? She asked instead. I'm a marketing executive, Hazel said, her breathing audible. As a teenager, I had this idea for an online video streaming app for businesses that has really taken things to the next level. The app shot me into the big leagues business-wise, but I also help clients on a more personal basis, getting their businesses on their feet, personal consultation, you know. What about you? The question triggered a sense of chagrin. How could she talk about Duncan without giving everything that was going on between them away? Rosabel tried to play it cool. I'm an assistant for Duncan Hawthorne. He owns the house across from yours, and he's having me help him conduct business while he's here. Business? Hazel said with a smirk. Is that the only thing between you two? What does that mean? I like to work in my tower. Gives me the best view of the lake since I didn't get a lot with the lake in my backyard. I see things sometimes. Wow, does that sound creepy or what? Rosabel laughed, slowing her pace. Hazel did the same, and together they speed-walked. And you thought we were together? Looked that way to me. Rosabel shook her head. Apparently, everyone who saw her and Duncan together got that impression. I can't believe I'm telling you this, but things between Duncan and me have changed almost overnight. I don't quite know how to handle it. Changed how? Less like boss and employee and more like boyfriend and girlfriend? Yes, this is so different, so unexpected. I don't really know what to do. But you like him, right? Hazel asked, picking up the pace again. Rosabel followed, jogging closer to the line of trees as a car crawled past. I do, Rosabel said, experiencing a surge of freedom at the admission. She hadn't ever said the words out loud to anyone. Admitting them now to this near stranger was liberating. Hazel wasn't anyone from home who'd known Rosabel on a personal level. She wasn't someone from the office who would throw her relationship with Duncan in her face at the first possible chance. That was comforting. Then what's the problem? Hazel veered off down a sharp turn beyond the trees. Rosabel didn't know how to explain the nature of her relationship with Duncan. It had been on eggshells, probably because of the attraction they'd both been feeling for so long that neither had allowed themselves to admit it. How could she go along with this change when she'd fought her feelings for so long? Could she trust him to stay the way he'd acted yesterday and be someone she could get close to? She couldn't get the meeting with his family out of her mind, how cold and distant they all were to each other. She didn't want a relationship like that. Sure, the attraction between her and Duncan was like a match to gunpowder, but that wasn't enough to ward off the icy gap she'd witnessed. How could she take a chance on a relationship with him, seeing the familiar relationships he'd been exposed to? Cold and heartless could be his default setting. She couldn't let her heart get close to him, only for the flame to be doused and replaced with icebergs and bitterness. I want to make sure it's going to last, Rosabel said, deciding that was the best way to summarize what she couldn't quite put words to. Hazel slowed to a walk again, resting a hand on her hip. Rosabel captured her breath, glancing at her watch to check her steps. Sounds like you really wanted to, Hazel said, staring at the treetops. Rosabel attempted to slow her breathing and turn back toward Billionaire Mountain Cove. Yeah, if I'm getting into something I do, I want it to last. They began making their way back toward the community. I'm no expert on love, Hazel said. I dated the same guy all through college. When I thought Wesley was about to propose, he surprised me by breaking up instead. Rosabel's brow furrowed. Ouch, I'm so sorry, that sucks. Hazel shrugged Rosabel's sympathy off. I've blocked him in every possible way now, so I understand not wanting to get hurt. I guess you'll have to decide if this Duncan of yours is worth the risk. That kiss last night was definitely worth a risk. Duncan had also made promises yesterday, promises that he would change, promises she would hold him to. That was all she could do, she supposed. When she'd agreed to come to Arkansas, he'd made similar promises, and he'd kept every one of them so far. Their homes came into view, and the two women jogged their way to the sidewalk before Hazel's tower. The May sunlight fully blazed now, shrouding the air with warmth. Thanks, Rosabel told her. I really needed someone to talk to this morning. No problem, Hazel said with a lovely smile. She walked in circles, allowing her pulse to slow, no doubt. Though I don't know how much help I was. You were, Rosabel reassured her. If I can ever return the favor, let me know. Sure thing. Maybe I'll bump into you again. With a wave, Hazel made for her house, and Rosabel crossed the street to Duncan's. She scurried inside, grateful that Duncan was yet again nowhere in sight. The shower was a respite, allowing tension to seep from her muscles and ease her worries. By the time she dried off and dressed, excitement to see Duncan coursed through her. Thanks to her conversation with Hazel, she was ready to give him a chance. Pattering down the stairs, Rosabel found him in the kitchen wearing jeans and his Eureka Springs t-shirt. With a laugh, she pointed to her pink one. "We're twins," she said. "I certainly hope not. Though the shirt does wonders for you, that shade of pink brings it out in your cheeks. Or maybe that's just me." She dipped her chin. "I should never have told you about liking compliments." He moved closer and handed her a mug. Taking a sip, she relished the coffee's warm greeting. The liquid was a welcome balm to her empty stomach. "I think this is the first time you've ever made coffee for me," she said. "Won't be the last." She hugged the warm cup and stared at its dark, delicious contents, not failing to notice the conversation's screaming lull. He wasn't speaking. She wasn't speaking. In fact, Rosabel didn't have a clue what else to say. How she'd relived their kiss every time she closed her eyes? Duncan busied himself scrambling eggs and broached the subject of the weather, keeping their talk small. They ate together, and then side by side they teamed up against the dishes. When the final plate had been set in the dishwasher, the silence became painful. Rosabel scraped to fill it. "You going fishing anytime soon?" she asked. "You have all that lake out there, it'd be a shame to waste it." She peered out the window above the sink and banged her knee into the counter as something besides the lake stole her view. Is that what I think it is?" "Rose garden," Duncan said with a shrug, as though a full-on rose garden was as ordinary as the grass. "And you're just telling me about this now? Oh my goodness, I'm there." She tossed the kitchen towel on the counter, weaved through to the back door near the enormous living room windows, and barged outside. Arkansas sunshine warmed her skin, and she scampered down a pavestone path toward the gazebo, serving as an entryway for the most magnificent spread of rose bushes she'd ever seen. Pavestones created a path between bushes as tall as she was, dripping with white, pink, red, and even yellow blossoms. Staggering along the path, the occasional Cupid-esque statue threatened to stab an unsuspecting passerby with his stone arrow. One statue looked shyly on as if caught peeking. Rosabel plunged through an archway, spilling roses along its every curve toward a trickling pond collecting pink petals. Multicolored petals littered the way, making her feel as though she strolled along a path of colored diamonds. Her thoughts whirled, from the beauty to the magic surrounding her to the sweet overriding smell of roses wafting into the lakeside air. The whole garden was dizzying. In the distance, she spotted Hazel out in her yard. Rosabel waved but restrained herself from calling out due to the sound of footsteps along the path behind her. "My father would love this," Rosabel said. Duncan plunged a hand into his pocket. "Tell me about him." Affected, she went on, stroking the lavender petals of a nearby rose as she did so. "His name is David Smith, and he was a school teacher." Her chest began to lighten. Aside from texts, checking in on his well-being with Sarah, she hadn't spoken of Dad to anyone in days. "He always said he wasn't a manly man." "Manly man?" "Yeah," she said with a nod. "Most men don't care about flowers, you know. But he did. He was a student of life. He loved learning and used to read up on everything, including flowers and horticulture. Roses were always his favorite. And he said he was never the pocket-knife-carrying, fix-it-all kind of guy," she added with a laugh. "He was more of a Shakespearean-reading, music-playing kind of man who'd rather read a book than play a sport. He appreciated beauty in all of its forms." "You miss him, don't you?" Rosabel sensed the lens of Duncan's attention zoom, blocking out anything else but her. His penetrating focus made her skin tingle. "I hate that I'm referring to him in the past tense," she said, "as though he's already gone." "He's still there," Duncan assured her. She sniffed the thick scent of roses in the air. "I know, but his mind." Her voice caught. She wished she wasn't so emotional. "The doctors say hopeful things, but the research is so limited. Duncan put his arms around her waist from behind, and she leaned against his chest, welcoming the stability he provided. She hadn't felt safe like this in so long. She turned, resting her head against his chest so his heartbeat drummed into her ear. "It's hard for you to be here, isn't it?" His voice rumbled in his chest. She wanted to bury herself in it, to hear nothing but that sound for the rest of her life. Hearing him be so tender now added a stake in the corner of her tent. "This can last," she told herself. "We can make us work." Actually, I think this is the safest I've felt in a long time. I do miss him, but it's hard to be around him too. I know that makes me selfish to say it. I don't know how to act around him sometimes. I mean, I forget he's not who he used to be. She hadn't been this verbal about the difficulties of suddenly switching from child to parent, of basically caring for a full-grown infant and no longer having Dad's friendship, his counsel and advice to anyone. Who did she have to talk to? She had no siblings, even Uncle Henry wasn't around. Rosabel hadn't realized how lonely she was and how much she bottled everything up until she let it all go. First to Hazel earlier, and now to Duncan. The expansion in her chest reminded her of the steam release knob on her Instant Pot. Steam gushed from her, releasing ounces of pressure along with it. "That's rough," Duncan said. She went on, grateful for his listening ear. "He's constantly asking about his brother Henry. My Uncle Henry died 6 years ago, and my dad can't remember that anymore. My only worry being here, so far away, is that he won't remember me when I get back home." Duncan laid a cheek against her hair. "He couldn't forget you." She turned in his arms, allowing him to hold her closely while she gazed into his molten eyes. "That's sweet of you, but so not true. He can forget me. He already is. I came here with you because he needed me to." She sniffed, battling emotion in her throat. "I know I need to leave, to go back to him, but I don't want to be away from you either." Duncan's eyes registered the words. He reacted as though he wasn't sure he'd heard her properly. You mean that, don't you?" She ran her hands along his arms, staring straight ahead at his chest, bearing the name of the town that had brought them together. Eureka Springs. She'd never forget this trip. Never. I do. I had no idea how much until yesterday, but it's been building for so long now, hiding inside of me. Then last night when you kissed me." She glanced away. She hadn't meant to bring that up. He hadn't said a thing about their kiss yet, so she wasn't going to either. Duncan drew her gaze back to his. "Yes?" Her hands slid to the back of his neck. "I knew then, as sure as I know anything. I've been fighting my feelings for you too." Duncan's dimple made an appearance, accompanied by the most devilish of his grins yet. Rosabel couldn't help herself. She tiptoed up, pressing her lips to his. "You have no idea how happy this makes me," Duncan said. "I guess you'd better tell me." "I'd rather show you." He kissed her again, guiding her among the roses back toward the house. Rosabel opened her eyes, enough to catch glimpses of the direction the two of them were taking in this unending kiss. Her back struck the sliding glass door. Keeping a hand at his waist, she reached behind, searching for the knob. Duncan found it first, kicking the door closed behind him. He didn't stop until they reached the couch, until Rosabel sank onto the cushions. She craved for him to know how he was filling every space inside her. Seated together, their kisses continued, steady and sweet and completely exhilarating. It was almost as though they both needed this ultimate way of expressing the feelings they'd both suppressed for so long. She relished the stubble on his jaw, his hand at her waist, the way his lips coaxed hers to tell every single one of their hidden secrets. "I can't tell you how many times I've dreamed of doing exactly this," he said between kisses. She'd pushed away those same dreams, but the anticipation of living them now made the wait worth it. How long, she wondered, had he dreamed of kissing her? "Duncan," she said, pulling away. "Hmm?" "I would like to go home. After your grandma's party, I need to get home." More than that, she needed to reel herself in. Duncan was so different, so much more natural, like he'd been holding back from showing her who he really was, and she loved this new version of him. Notwithstanding the Duncan situation, she missed her father. It wasn't only the physical distance. She missed the man he was slowly forgetting. She needed to be there with him. Duncan stroked her spine. "Okay," he said. "Grandmother's party is tomorrow afternoon. Want me to schedule your flight?" Rosabel laughed. "That's a first." "What? I scheduled our flight here. I am capable." She kissed him again, overwhelmed at his thoughtfulness, at his acceptance. Days ago, he would have argued for her to meet his demands. Now he heard and respected her. "Thank you," she said. He caught her hand and pressed a kiss to her palm. "No, thank you for seeing me as I could be." She reared back just enough. "Did you just say thank you?" she teased. He'd said the phrase last night as well. "Don't hold your breath," he smirked. Rosabel was glad she'd followed Duncan's advice to pack a nice dress. This was one of her favorites, a retro chic fitted dress with a turnover collar, set off by a pair of round black buttons at the neck. She styled her hair and situated the cloche hat in her best attempt to recreate what the store owner at Les Chapeaux had achieved. The gray wool hat's brim accentuated the shape of her face in such a flattering way. She was a new woman in this hat, or rather, the woman she envisioned herself to be. Stylish and slanted, the hat somehow gave her more confidence than she usually harbored. Rosabel turned, eager for a final glimpse of the bow folding itself into the hat's bucket shape, before smoothing a hand down her black skirt and strolling out toward the stairs. Duncan lingered at the stairs' base, gaping at the sight of her. Clearly, she wasn't alone in thinking she looked like $1,000,000. "I lied," he said. She paused before him at the end of the stairs. "About what?" "There's no party. We're not going anywhere, not with you looking this good." Rosabel giggled, allowing him to swallow her in his arms. He lifted her from the floor and spun in a slow circle. Completion slipped through every crack in her bones. She had the sense he wanted to soak her in. Warmth at being so wanted, so admired, made her chest expand. She tucked her face into his neck, breathing his cologne and never wanting this unusual moment to end. Was this the same man she'd known for so long? For several seconds, music only they could hear played through the silence between them. Duncan cradled her in his arms, holding her to his chest, and they led their own dance of closeness. "I want to tell my family the truth while we're there," he said into her hair as he continued holding her. "The truth about what?" He lowered her until her heels found the floor once more. Hands braced at her waist, Duncan continued gazing at her as though she was the night sky leading him home. "About how I really see you." She thought back to their first meeting with the Hawthorne clan. Fulfilling Rosabel's request, Duncan had introduced her as his assistant instead of pronouncing some kind of fake relationship between them. Did he mean he wanted to announce they'd started dating? Were they dating now? Though she'd basically said as much to Hazel, she was almost afraid to ask Duncan. Rosabel hadn't wanted to think about what might happen once they returned to Vermont, to his office and the giraffe necks and whispers that always followed the two of them there. Would dating Duncan openly once they returned really be so bad? Sure, their relationship would cause some gossip, but that was already happening. Duncan himself had said as much when he'd asked her to date him before they'd left. But that was the office. This was his family. If he was willing to present her as a date rather than an assistant to his family, what did that mean for the coworkers they'd have to face once they went back? "Is that okay?" he asked. "I told you before that I want to date you. That request wasn't a ploy to get you to come. I meant it. I think that's why I was so bothered when you said no." He scraped a hand behind his neck. "I guess I didn't realize how much I really wanted to be with you." "That's been happening to me a lot lately, too," she admitted. "So you'll give this a try? Us?" Us. She was bamboozled by the word. He nuzzled in, and she couldn't help kissing him. Since their first kiss in the hot tub, it was all she wanted to do with him. Yes. she said. "I like this version of you, Duncan. You're genuine, more so than the wealth-obsessed man so quick to anger and conclusion jumping. But if we're dating, I want this side of you, all the time." He pressed his nose against her cheek. "I can do that." She ached to believe him. This was a fantasy, one that she didn't want to end, but she wasn't sure she could trust his word. "This is a risk worth taking," she told herself, hearing her conversation with Hazel replay in her mind. She had to try, to allow him to prove he wouldn't revert to who he'd always been. Duncan pressed his forehead to hers and threaded his fingers behind her. She rested her hands on his shoulders, face tipped toward him, standing with him, not arguing, not being bossed or belittled, standing, level to level. His breath mingled with hers, stroking her cheek. Her lids fluttered closed. Time stilled. In that moment, only the two of them existed, two hearts beating in sync, both racing to keep up with the realization that the warmth, the belonging, the wanting she experienced concurrently swirled inside of him as well. In that moment, dreams were realized, dreams neither of them had known how badly they wanted until then. "I love you," Duncan whispered. Rosabel's stomach cinched. She could hardly speak. "What did you say?" He placed the softest kiss to the corner of her lips, not quite in the center. "You heard me. I love you. I have for a long time. I just never knew how much. I never wanted to admit it." Slowly, like feathers caught in a gentle gust, her lids opened. With her eyes trapped by his, she found nothing but truth in them. "Duncan." Her voice was as weak as her joints. She was unexpectedly glad to have his arms around her, keeping her from tipping over. "You don't have to say it. Not if you don't feel it. But I had to. I want you to know I'm tired of holding back. I never want you out of my life again. The day you quit, when I had to be apart from you, was the worst day of my life." Rosabel's thoughts spun too fast for her to catch the reins and slow them down again. Disbelief rode right along with them, warring with the heat bulging in her heart. Duncan loved her. How was that possible? As far as falling went, this trip had been a full-speed nosedive into romance. She had allowed feelings to float to the surface rather than forcing them back down again as she'd done for months. But love? Did she love him? Unable to form a valid answer to that question, she rose onto her tiptoes and gave him the next best thing. The kiss had such a strange, affirmative resonance. It was a chorale in her chest, reverberating through her entire frame as though music played inside of her. "We'd better go before we're late," she said in response to the vulnerability in his gaze. She allowed her hand to slide down his arm and land in his. Together, they strolled out to where Clive awaited in his typical black suit and sunglasses, ready to meet Duncan's family as a couple. Chapter 15. Duncan did his best to hide the discomfort from Rosabel when he'd met her at the stairs, but his conversation with his mother tormented him through the entire drive to the Crystal Bridges Museum in Bentonville. Mother had called to remind him of the party, an hour before it started, as though he'd forget. Her offending lack of faith in him wasn't the worst part of the conversation, though. Mother had all but insulted Rosabel. "You might want to bring an actual date. This isn't an office party. This is your grandmother's birthday, and you need to make the right impression with her before it's too late." He dated in high school and even in college, but not once had he ever brought a woman to meet his family. They had notoriously high standards with everything, from the type of shoes he wore to ensuring his bed was made before he left for school. He'd been grounded for neglecting that necessity once. Their standards had been the reason grandfather's heart attack had been blamed on him. He should have known stepping out of line caused heart attacks. He should have known any woman he brought home would have to be either a celebrity or a CEO. He'd hoped they would see past that and approve of her, but he wasn't so sure now. Kissing Rosabel, expressing his love that morning, he'd been caught in the moment. Like an idiot, he thought his love would be enough to eliminate any barriers between them, But now, flashbacks of the last time his family had turned on him blasted with full force. They'd held a grudge against him for 3 years until Mother reached out again. If he declared his love for Rosabel now, at the party, without any warning, it could be a proverbial bloodbath. He couldn't do that to Rosabel. But he also couldn't take anything back, including his declared intentions to tell everyone how he felt about her. He'd just gotten Rosie to trust him. He couldn't act indifferent to her in front of them. What kind of message would that send to Rosie? If he pulled back now, she would too. He had to go through with it. He couldn't let Rosabel down, come what may. The Crystal Bridges Museum was a castle of concrete. A cement crown marked the entrance along a circular swooping drive where a single school bus waited. Bikers, decked out in their spandex gear, helmets in place, lined up to experience the world-class trails Rosabel had heard were nearby. She'd also read of the art collection featured at Crystal Bridges. The compilation varied from portraiture of early American heroes to pioneer landscapes of a previous time to more modern displays of painting and sculpture. There was even a Frank Lloyd Wright house nestled there. Intrigued, she hoped she and Duncan would have time to explore the artwork. That would depend on his grandma's party, though. They might not be able to slip away. Still, she hoped they could. Supposedly, among the museum's cylindrical concrete structures, the expanse of glass panels connecting them together and the dripping ivy, lay the event center. She and Duncan would have to wander a bit to find that, wouldn't they? Not that they had all the time in the world to do so, but she might catch a glimpse of a few art pieces. Duncan either didn't care that they were late or didn't realize how late they were. Though Clive had parked behind a row of mountain bikers waiting at the Crystal Bridges entrance, Duncan didn't move. Instead, he stared at the rounded hat box in his lap. Rosabel rested a hand on his arm. "What's the matter?" He shook his head. "Nothing." "It's the house, isn't it?" She thought of his original intended gift many times, wondering if he was going to whip out his ninja investor skills and make another attempt at schmoozing the owner, the way he would have done with any other deal. As far as she knew, he'd simply let it go, and that wasn't like him. A line formed between his brows. He patted the circular box. "I'm sure she'll love the hat we picked out for her, but there's something... Well, Rosabel wasn't sure what he was getting at. Was there some other problem between him and his family, or between him and his grandma? "It's not the gift you wanted to give her?" Rosabel guessed. Duncan lifted his head and pressed his lips into an unconvincing smile. What was bothering him? He didn't elaborate, and she didn't ask. The nagging suspicion that it had something to do with her wouldn't leave her alone, but after the moment they'd shared at the bottom of the stairs, she didn't want anything to ruin that. He told her he loved her, and she believed him. "We're late," she said. "Are you ready?" He pulled in a long breath and released it. "As ready as I'll ever be." They stepped out of the car. The sunny morning had turned overcast and shrouded by gray clouds. The air had cooled, though not chilly enough to be cold. If anything, it added a pleasant degree of calmness to her overheated skin. Duncan left instructions with Clive, along with the museum pass, and together, he and Rosabel entered the museum. The event room was at the end of a long cylindrical corridor with glass windows down the complete interior length of the hall. A plunging view of draping vines snaked along the cement outside, along with footpaths, artistic structures, and more of the trees the Ozarks were becoming more and more famous for. Unease became a third party between them during their silent progress through the museum. Rosabel's heels were the only sound. She couldn't figure out what was pestering him, but she didn't like the apprehensive anxiety coursing in her because of it. Before, when he'd gotten like this, he would snap at a partner or employee for failing his or her part with something. She wanted to believe his promise that he would remain the open, kinder version she'd seen while they'd been here. But she wasn't stupid. She wasn't naive enough to believe a man could change himself completely at the snap of her fingers. Change took time. Real change. Reluctantly, her guard slipped into place. She needed to make sure he understood. If he was going to make some snide comment about his loss of the painted lady being her fault, she wasn't going to stand for it. "Is there anything you want to say before we go in?" The question came out sharper than she intended. His eyes narrowed. "Why would I want to say anything?" His defenses were up? What did he have to get defensive for other than a guilty conscience? "So it's going to be like that?" "Like what?" "Like your attitude?" She hated sounding like a petulant, nagging mother, but avoiding any kind of scene in front of his family was preferable. "Admit it, you're still mad at me about that house." Hatbox in hand, Duncan stared at her as if she just slapped him. What? Rosabel didn't like the shame welling inside of her. She hurried to justify it. "What else am I supposed to think? You're so distant all of a sudden." "So instantly you think it's your fault?" "Isn't it?" He shook his head, reminding her of a schoolboy hugging his books to his chest. "I don't believe this." After several more steps, he stopped and faced her. "Rosie, I told you I loved you. I'm about to tell my family that I'm in love with you." "And that's a bad thing?" Confusion bent her forehead. Why should that trouble him so much? "You don't get it. Your dad doesn't care if you're dating someone, but my family has always had standards about who I—" "You mean because my dad isn't all there?" She knew she shouldn't be offended, but his statement was another brick on her stack of irritation. Something about this entire situation was off. Duncan's nostrils flared. "Just forget it, okay? I don't want to ruin anything with you." "I still don't understand what the problem is." His lids closed, too long to be a blink. His tone held the calm, serene cues of a man trying to stay in control of himself. "Rosabel, please let it go. It's not you I have a problem with." She could count on one hand the number of times he'd used that tone. She released a breath. He was right. She was nitpicking a situation that didn't need to be agitated further. "Okay, sorry." "Me too," he said. He tucked the hat box beneath his arm and looped his fingers through hers, placing a kiss on the back of her hand. "Come on, let's go celebrate." At the end of the long corridor, glass doors offered an enticing view of forest paths, luscious trees, and metal artwork too grand to be kept indoors. To the right, an event room offered a sweeping, breathtaking view of the pond they'd seen along the corridor. Colorful bulbs of blown glass bobbed here and there in the water, and vines dripped down the concrete building's sides. Men and women in elegant dress clustered within, and music played softly from the room's opening. Rosabel sensed Duncan's nervousness, but she gave his hand a gentle squeeze and accompanied him in. She found she needed the comfort of his touch, too. Tables draped with white tablecloths stood every several feet throughout the honeycomb-shaped room. Each was topped with a gorgeous spread of fresh flowers. "Lily and Rose delivered," Duncan said, sounding impressed. "Now I know what 95 bouquets of lilies and gardenias look like," Rosabel agreed, remembering the order she'd placed after they'd met his family. She'd been bugged about their request at first, but now she was grateful to have been able to help in some way. Maybe this would help smooth things over with them. The room's glass windows provided the feel that they were celebrating outdoors without being outdoors. Servers dressed in black from head to toe sauntered among the guests, offering trays to those already seated. A piano sat near the left-hand corner, and a woman with slanted eyes and dark hair pulled in a bun concentrated on the keys as she provided the source of the soft, soothing jazz. Guests were dressed to the nines, the men in tuxes like Duncan's and the women each competing for finest gown. The grandeur of such an event wasn't lost on her. Her family had thrown her grandparents' birthday parties, but those parties were usually held in someone's backyard with lawn chairs and little kids running around covered in dirt. Root beer was the sparkliest thing served, and people lounged around in shorts and tank tops. Something told Rosabel that if half-burned cheeseburgers were served here fresh off the grill, Duncan's grandma would lose her teeth. Her skin began to prickle, and an intuitive feeling made her senses heighten. Duncan was used to gatherings like this, And sure, she'd attended plenty as his assistant, even going a step or two behind him while he'd brought beautiful dates along. She'd never been a guest. But this time, she wasn't only a guest, she was Duncan's date. Uncertainty washed from an open floodgate within her. Based on their conversation in the hall, he was worried what his family would think of her. What was she doing here? "You don't have to," she blurted, slowing her steps and tugging his arm to keep him at her new pace. "Have to what?" "Tell them anything," she said. "It's okay, just don't say anything about us." She peered hungrily at the exit and attempted to pull him to a stop. Duncan tightened his grip on her hand. He brought their joined hands to his lips, kissed the back of hers, and smiled more genuinely than he had since they left the mountain cove. "Yes," he said, "I do." Rosabel wanted to dig in her heels, to make a break for the exit and get lost in the museum's mountain paths outside. He didn't owe her this. This was no crusade. He was no knight on a charger saving a maiden from a proverbial dragon. If anything, he was about to rip out the dragon's teeth and then laugh in its face. Sheesh! They'd only just started dating, and she was already comparing Duncan's mother to a dragon? This was not going to go well. Before Rosabel could further protest, they arrived at the table nearest the far right corner of the room. Mrs. Hawthorne stood with a flute of champagne in her hand. She lifted the glass in greeting, and Duncan inclined his head toward her. "Hello, Mother." "Duncan, I wondered if you were going to make it at all. And Miss Smith, how?" Her gaze slid down, first taking in the hat box in Duncan's hand and then Rosabel's hand in his other. Gradually, as if moving with the turning of a crank, the corners of Mrs. Hawthorne's eyes narrowed. "Lovely to see you again," she finished. Rosabel was ready to retreat. She couldn't help the suspicions building a wall between her and Duncan in this moment. Did he really mean his earlier profession of love for Rosabel, or was he using her to prove something to his stingy family? If so, he would have had to fake the tender moments they'd shared. He wasn't that good of an actor, was he? She didn't like the doubt that began creeping in, but she couldn't help it. She leaned into him, hoping his closeness would be enough to dispel this uncertainty. "Does Miss Smith need your help, Duncan?" his mom inquired. "Is that why you won't release her hand?" "Where's grandmother?" Duncan asked, tightening his grip on Rosabel's. She welcomed the pressure and the reassurance his touch offered. Why should it feel like they were committing a crime? His mom folded her arms. "You didn't answer my question. I haven't failed to notice the way you're holding your assistant's hand. Is there something you haven't told the rest of us? You aren't planning on conducting business here of all places." Duncan cleared his throat. "I'd really like to wait until grandmother opens her gift if you don't mind." "There you are." Rosabel recognized the older woman's voice. Grandma Hawthorne was dressed in a purple gown, fat white pearls hung from her neck. With the help of her cane, she shuffled toward the table. Duncan released Rosabel's hand long enough to place the hat box containing their gift on the table and offered his grandma help as she eased herself into the black chair. "Happy birthday, grandmother," Duncan said, placing a kiss on his grandma's white hair. "What's this?" She gestured to the box in front of where Rosabel stood. Rosabel screwed in her smile. Dad had taught her to leave every place better than she found it, and she cared about Duncan. If he was willing to try, so was she. "Duncan and I got you something," Rosabel said, retrieving the box before Duncan managed to. Mrs. Hawthorne strode over to stand beside her mother-in-law. She pegged Rosabel with a glower that closely resembled her son's. "You say that as though the two of you have something to do with one another." "Rose helped me pick out grandmother's gift," Duncan said, his tone careful. Rose. He was really doing this. How could she leave him now? He loved her. He'd meant it. He was trying. Her courage surged. "Rose? I thought her name was Rosabel," his grandma argued. "Here." Rosabel attempted to ignore the discomfort swimming around them. Were they really that bothered by the sight of her? Box in hand, she wove around the chairs situated between her and Duncan and his grandma. Her heel caught on its leg. She lost her balance, tumbled forward, and sent the package flying, right in Duncan's grandma's direction. "Oh," Duncan said, lunging to keep the box from clocking his grandma in the face. He caught it just in time, but not before knocking into her. Chairs scraped. Grandma's cane clambered to the floor, and the pianist hit several wrong notes before yanking her hands from the keys. The room's attention shifted to where they stood. Rosabel's temperature skyrocketed as her stature plummeted. Suddenly, she was 12 years old again, standing in front of the lunchroom as Clarissa Whiteman slammed her tray to the floor and splattered ketchup on her new shoes. Her face was impossibly hot. She leaned closer into Duncan's side, but too soon she found herself roughly pushed away. "Sorry about that, grandmother," Duncan said, tilting toward her with his hands outstretched. Rosabel knew the feeling was irrational, but she couldn't help the abandonment. Of course he would help his grandmother. Why then did she feel like he was choosing his family over her? He didn't return his attention to Rosabel, didn't offer a glance, an encouraging smile, or an apology for thrusting her away. The entirety of his focus was on his grandma, who shot a dark glare in Rosabel's direction. "Are you this clumsy in everything you do, Miss Smith?" I'm so sorry." Rosabel felt more foolish by the minute. Worse yet, the woman had sounded exactly like Duncan used to, condescending and questioning of her sanity with nothing more than her tone. No wonder he behaved the way he did. The longer she stood there, the more she disliked his family. She felt put on the spot, and the insult "clumsy" wasn't the only one being lashed in her direction. They didn't need to give direct insults. Their snide comments and apparent dissatisfaction with her mere presence were enough. Back in junior high, after the lunch tray incident, Rosabel had left the room in tears and called her mom to be picked up. She couldn't run crying from the room now. She wasn't 12 anymore, but that didn't mean she had to take their criticism either. "It was an accident," Rosabel said. "My foot caught on the chair." "See that your foot goes where it should next time. You nearly broke my nose." Duncan knelt by his grandma's chair. "She wouldn't have broken your nose, grandmother." Grandma's glower shifted to him. "I thought I told you to make something of your life, yet here I see you holding hands with your clumsy assistant. What do you mean by all of this? Are you trying to kill me too?" Rosabel's mouth dropped. "Grandmother," Duncan said with a plea, "you're a disgrace to the family name," his mom piped in. "You brought this young tot for the sole purpose of ruining my party," Grandma went on, staring down at him as he knelt by her side. "Such actions are petty and childish, Duncan. You're acting like a boy instead of a man, bringing a woman here who only wants you for your money. Obviously, her competency can't surpass her ability to order flowers." Behind her, his mother staked her hands to her hips, as if affirming the statements. Rosabel suspected Mrs. Hawthorne was just as focused on pleasing her mother-in-law as Duncan was, but the flower comment? That was low. She'd gotten the order right. What was the problem? Apparently, Grandma still had a set of standards that no one in her family could manage to meet, and they all danced around to please her. When she said jump, they said, "How high?" What kind of a family dynamic was that? Rosabel thought of her parents, of their approval of everything she attempted, even when she joined the dance team, only to discover she had as much coordination as a popsicle stick. They'd still been proud of her for trying. What must life have been like for Duncan growing up, never feeling like he was enough? She glanced around, looking for Duncan's father. The quiet man was the only sane person in all of this. Maybe that was why he kept so silent. "I have made something of my life, grandmother," Duncan said, rising to his feet. "And since you all seem so curious, I wanted you to know that Rosabel isn't just my assistant." "You said she was," his mother argued. "Duncan," Rosabel said softly under her breath. She didn't want to give them the satisfaction of an answer. She suddenly knew exactly what their reaction would be. Why did he insist on broadcasting anything if they were going to treat her this way? like she was something they'd stepped in? Don't. I love her, Duncan pronounced. And if you'll give her a chance, you can come to love her too. You're settling, Grandma said. Remember the last time you made such a hasty decision? Horace died of a heart attack. I'd hate to have such a grave result of my actions. I didn't cause the heart attack. Duncan's voice was dangerously low and filled with emotion. And now you bring her here when we should be celebrating me? Who is she? Who are her parents? Thanks to their raised voices, people collected around them the way they did at wrecks on the freeway, slowing life down to take in every gory detail before zipping past and getting on with their lives. Men and women leaned together, whispering behind their hands. A few pointed, and several women even had their phones out, recording the embarrassing scene, no doubt. Rosabel closed her eyes. Her parents, Duncan muttered, letting whatever he was going to say slip away. What was he doing? Why didn't he say anything? His grandmother laughed, pushing aside the hat box so the container clanked with the silverware and table settings. The water in the glasses wavered. You were raised for more than this, Grandma said with dignity as her daughter-in-law lifted her chin. Men like you don't go settling down with their assistants. Look at her. She's not the marrying kind. She only wants your money. Duncan's jaw flushed, and he lowered his head as if in defeat. Rosabel waited for him to step in, to defend himself and her, but he stood there with his hands fisted at his sides, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Rosabel had heard enough. How do you know what kind I am? Tears stung her eyes. Not only had Duncan done little to defend himself, but he'd barely stood up for her. His words in her parents' defense were fleeting at best, and then he'd given up the argument just like that. Worse, though, were the scathing, lip-curling looks being lobbed at her from both of the Hawthorne women. She waited, pulsing, roasting beneath the heat of their glances. Any minute now, Duncan would turn. He'd take her hand again. He'd declare his disregard for their opinions and prove his claim to love her. He would demand they treat her with the respect she deserved. Instead, he sniffed and glanced at her over his shoulder and remained silent. That glance, his silence, ostracized her from him more than anything else could have. She read everything in it, his acceptance of his family's opinions, his resolution to do his bidding, and his determination to add distance between himself and her. Rosabel closed her eyes, wishing she were anywhere else. Had she forgotten so easily how he treated her before they'd come? She'd let her pity and sympathy take over, and she never should have forgotten his nasty business side, the real Duncan. This vile woman, his family, were the reason he treated her the way he had for so long, and even though he'd been different recently, those feelings still stung. Moments between them these past few days had been completely unforgettable, which was the reason this rejection devastated her. She'd hoped he'd changed. She'd wanted to believe his words. But standing here now, she knew. She should never have fallen for it. She should never have fallen for him. 1,000 backlashing, mean-spirited words ran through her mind, but she stomped every one of them away. Lifting her chin, Rosabel gave each Hawthorne her most scathing look before turning and strutting past all the onlookers, with their whispers and their cell phones, to the room's exit. Her thoughts ranted, fueled by mortification and indignation. Those women. Never had she encountered anyone so mean-hearted. If Duncan was a beast, then his grandmother was. No, she wouldn't stoop that low, but every gracious thought she tried to conjure fled. That encounter was downright nasty. Her heels clacked in double time on the hard floor. She couldn't get out fast enough. Forget taking the time to browse the museum and see the paintings and other artwork offered. She wasn't going to stay a minute longer. Behind her, Duncan called her name. Rosabel! Rosie, wait! She didn't. She continued her glorious exit, eager, desperate for fresh air and to be as far away from those despicable people as possible. His steps increased. He caught up to her. Rosie. In the foyer, feet from the museum entrance, with people flocking on every side, She rounded on him. Don't call me that. I'm sorry about that. I'm so embarrassed. I knew she wouldn't take it well, but I never thought. Rosabel couldn't believe this. I never said you had to announce your interests like we were engaged, like you were on some triumphal quest to prove your manhood. Why did you have to do this now, at her birthday party in front of everyone? I didn't want to act like you were nothing to me, he argued. She fought the lump in her throat. You didn't have to. You should have picked a different time to handle such an apparently delicate subject. I've never been so embarrassed. Yeah, well, me neither. He pinched the bridge of his nose. Was he saying her tripping had embarrassed him? Or maybe the fact that his grandmother had called her a gold digger? How dare you? No, he said, smoothing a hand through the air. I didn't mean it like that. I love you, Rosie. I was trying to do the right thing by you. I let my nerves take over back there and handled the situation wrong. You're right. I should have told them in a more private setting. Please, give me another chance. His desperation struck her, but she couldn't allow it to soften the frustration boiling in her chest. This was too much. She had the feeling being with him would give her whiplash, like she could trust him one minute and then had to be on her guard the next. She did care for him, but no relationship was worth such inconsistency, so much heartache. I gave you a chance. I put my heart out on a limb for you the way I have 1,000 times before. Your terrible attitude came because of your family, Duncan, and I've never felt so humiliated in all my life. When you had the chance to defend me and my parents, you ignored me. How can I know you've really changed when you grew up that way? I asked you not to present me to them now, and you didn't listen. Once again, you put your ego and your pride first. You put your need to show how strong you are first, like this was a business negotiation. But I'm not a business conquest. I never said you were. Her throat burned. I'm going home. I'm quitting, for real this time. I'll find my own way to take care of my father. Please don't contact me again. Pain pooled in his eyes. Rosabel, don't do this, Rosie! Heartache crushed her chest. She wanted to relent, to give in and comfort him, but that would only lead to more pain. Instead, she strode away toward the exit, praying he wouldn't follow. Chapter 16. Once they'd passed through security, the Uber driver made a dozen comments about the Mountain Cove's homes as he pulled into the Billionaire Lakeside community. Rosabel ignored him, disregarding the way she'd harbored a similar admiration at her first arrival, too. Forget the fancy houses and the lake splendor. She wanted home, Dad, her bed, and her small life. She wanted to be as far away from stuffy people as possible. After ensuring the driver would wait, she stood at the driveway's end and stared up at the stupid, beautiful house. She wanted to kick it. She wanted to bash its mailbox and throw rocks at every window. Toss some toilet paper into the trees for good measure. That'd show 'em. But she stood there, purse in hand, head bowed, and let the sorrow settle. Her chest ached. Her vision blurred. Heaviness pounded every one of her limbs. Is there anyone out there as stupid as I am? She muttered. You talking to me? Rosabel startled. Hazel had crossed the street and stood across from her whitewashed estate mansion that appeared as though it had been plucked directly from the Tuscan countryside and inserted here, with its rounded side tower, its tiled roof, and the windows accented with miniature iron balconies. It was European to the max. Hazel, Rosabel said, chagrined at having been overheard. Hey, I don't have a lot of time, but is everything okay? Hazel wore a blue business suit with a pencil skirt and sky blue heels. Her black hair draped down her back in a single sheet of vibrant perfection. Rosabel's hair would never behave like that. She would have laughed if she were in a different mood. Remember when you told me to make sure Duncan was worth the risk? Well, he's not. Girl, I'm sorry, Hazel said. Rosabel stared at her empty hands. I was wrong. Men are idiots. Hazel stroked Rosabel's forearm. What happened? I trusted him, Rosabel said. I should have known better. Admitting every detail now would sound too petty. She was humiliated. How could she have let her guard down around him? And to think she'd fallen in love with him? She was a fool, a total, complete fool. Anyway, I don't have a lot of time either. That's my Uber. I'm going back to Vermont. Hazel pouted her lower lip. So soon? Rosabel exhaled. Yeah, look, it was great to meet you. I'll look you up on social media, okay? We should keep in touch. Definitely, Hazel agreed. To Rosabel's surprise, she pulled her into a hug. You take care, okay? I'm off to a meeting. You too, Rosabel said, waving as Hazel clacked her way to her tiny sports car. Rosabel hesitated a moment longer. She waited for Duncan's car to pull in, but he wasn't going to come after her. She knew he wouldn't. Their fling had been just that, a fling. Forget the feelings, forget the whirlwind romance she thought had been building up and finally found a landing point. Never again, she told herself as she dashed inside. She threw her belongings into her suitcase, quickly changed into jeans and a t-shirt, leaving the Eureka Springs one behind on the bed, and rushed back outside. Sooner than she expected, her Uber driver pulled into Fayetteville's small airport. Rosabel thanked him and gave him a tip for waiting for her. She would go home to Vermont, take Dad out of Duncan's paid care, and she would refuse to see Duncan Hawthorne ever again. Chapter 17. Rosabel clicked through the blogging site, attempting to insert the rudimentary but functional header she designed. Rosie's Editing Service. The logo featured a red flower beneath her name. She'd written a pricing page along with her terms and conditions and privacy policy. She'd also reached out and managed to secure several projects through a small press. Between sorting through contracts and diving into the edits for several books, having something to focus on in the weeks since returning from Eureka Springs was refreshing. Even now, she couldn't manage to sort anything out from that confusing trip. She did her best to suppress the recurring headache, the uncertainty, and especially the outrageous longing undulating within her. I did the right thing, she told herself for the 100th time. Like always, however, the affirmation held little sway. Had she done the right thing? She couldn't help feeling like she was the beastly one this time. She'd left without saying goodbye, without giving him a chance to talk to her again. The worry that she'd made a horrible decision refused to leave her alone, but she couldn't bring herself to answer Duncan's many calls and texts. I ended it, she said to the quiet dining room while Dad snored quietly in his recliner. I did the right thing. The website on her screen, the words highlighting her qualifications, the few reviews she'd managed to scrounge up, everything blurred. She was right. She was sure of it. So why did distancing herself from him continue to hound her? A pinging sound came from her computer. Eager for the distraction, she clicked on her email, only to have her heart seize in her chest. The sender's name read, Duncan Hawthorne. He hadn't emailed her since she'd quit. Couldn't he get the hint and leave her alone? With reluctance, with her heart pounding a billion beats per minute, she clicked on his name and opened it. Rosabel, I had every good intention when we walked into that party together. I was going to keep your hand in mine, to show you I wasn't ashamed of you the way I know my parents expected me to be. Looking back now, I realize what I put you through. In my attempt to show my family I was proud of my relationship with you, I ended up throwing you to the wolves instead. That was never what I wanted. I should have handled things differently so you weren't put on the spot in such a vulnerable way. The problem was, I should have patched things up with grandmother first. She's always been what most people would call a snob. I hate the way she treated you, the way she snubbed you for being a working-class woman, judging you by your social status as if this was a previous era. It all got blown out of proportion. I should never have let my nerves take over. I should never have let my past with my family affect the way I acted. I'm so sorry. See? I can say that. I'm sorry. I'll say it over and over again until you believe it. Please forgive me, my Rosabel. I'm back in Vermont now, so I hope you'll let me see you. Love, Duncan. She had runner's lungs. Energy hummed in her bones, and she couldn't hope to slow her pulse. He could have sent flowers or a hot air balloon, and they wouldn't have struck her as much as this did. How could words have such a tangible effect on her? She skimmed the email repeatedly. Even though he didn't elaborate, she read everything he didn't say. He'd promised her he would change. He'd been trying to keep that promise. True, he'd done it in the worst way, with terrible timing, but he'd been trying. She couldn't expect more. Adrenaline continued to make a blender of her insides. She could forgive him. She already felt the bitterness melting away inside of her. But to face that kind of humiliation again, that was something she wasn't sure she could handle. If she did pursue a relationship with him, that meant seeing his family. Avoiding them was practically impossible, especially during holidays or special occasions, like his grandma's birthday parties. Duncan said he rarely went home, but he'd bought a house near Eureka Springs. Why else would he do that, if not to bridge the gap that had been between him and his family for so long? She couldn't handle being a part of that, not after the way they'd criticized her right to her face. She wasn't sure she'd met anyone quite so loathsome and downright awful. Her dad snorted, jerking awake and staring around as if wondering where he was. He wore a cozy green sweater and gray sweats. A blanket covered his legs, keeping him warm in the house's air conditioning. "What do I do, Daddy?" she asked him, knowing she wouldn't get much of a response. Even though she'd asked Duncan to cease the payments, she discovered he'd paid for an entire year outright, and that wasn't the kind of thing they refunded. Besides, she didn't have the money to cover the costs of such extensive care, and her dad had been getting the best treatment he ever had. She decided to wait until the year was out. 7 more months. That would give her time to find another situation that might suit him and her budget. While she'd gotten a few editing jobs, she also needed to hunt for something that would guarantee her a steadier paycheck. Her dad didn't answer. Moving dazedly, he pulled the newspaper on the end of the table near him onto his lap. Sadness expanded Rosabel's ribs. He used to love doing Sudoku every day in the paper's puzzles section. In a strange way, she wished she could talk to Hazel. They'd had a connection during their morning runs that she hadn't had with a friend in a long time. Against her better judgment, she sent Hazel a call through a social media messenger. She didn't answer. "Of course not," Rosabel muttered, slamming her finger down to end the call. From the few texts they'd sent, Hazel had told her how tightly packed her schedule always was. Hazel had said making time to exercise restored her sanity through the hustle and bustle of everything else she was trying to do. It wasn't easy for a woman to be a billionaire in a man's world. Rosabel turned to her dad, talking as though they'd already started a conversation. "He's been so confusing and kind of hurtful, honestly. He's never treated me very well until I started to demand that he did." She paused, thinking over what she'd just said. She considered everything that had happened from the time they'd arrived in Arkansas, meeting his family, witnessing the barriers between himself and her melt until they'd vanished completely. "Maybe that was why, though," she went on, focusing on her dad's slippers. "Maybe he honestly didn't know any better, considering the way his family goes around treating everyone. He just needed someone to stand up to him and show him a different way." Rosabel dipped her head in her hands. "And I did that, Daddy. I helped him, and he showed me a different side of himself, a side I'd always wished he had, a side that took my feelings from like to something deeper. I never wanted to feel the way I did for him. He'd always been such a jerk. But now that I know he's not, I don't know what to do." "Henry?" Her dad's sweet, familiar voice cut through the stillness like a blade. "Henry loved his wife?" Rosabel smiled and patted his hand, which still clutched the newspaper in his lap. I know, Daddy. I know you miss your brother. She gave him a chance, her dad went on, staring out the window. He what? She hadn't known much about her uncle's relationship with her aunt, but Dad was having one of his rare moments of lucidity. He loved her. She loved him. But they didn't always get along. They learned to work through it. Rosabel slid from her place on the stool to kneel before him. Was this before or after they were married? Their dating life was on and off. They dated. They broke up. They dated. They broke up. His eyes were clearer than they'd been in years. The sight tugged her heartstrings. But they didn't want to live without each other, so they made their marriage work. How? Rosabel asked, desperation in her voice. She wanted the answer, praying he could give it to her before his mind slipped again. The fact that Duncan was the first thing on her mind when she woke, that he occupied her thoughts throughout the entire day and even graced her dreams, made things all the more urgent. She loved Duncan. She tried to deny that fact, but she no longer could. The moments they'd shared together in Eureka Springs had been nothing short of incredible. His attentiveness, his kind, sweet comments, and his enticing kisses. He had been trying to change, and something told her he would keep trying to keep his promise to her. She needed someone else's confirming words. Seek to understand, not to be understood, Dad said, turning again to the window. Seek to understand, not to be understood. Rosabel sank back onto her heels, sensing him escaping to wherever he went within his own mind. That was the answer? The way Uncle Henry and Aunt Claire had made their marriage not only last, but thrive? Seek to understand, she repeated, wondering how that might apply to her situation. If only Uncle Henry was around. She had no idea things had a rocky start between him and Aunt Claire. They'd been the embarrassing couple who could always be seen holding hands and kissing or pinching one another in inappropriate places when they thought no one was looking. They'd still had that adoring, romantic, lovely glow in their eyes whenever they looked at one another, even when they were rolling past 50s into 60s. They'd been married for at least 30 years before Uncle Henry had passed away, and their love had always been a wonder between them, like something they cherished and wanted to express no matter where they were. They'd even ended every phone call with a, "I love you, bye," spoken in one breath, the way others said only bye. Rosabel had adored their relationship. She'd longed for a connection like they had, noticing the way Henry listened so intently to her, the way they fit together like a perfectly coordinated outfit, not matching, but complementing each other's strengths. She remembered staying overnight at their home for her cousin's birthday party. Uncle Henry and Aunt Claire had served Melissa's cake and ice cream and sang to her in embarrassing but adorable high-pitched voices as she'd opened presents with her friends. Then, while serving ice cream, Uncle Henry had said something that earned him a sharp look from Aunt Claire. Rosabel would have sworn he was about to get swatted with a serving spoon in her hand, but instead, she set it down and left the room. "Whoops," Uncle Henry had muttered. "Carry on, Mel's," he told his daughter, planting a kiss on top of her head. "I've got maintenance duty." "Maintenance duty?" one of the girls had asked. Melissa had rolled her eyes. "That's code for he screwed up and needs to go apologize." The girls had all laughed. "Your parents are so adorable," another girl had said. "Are you kidding? I'd be mortified if my parents had as much PDA as yours do," said another girl. Melissa's cheeks had turned pink, but just as Rosabel was about to speak up, Melissa had defended them. "They love each other," she said. "I hope I can find someone like my dad someday." The girls had chittered at this, commenting on the concept's grossness, but Melissa had stood her ground. "I'm serious. They don't always get along or have things easy all the time, but he's always the first to apologize." "He's awesome," Rosabel had added, hoping to sway the girls' opinions. Her reassurance had worked. Their tunes had shifted from critical to impressed. Several said they wanted someone like that, too. The memory smashed into Rosabel, colliding with the words Dad had spoken. In that moment, Henry hadn't disregarded whatever had bothered Aunt Claire or told her to accept it or let the comment go. He'd gone to do maintenance. She didn't know what conversation had followed for them, but they'd later entered the room hand in hand, smiling. He'd sought to understand rather than expecting her to understand him. Something told Rosabel that Aunt Claire had done the same. Fingers shaking, Rosabel skimmed through the contacts on her phone and tapped Melissa's name. Melissa was a violinist who'd helped email out the music Rosabel and their other cousins had played at their grandma's funeral a few years ago. Though she and Melissa stayed connected on social media, Rosabel hadn't called her directly in she didn't know how long. "Hello?" Melissa answered with curiosity in her voice. "Hey, Mels," Rosabel said. The two cousins passed through several minutes of jovial catching up when Melissa asked Rosabel what was up. "I'm calling about your parents, actually. My dad had a rare moment of clarity just now, and he mentioned how your parents had a rocky start to their relationship. Is that true?" Melissa laughed. "They couldn't stand each other. They met on a double date with other people. Dad detested Mom's laugh and how obnoxious she was when she flirted with her date. Later, he realized it was just because he'd been jealous. She was a fox." "When did they start dating each other?" Rosabel asked. "Not long after that. Dad plucked up the courage to ask her out directly. Mom refused to have anything to do with him because of some things he'd said to her. I don't even know what they were. But I guess he repented of his evil ways and she gave him a chance. And here I am." Melissa laughed before her merriment faded. "I really wish he was still here." "I know," Rosabel said, her heart pounding the more Melissa had elaborated. "I'm sorry he's gone. My dad has been mentioning him a lot lately." "He's in our hearts," Melissa said. "Yeah, he is." Rosabel and Melissa exchanged a few more tidbits of conversation before wishing each other well and ending the call. Rosabel fairly soared from her cousin's confirmation. Frantic and giddy, she read through Duncan's email once more. With the way she'd ignored his calls and texts, Duncan could have given up. But he was on maintenance duty, trying to repair a breach he clearly wanted to fix. He was seeking to understand how she felt. Couldn't she do the same? She'd gotten a first-hand look at his family dynamic. They were power-focused. Success was a top priority, and for Duncan to bring a girlfriend he'd previously introduced as his assistant to his grandmother's prestigious birthday party must have been a shock to their expectations for him. Undoubtedly, they'd wanted him to find a woman who was a lot like his mother, driven and determined to make her mark in the business world. Duncan had known that would happen. He had to have. That was why he'd been acting so strangely in the car before the party. Going against his family's wishes had to have been new territory for him. He'd changed so much at Rosabel's request. He'd been willing to confront that too. For her. "He meant it," she said to Dad, rising to her feet. The awareness shot through her like a firework. He'd meant when he told her he loved her. A smile stretched onto her face. She bent down to hug her father and kiss him on the cheek. "He loves me, Daddy." Dad smiled at her, patting her on the cheek. "Henry?" "No," she said with a grin. "It's Rosie. You're Rosie, and Duncan's Rosie, Daddy. I love Duncan Hawthorne. Do you remember my boss, the horrible, mean jerk-face boss I used to complain to you about? I can't believe I'm saying this, but I love him." She pirouetted across the rest of his room, wishing there was someone else there. She was ready to shout the news from every rooftop and balcony, to toss the expression over every cubicle in Duncan's office, to call whoever ran the Jumbotron in Times Square and have them blare it in the biggest scrolling letters they possibly could so the whole world knew. Rosabel loves Duncan. He meant so much to her. She'd love him in the rain and on a train and everywhere else he wanted to take her, even to his grandmother's 96th birthday, should the woman make it another year. "I have to tell him," she said, kneeling in front of her dad once more. I'll be back, okay? Dad's gaze made its slow trek to her face. He smiled. She wasn't sure he understood, but he smiled. She planted another kiss on his cheek. I'll send Sarah up, okay? The minute Sarah arrived, Rosabel smushed her feet into her shoes, slipped into her jacket, and bolted out the door. Chapter 18. Duncan stared at the phone in his hand. He'd been monitoring the device more than usual since sending Rosabel that email, checking practically every 30 seconds for her reply. She had to reply. He'd bared his soul in that email, and if she ignored that, well, he supposed he'd have to find some other way to get to her. When his phone rang, he took a nanosecond to check the screen for Rosabel's name. However, Mother's name dominated the screen. He braced himself for censure. He hadn't spoken with her or grandmother since the botched birthday party, since they'd humiliated him and Rosabel so thoroughly and basically ruined his chance with the woman he loved by being their normal, horrible selves. Duncan had never realized just how bad they were, not until the fallout with Rosabel. So much for trying to make up for the last argument they'd had. Many of the conversations he'd had with Rosabel played through his mind. She'd been right about him, about his beastliness. He was ready to put the past behind him, including his past behavior. Rosabel believed he could change, and he determined to do just that. Maybe he could help his family do the same. "Hello, Mother," he said, determined to be civil. Though Rosabel wasn't around, he'd made her a promise. Since she'd pointed it out to him, he'd been more aware of his tone of voice when speaking with people. He was determined to be the man she wanted him to be. "Grandmother passed away this morning." Duncan's vision blurred. He wasn't sure he'd heard her correctly. "What?" His mom's voice betrayed a hint of emotion. "She passed in her sleep. It was peaceful, Duncan. She's back home with God." An ache bloomed in his chest. Duncan gripped the edge of his desk as the computer screen, the piles of papers, and the spider plant began to blur. A sudden coldness hit him to the core. He'd known her passing would happen. She wasn't exactly young, but knowing that fact and experiencing its reality were two very different things. He'd been hoping to make things right, and now it was too late. Now she'd never know how sorry he was, how he wished things were different, how he'd wished he hadn't lost his temper that day. Soreness overtook his throat. He wanted to speak, but he wasn't sure he could manage it. Grandmother. From her snide remark back at her birthday party weeks ago, she'd still blamed him for his grandfather's heart attack. "The funeral is Friday," Mother said. "Can we expect you?" "Yes," Duncan said without hesitation. "And any guests?" His mom's tone shifted. Did that mean she felt bad about basically attacking Rosabel? He doubted it. "If you mean Rosabel, no, she won't be coming." Silence pulsed through the phone. "All right," she answered with reticence. "I'll see you Friday." His world spun and slowed all at once. Duncan pushed away from his desk, moving robotically out the office door, down the elevator, and into his Corvette. He needed some time to process the news. He needed time alone. Once he was in his room, the despair became too much. Duncan sank to his knees, allowed his expression to slacken, and gave in to the tears threatening to pour down his cheeks. "Please, God," he prayed in a way he hadn't done in so long. "Please let her know how sorry I am." Breath coming short, Duncan knelt beside his bed and cried. Duncan packed his suitcase and called Charity at the office. A new assistant had been hired, and he needed her to schedule some travel plans. Though he wanted to include Rosabel, he even debated jokingly telling her to schedule his flight instead. Something told him not only would she not appreciate the joke, but she would continue to ignore his calls. She'd said she never wanted to see him again. She'd made it clear enough by all his other ignored attempts at contact. He'd hoped his heartfelt email might be enough, but she probably ignored that too. So he flew without her. He went to his lake house without her. Rosabel smoothed a hand over her stomach. She should have worn something other than her pink hoodie, jeans, and sneakers. Being in Duncan's office without working there any longer would be weird enough. Then again, that was just it. She didn't work there anymore. Why should she show up in a suit and heels? With a steadying breath, she opened the office's glass door. The sound of phones ringing, the smell of paper and perfume, Gail's probably, and the sight of the boxy cubicles making false attempts at separation held a tint of familiarity, but she experienced it with a newfound detachment. It was refreshing. Heads popped up over and around cubicles, familiar faces broke into smiles. "Hey, Rosabel," Evan said, passing with a file in hand. Rosabel waved to him and to the others in the office, friends she'd had, people she hadn't spoken to in weeks. Questions dangled in their eyes the way they always did. They wanted to know why she'd quit. They wanted to know if there really had been something between her and Duncan. If they only knew how much. Rosabel approached Charity at the reception desk and tried to pretend every eye wasn't on her. Charity's hair was pulled back into a bun, emphasizing her high cheekbones. "Hey, Charity, is Duncan here?" Charity tilted in and lowered her voice. "Did you really quit, or did he fire you? We've got a bet going on, and I'm so wanting to win." "I quit," Rosabel said. Charity pumped her fist in victory and then turned to address the others. "I was so right," she announced. The office was much more casual when Duncan wasn't around. It always had been. The memory delivered a fond smile to Rosabel's lips. "Where is he?" Rosabel asked. Charity got a mischievous gleam in her eyes and pretended to straighten a stack of sticky notes on her counter beside a cup of pens taped to plastic flowers. "Why do you want to know? I thought you didn't work here anymore." "I need to talk to him." "Oh, she needs to talk to Duncan," Charity announced to the curious onlookers. Duncan had been right to call them cubicle giraffes. Rosabel rolled her eyes. Enough was enough. "Look," she said, resting a hand on her hip and speaking loud enough to address the room. "I know you've all thought Duncan and I were secretly dating while I was here, but we weren't. At least, not at the time." "But you are now?" Evan slid his chair away from his desk for a better look. Rosabel hesitated. "I don't know. That's why I need to find him." "I knew it!" Charity shouted. Several others whooped and grins were shared throughout the room. Rosabel couldn't help but return them. The commotion also drew an unfamiliar face from within Duncan's office. A timid, middle-aged woman with bobbed brown hair. She wore a button-up floral shirt and a floor-length skirt. Anyone else might have inquired what was going on. Duncan would have for sure. But this woman scurried into Rosabel's old office and closed the door. "How?" Charity asked. "When? I want to know everything." "I'm sure you do," Rosabel said. "But I really do need to find him first. Anyone know where he is?" "Ask the new you," Evan said, directing her to Rosabel's old office. "Last I heard, she booked him a flight." That explained why she hadn't recognized the woman. Rosabel said a few words of thanks, commented on the cuteness of Charity's nails, and then headed to the new assistant's office and knocked. The place hadn't changed much. Desk, rug, potted plants, though several mug shots of kids now littered the desk. The woman lifted her chin. "Can I help you?" Her upper lip quirked more to one side than the other when she spoke. "I need to know where to find Duncan." "Is he expecting to hear from you?" "Not exactly." Self-righteously, the woman sniffed. "What's the nature of your visit?" Rosabel had never been this exacting. At least this woman was doing her best to protect him, or keep her job. She wasn't sure which. She cut to the point. "Is he in Arkansas?" The widened eyes gave it away. Rosabel persisted. "Did he go to Eureka Springs?" How do you know that?" "This is my old office. Oh, and just a word of warning. He likes his coffee with 2 creams. I promise, it'll win you big points with him." The woman's demeanor instantly melted. She soaked Rosabel's advice in with concentration and pulled out her notepad. Got it. Any other tips? Don't let him boss you around, Rosabel added with a smile before turning and rushing out of the office. Urgency paraded through her, not so much at a crawl but a march. What she intended to tell him needed to be spoken in person. She wasn't sure how long he'd be in Arkansas, but Rosabel needed to get back as quickly as possible. Duncan's childhood house looked the same as it always had, but the atmosphere within was even more strained. His mom had never shown much emotion, but from the way her lips pinched tightly together, he guessed how hard she was trying to keep from falling apart. Sitting at her usual place on the living room's floral love seat, Mother wore a fitted blouse with tan slacks. Any spark of life that had resided in her eyes was snuffed out. Duncan removed his shoes and positioned himself on the step leading down to the living room's gray carpet. He'd been in this position many times before, during daily check-ins from school. No wonder he felt like he was a teenager living under their roof again. The only thing that differed this time was his father's absence. Where was his dad? They exchanged a few pleasantries about his flight, and then to Duncan's surprise, Mother mentioned Rosabel. I thought you might have brought her after making such a show over her. Duncan held his hands behind his back, but he gripped one wrist tightly with the opposite hand. He talked himself through this during the flight, prepping himself on exactly what to say when Rosabel was mentioned. Too often, snide comments were his family's way to avoid awkward subjects. The regret he'd been swimming in for days made things more than clear. He determined to make sure this was a topic that never got disregarded. The only way change would happen was by addressing it. He'd learned as much from Rosabel herself. You shamed her. She came to support grandmother. She helped me pick out that hat. Mother, I wanted you to accept her. I hoped by having you see me holding her hand, by hearing me tell you that I loved her, that you would. Instead, you and grandmother preyed on her like a pair of cheetahs. Mother curled her upper lip. You moved away, and the first time you come back, you bring some low-class assistant with you? I thought she was actually your assistant, Duncan. Instead, you lied about her from the start. I didn't lie. He balled his hands into fists at his sides. As a child, he'd rarely ever argued with his parents. He'd never dared to. But now, without invitation, he sank onto the couch across from her. I told you the truth the first time you met her. She was my assistant at the time, though I did want her to be more. She wasn't ready to be, not until we grew closer together and she agreed. I didn't handle everything the way I should have. I know I'm to blame for that, but you pushed her away, Mother. I'm angry at you and grandmother for that, but I'm here. She released a derisive noise. Maybe you shouldn't have bothered. Maybe not, he amended. I know things have been cold between us for some time, and I keep hoping we can figure out how to thaw them out again. Maybe it's not possible, but I'd like to think it is. That's all I need to hear, his father said, stepping into the living room from the adjoined hall. He wore a white polo shirt and slacks. I forgive you, Duncan. I have for some time now, but it's time I said it. I know you didn't mean for your grandfather's heart attack to happen. Mother folded her arms, preparing to disregard her husband as per usual. The two of them had despised each other for years. They'd stayed together because it made financial sense, but they were only married on paper. They hadn't slept in the same room since Duncan could remember. Slowly, Mother's posture relaxed once more, as though she no longer had the energy for this fight. Since Rosabel had stayed at his lake house, the thought had crept to Duncan time and time again. If he were to ever marry, he would want his wife to be her. And if they ever married, he wanted a better marriage than what his parents had. Rosabel had held a mirror up to his face. She'd forced him to see exactly what she didn't like about him, and then she'd given him the chance to change it. If that wasn't what it took to make a marriage work, he didn't know what was. And now he'd lost her. Do you need any help with the funeral? Duncan asked, needing to focus on what he could control. He hadn't come here to argue with them. He'd come to help. She made wise investments. Mother said, waving him off. "You should know that better than anyone." Duncan's eyes widened. He remembered a conversation with Rosabel where she'd accused him of only caring about money. He'd never considered his parents shallow before, but he saw them in a new light as his dad scrolled on his phone and his mom fiddled with the tassels on one of the love seat's decorative pillows. What would Rosabel do in this situation? A wave of compassion washed over him. He strolled to his mother and put a hand on her shoulder, hoping the gesture would be enough to transfer her attention from the pillow to him. Mother glanced up at him in surprise, and he couldn't blame her. He wasn't sure the last time they touched. Slowly, he crouched before her so they were at eye level. "I wasn't talking about financial assistance, Mom." He ditched the formal way he'd been taught to address her. Sometimes tradition was better when it ended. "Do you need any help? Are you okay? Your mother-in-law just died." "I'm fine, Duncan. We knew her death was going to happen. She was 95. She said this so pointedly it stung him. Had he ever been this callous? What made his parents be this way? He wondered what his mom's love language was. "Leave things be, son," his father said from behind him, swiping a finger along his cell phone. Duncan felt more like a stranger or a business associate than a part of their flesh and blood. The loneliness raged, filling every crease in the curtains and every molecule in the air. A chill swept down his spine as he remembered moments in this room, moments he'd repressed for far too long. Sitting in silence, being pushed away or punished for speaking out of turn, derided for reading comic books instead of schoolwork, brusquely denied things like sports teams and other things his classmates were involved with. Had he realized how isolated his childhood was before now? "How do you stand this?" he asked. "Stand what?" Mother's foot kicked in its heeled shoe. Even relaxing, she never really let herself go. This coldness. I've been around it my whole life, so I thought it was normal, but thanks to Rosabel, I know it's not. She said her parents would sit and talk with her about her day." His mom's mouth dropped. She uncrossed her legs and both heels impaled the carpet. His dad cleared his throat and, brows raised, lowered the phone to his lap. "All right, let's talk," Dad said. "It doesn't work like that," Duncan said. "You have to, I don't know, you have to want to." "What should I want to know about you, Duncan?" Mom said. "I already know you're successful in your investments. I know you're living in a town thousands of miles away. I already know you've settled for some working-class girl." "Give her a chance," Duncan pleaded in a way he hadn't done since he was a young child. They'd quashed hope for him then and probably wouldn't stand for his boldness now, but he had to try. He wished he'd defended her earlier, before things with Rosabel had ended. Other things his mother said struck him. He'd never been good at reading between the lines, but he heard the truth now, with her mention of him living thousands of miles away. Mother didn't like that he'd moved. Maybe she didn't resent him as much as he thought. "You know what?" he said, trying a different tack. "Let's all take a trip together." His mom sat a little straighter. "What?" "Once the funeral is over, come visit me in Vermont. Leave work behind, and let's get to know one another. What do you say?" Mom blinked, but his dad stared at him with a pensive expression. He could practically feel the tension between them thinning out. "I don't know," his mom said with a castaway smile. "We're settled here, and things can get so busy." "We'll think about it," his dad added. Duncan tried to think of another way to smooth this over and convince them. "I know I made a mistake when I lost my temper over grandfather selling that house. I should never have behaved the way I did." Hands clasped in her lap, Mother didn't take her attention from him. "Thank you for saying that," she said quietly. Dad rose from his place in the chair by the window and joined his wife on the love seat. It'd been his father who'd passed on after all, but Dad had always been the kindest to Duncan after the fallout had all happened. "We don't blame you, son," Dad said. "Or, at least I never did. I know how much that house of theirs meant to you. Your grandfather's heart failure under the stress of the moment was an unfortunate coincidence. His mom cleared her throat and clapped her eyes to a spot on the floor, but she didn't contradict her husband. Duncan's limbs tingled and his chest expanded in a way it hadn't done in years. Bolstered by their forgiveness, by the closure building around them, Duncan went on. Did you know I tried to buy that old house? The woman who owns the painted lady wouldn't sell the property to me. Why not? Mother asked. Dad settled onto the love seat beside her, relaxing into the cushion. Rosabel, Duncan said with a smile, resting a hand on his bent knee. Because she wasn't afraid to tell me what I needed to hear. She did me a favor that day, and it's changed my life. I want to do the same for you. Forget Vermont. The decision struck him in an instant. That's why I've decided to move back to Eureka Springs. Now wait just a minute. He cut off Mother's arguments. I never got the chance to reconnect with Grandmother. I don't want to make the same mistake with either of you. I'll see you at the funeral, and thank you for inviting me home. Surprising even himself, he rose to his feet, bent and kissed his mom's cheek. He shook his dad's hand and then showed himself out. Hands in his pockets, sunlight casting all around him, and with their forgiveness in his breast pocket, Duncan smiled. Genuinely smiled. Thank you came easier to him now, and the shock from his mom's face at being kissed by her son was enough to make him want to do something silly and foolish, like whistle. Was it just him, or was the sun shining brighter than usual? Rosabel was infectious. She changed him, for the better. And who knew? Maybe she'd help him connect with his family again. He just had to get her to talk to him first. A plan formed in his mind the entire drive back to the mountain cove. He would spend more time with his parents. He would get them talking. He'd find out things he'd never known about them, how they'd met, what had made them fall in love, what they enjoyed doing besides fashion design, crunching numbers, and consulting business owners. And then he would tell them about Rosabel. He would tell them about the first time he'd seen her in his office, the first time he'd heard her laugh, the first time she'd crept into his thoughts as he attempted to make his own coffee at home. He'd tell them how Rosie had charmed him every time she used her quick wit to shoot down his arguments. How the fury in her gaze had been adorable and made him want to irritate her again just to see it. Or the first time she'd fired her full smile at him after he'd made a joke in the office about the new couch that hadn't come as ordered. He needed healing from a lifetime of being love-starved. Only then could he freely love another. So he would start with repairing things with his family, and then he'd appeal to Rosie the way she said she liked. Not only sending flowers or tickets to the ballet, or giving every gift he could think of so she would read into it the way she read into everything. Rosabel had requested compliments. He'd shower her with as many as she deserved. He would add a note to the flowers expressing how he loved the way they were the same color as her blush. He would send tickets to the ballet and tell her how she reminded him of the graceful dancers, how his heart swelled like an orchestra's rising climax every time she was around. It would take time, but he'd have to allow that. He needed to win her back. Chapter 19. Duncan wasn't ready for the indoors. After the cascade of emotion during Grandmother's funeral, brought on by the reflective commentary on her life, the touching memories shared, and the surprising warmth from his parents, he needed the open air, the exposure that only nature could bring him. Even Mrs. Simmons had attended. After speaking with her, he discovered they were indeed distantly related. She'd grown up in the Painted Lady before it had been passed on to Duncan's grandfather Horace, who was her cousin. Beaver Lake was the ultimate escape. It had everything in a retreat he hoped for. Semi-seclusion, rustic scenery, and luxuries he refused to live without. His fully stocked fishing arsenal awaited, and the lake's glistening allure called him to relax away his sorrows, after realizing how much he'd miss his grandmother. He only lacked one person's company. "Give it up, man," he told himself as he changed into jeans, a t-shirt, a fishing vest, and hiking boots. She wasn't going to reply. She'd said she never wanted to see him again, and like losing the Painted Lady, He needed to accept it. "Yet another reason to get out of this house for a while," he added, traipsing his way to the garage, where a series of fishing poles hung on the north wall above a stash of tackle boxes and shelves stocked with lures, line, spare reels, and corkies of assorted colors. She was everywhere he went. The kitchen, turning beet red at the sight of him with wet hair in his suit. At the base of the stairs, filling his arms with her sweetness. Near the door, down the hall, on the couch, and in the windows and every glimpse of the rose garden. He couldn't escape her, but the lake held no memories of her. They'd never made it to the boat to fish. That was a regret he would carry forever. Duncan selected the top pole hanging from a suspended set of braces on the wall. He checked his reel, hook, and line, grabbed the first available tackle box, and pushed out into the sunshine. The dock's access required a stroll through the rose garden. He gritted his teeth and jaunted toward the gazebo and the first of several verdant arches. If he kept his gaze on the paved stones, he'd pass through quickly enough. This was what Maddox would call madness, avoiding places around his own house just to escape memories of her. He needed to head back to Vermont so he could facilitate his move to Arkansas, but that would be no better. She'd torment him there, too. Lingering memories of her were one of the reasons he'd decided something the night before. He'd mentioned it to his parents, but now the choice was settled. He was going to stay in Eureka Springs. He could run his company from here. It was well established back in Vermont. He would hire an on-site manager and handle what he needed to from his lake house. Footsteps crunched the gravel. Duncan couldn't believe his eyes. Rosabel was there, standing beneath the archway that led to his rose garden. Her dark hair draped past her shoulders. It framed her face and emphasized the chocolate of her eyes. His heart picked up speed. She was here, and she'd never looked more beautiful. Duncan lowered his fishing pole. "What are you doing here?" She clutched her hands before her, a nervous habit she'd had during her interview with him a year and a half ago. Funny, he'd thought she'd lost that timidity. "I have something I need to tell you. It's the kind of thing an email won't do justice to." Was she taking a stab at the email he'd sent? Had she read it? "About that email, I love you," she said, cutting him off. "I needed you to hear me say it, since I never did the last time we were here. I know words aren't your thing, but they're mine, and Why are you looking at me like that? This isn't a goofball smile moment, yet there's Daphne making an appearance." "Daphne?" "Your dimple, remember? Anyway, I'm telling you I love you." "I heard the first time, although I wouldn't mind hearing it a few more." Duncan crouched to set his fishing pole and tackle box at the archway's base. He closed the distance, wanting to hold her but keeping himself back. "You were saying?" A hint of pink colored her cheeks. "I know gifts are yours, but I couldn't think of anything to give you that you didn't already have. Except for this." She removed her hands from behind her back. Between her fingers was the stem of a single red rose. "You picked a rose from my own garden to give to me?" "I never said I picked this here." Duncan took the offered rose and tipped it to his nose. The smell was reliably rosy. "I can see why your dad liked these flowers the best. I can't say I have a preference on flowers." "Did I tell you why they were his favorite?" Duncan sniffed the rose again before lowering it. "No, why?" She inhaled, casting her gaze appreciatively around before returning her eyes to him. "My father loved how a rose could stand for so many different things. Romans used them to imply the need for secrecy. Different colored roses can send a different message depending on who they're being given to, and even the number of roses being given can mean different things." "Okay," Duncan said. "He likes roses because they're complicated." "Complicated and simple all at once. Like life is, like love is." "All right." He acknowledged the rose in his hand. "You gave me one red rose. What does it mean?" "I couldn't decide. I thought about giving you 3 because 3 roses means I love you, but I wanted to tell you that myself. One rose means love at first sight. Which clearly wasn't the case here, he said. She smirked. Two is shared and deep love. Why not give me two then? Because, she said, simultaneously fluffing her hair and straightening, I'm throwing symbolism out the window. Oh? Yes, adamantly. I don't need more of something to tell you what I'm feeling. I don't need 6 roses to tell you I want to be yours. I think you already know it, and if you don't, I mean to show you in whatever way I can. One is enough, because you, Duncan Hawthorne, she poked his chest, are enough for me. I love you, and I want you to love me for the rest of my life. How many roses are required for a marriage proposal? He asked, sniffing it again. 1, she said, or none. Diamonds, on the other hand, that's a completely different discussion. One we can have in the future when we're ready to take that step. The ledge his heart had climbed toward lowered a few notches. He'd been soaring on her admission, ready to tie the knot then and there. He supposed she was right to take things slow. And you're not ready? She placed her hands on his shoulders and gazed into his eyes. He took the opportunity to rest his hands on her slim waist. I do love you, she said. I've thought of marrying you, but we're going to need a few more dates, and there's the matter of your parents to discuss. I'm pretty sure they wouldn't approve. He closed his hold around her, drawing her close. I don't care if they do or not. And your grandma? Soreness closed his throat. He decided now wasn't the best time to tell Rosabel the news of her death. This was a happy moment. He could fill her in later. Are you done talking yet? I need to sweep you off your feet and kiss you. Rosabel quirked her head to one side, toyed with the hair at the nape of his neck, and offered a tantalizing half-smile. What are you waiting for, then? Duncan lured her to him and kissed her. Every emotion he'd battled since she'd left came full circle. The empty crevice she'd carved within him flooded with fullness and completion, with determination and desire. With her lips pressed to his, he gave her every unspoken promise he could express. He would be everything he could for her. Shoulder to cry on, receiver of frustrated rants, maker of coffee, and disruptor of daily monotony. Whatever she needed. I'd give you 1,000 roses if it meant I get to spend the next 1,000 years hearing you say you love me, he said when they broke apart. I'll say it every day, she promised. Epilogue. Rosabel concentrated on the cards in her hand. She'd never had much experience playing down the river, but once the Hawthorns had explained the rules, the chance game and the way they had to pound the table and bid by extending their fingers grew on her. They were in Duncan's house on Beaver Lake, sitting beneath the glittering chandelier hanging above his kitchen table, she and Duncan on one side and Duncan's parents on the other. Dad sat at the table's head, staring at the day's newspaper and tracing some of its lines. Happiness swelled inside of her, knowing he was here with them. I can't remember the last time I did this, Mrs. Hawthorne said. Just sat and played cards. Duncan's mom had changed so much since the last time Rosabel had seen her. When Duncan suggested staying in Eureka Springs so he could be closer to his family, her head couldn't shake fast enough. It'd been the most pronounced no she'd ever given. But he'd begged her to stay with him and help him, to give them a chance, and the kisses he'd employed to convince her had been so befuddling she'd given in. Weeks later, here they were. She'd stay as long as they kept appropriate boundaries, and so far so good. A bowl of popcorn drizzled with butter marked the table's center, along with some chocolate-covered pretzels. Rosabel thrilled at the way Duncan found ways to touch her, nudging her with his leg, looping his ankle around hers, until she discovered they were only distractions to get her to let him see her cards. Who was the giraffe neck now? Not only were the Hawthorns dressed in jeans and casual shirts, but Rosabel surmised this was probably the most relaxed Duncan had ever seen them before. After several more rounds, with a lot of laughter and Rosabel even winning a few, his mom lowered her cards. Eyes narrowing, she studied Rosabel. You're good for him, Mrs. Hawthorne said. Rosabel and Duncan exchanged a look. Below the table, Duncan's hand found hers. He squeezed, implying he needed to hear that as much as she did. "I never thought I'd hear you say that," Duncan said. "I mean it," his mom went on, pulling a card from the draw pile near the popcorn bowl. "I owe you an apology. I know some hurtful things were said, and I should never have made any kind of accusations against you the way I did. I'm sorry." Rosabel's skin tingled. That must have taken a lot for her to admit. She wasn't sure what to say, so she settled for a simple thank you. Duncan examined his cards and cleared his throat. "I'm glad to hear you say that, Mom, because Rosabel and I have an announcement." Duncan rose to his feet, and chairs scraping, he guided Rosabel up with him. Their parents each glanced up, and though Rosabel could tell Dad didn't know what was happening, she was still glad to have him here. "We thought about waiting until we got to know each other better, or had dated for longer than 2 months, but we've already known each other for so long that getting married was a natural thing to do." "Duncan, if you're saying you deprived me of your wedding," his mom warned. Duncan and Rosabel laughed. Rosabel leaned into him, resting her head on his shoulder. "Not at all, Mom," Duncan said, "but I am letting you know I've asked Rosie to marry me." "And I said yes." Rosabel lifted her left hand and fluttered her fingers to put the rock there at its best sparkling point. Duncan's parents smiled at one another. They were openly holding hands, which was saying something. She knew Duncan hoped they would still be able to make more progress, to repair whatever damages had been done to their relationship over the years. His romantic proposal hadn't left her mind since he'd surprised her with the ring the night before. It played anew once more. They'd been standing on the porch, nuzzling in the faint light from the bulb where bugs buzzed. "Goodbyes are getting harder," she said against his neck. "Well, we could not say goodbye." Smirking, Duncan had stepped away from her. He'd bent to one knee, and in his hand he'd held a small box containing a beautiful ring. "Just where did that come from?" she demanded, unable to withhold her smile. "I've been carrying this around for weeks now," Duncan had claimed. "Rosabel Smith, I don't want us to just get married. I want our marriage to thrive. I want the sun to rise and set with you every single day. It's going to take work, and I know with your feisty nature you'll keep me on my toes, but I want the goodbyes to stop. Will you marry me?" She'd been a puddle. He meant every word, and after she'd said an adamant yes, her adrenaline hadn't unspiked since. She was over the moon, soaring and unable to settle. The announcement was official. Later that night, after they'd said yet another painful goodbye and she'd returned to her room, Rosabel had settled onto her bed and stared at her ring. On a whim, she'd zipped a text to Hazel. They'd become fast friends since Rosabel's return to Eureka Springs. "You'll never guess what just happened." "The Beatles have been reincarnated?" Hazel had replied. Rosabel had laughed and thrown herself against her pillow. "Ha ha, I wish. Duncan proposed to me. We're getting married." She'd added a few more details about how things had improved since the last time she and Hazel had seen each other. Rosabel had been giddy just seeing the words. A lengthy pause followed. Texting was difficult sometimes, especially when people didn't respond right away. Had her comment bothered Hazel, or was she really as busy as she claimed to be and in the middle of something at the moment? Rosabel had remembered Hazel detailing how someone named Wesley had broken her heart. "You're marrying your billionaire. Congrats, girl." Were all those exclamation points code for something else? Rosabel wasn't quite sure. She rolled onto her side and hugged her pillow. Something had told her that Hazel wasn't the type to overdo that punctuation mark. "Be sure to send me an invite," Hazel had texted. They had exchanged a few more happy notes before the conversation ended, and Rosabel had snuggled into her blankets and stared at the ring on her finger again. She was going to marry her beast of a boss, and she couldn't be happier about it. Thanks for listening. Continue on for a sneak peek of Hazel and her billionaire tower. Hazel wanted to hide away in her tower the rest of the day. The private investigator she'd hired had failed her yet again, and with Mom's most recent phone call to list every one of Hazel's failures, the investigator's disappointing email, and her ex-boyfriend's appearance in her dreams the night before, she was ready to lock herself away, for at least a little while. But work wouldn't wait, and no matter where she went, the memory of Wesley's wavy chestnut hair, brilliant blue eyes behind his thick-rimmed glasses, and smile with the ability to sledgehammer the ground from beneath her made Hazel lose any and all sense of up and down. She'd woken as if from a nightmare, in a complete sweat, shaken from the dream's tangible feel. Light had poured all around Wesley in her mind. The sight of him had all the force of a tornado, and she'd been fighting its after effects all day. It had been 8 years since she last saw him. So much had changed. She'd changed. She was sure he had, though she'd blocked him from every possible source of contact, so it wasn't like she would know or anything. But come on, couldn't her heart get the memo? With a grunt, she pushed away from her desk and strode around it, placing a hand on the trim surrounding one of the rectangular windows that spanned nearly from floor to ceiling of her tower. Hazel stood in a spotlight of sun, hoping the view would calm her racing pulse. This was her favorite room in her mansion at the Cove, but it wasn't serving as its usual safe haven. Hard as Hazel had tried to keep him out, Wesley penetrated her thoughts, interrupting the numerous things she'd attempted to accomplish that morning. Even the luxurious view of Beaver Lake surrounded by trees and catching gleams of shining sunlight didn't drown him out. She closed her eyes, attempting to cast aside the same old craving for his touch. The memory of his cinnamon sugar toast lips against hers. It was a dream, she chided herself, shaking her head. She had to snap out of this. Work would help distract her, if she could only focus on it. Hazel settled at her desk for the 20th time that morning, situated in the center of the octagonal spread of windows at the top of her tower, and wiggled her mouse to wake her computer up once more. This was the reason she'd moved to Eureka Springs, Arkansas, in the middle of the Ozarks. The Cove here was notorious for being a safe getaway for billionaires wanting to escape for a while. Escape she did, with every intention to focus on the search for her birth mother. The only person she'd told about Mountain Cove, the development she'd invested in near the cozy little Arkansas town, had been Sandy Strickland, her adoptive mom. And even then, Hazel avoided those phone calls as often as she could. Sandy had always been a fan of spouting out veiled criticisms in the form of helping. She was strict in every sense of the word, from ensuring people remove their shoes when entering her home, to pressuring Hazel to behave ideally wherever they went, to expressing disdain for people who didn't think the same way she did. Her fussiness had only become exaggerated now that Hazel had moved away. This time, Sandy had called to berate Hazel for not adhering to society's norms like marrying by a certain age, which only brought Wesley back to her mind again. Come on, Hazel told herself. Get over him already. Hazel opened her email to search the investigator's message for any clues she might have missed the first 10 times she'd read it. Sandy's approval was lacking in pretty much every facet of Hazel's life, but she especially scorned the fact that Hazel had hired an investigator to find her birth family. Hazel had gotten the update yesterday. The trail Franklin Woods was following died off in the exact same place it had with the last 2 investigators. How could the woman who'd given birth to her have just disappeared? Hazel had never met her. She only knew the story Sandy had told her when she was 10 years old. Sandy and her husband had adopted Hazel as an infant and had only 2 things from her birth mother: a knit blanket and a stylish but dated woman's hat. Hazel had given each detective all the information she could, including the few details the previous man had discovered. She was determined to locate her. I need an investigator who can live up to his promises, Hazel said, clicking onto the Bureau's website for someone new. She'd even attempted to hire someone from the FBI, but those requests had been denied. Working with the Brazilian government was no help either. Brazil was the last known location of her birth mom, but the region Hazel had been born in was so remote the records kept were meager at best. She twisted her long black hair into a rope over her shoulder and minimized the computer's window, returning to the spreadsheet she'd been working on earlier. But first, I'd better get back to it. Hazel offered marketing consultation for other businesses. She'd examined her clients' marketing strategy for the graphic design tutorial app they were attempting to develop. From the look of things, they needed to begin spreading word about the product now to build buzz before releasing it into the marketplace. Hazel inserted the Bluetooth device into her ear, ready to contact the client and give them a walkthrough on some starting points. She dialed the customer, but before she could tap call, another call came through. Hazel recognized her PA's number on the screen. Hazel Strickland. Hazel, Melanie said, I've got a woman named Aaliyah Alir on the line. She wanted to discuss a business proposition with you. Hazel straightened her spine. This was just the distraction she needed, both from Wesley and the disappointing news from Mr. Woods. Besides, while the name Aaliyah, she heard each syllable in her mind, Aaliyah, was pretty, the Alir part of things was hard to ignore. Alir as in the resort line? Hazel asked. The hotels that dotted every continent and country around the world? I believe so, Melanie said. Shall I patch her through? Please, Hazel said. Seconds later, a little clicking noise followed, and then a younger woman's sweet voice introduced herself. Thanks for agreeing to chat. Any time, Hazel said. My PA said you have a proposition for me? I do, Aaliyah said. I've recently started working for my father again, and we're looking to secure retailers for our most exotic locations. We have a few openings, though I don't like to feature the same stores in every resort. We often get the same customers hopping from hotel to take in the sights. It's nice to feature a different vendor in each one so they have something to look forward to. Smart move, Hazel said. For customers who could afford the travel fees, they probably gobbled up the opportunity to soak up a new location every time. Hazel had to say, she wouldn't mind visiting an Ilia resort one of these days. They were world-renowned for their quality and class. She jotted a note in her planner to take a vacation. Then she scribbled it out again. Who was she kidding? She didn't have time to vacay. And you'd like my help locating unparalleled vendors? Her expertise was in marketing, but perhaps she could add a few suggestions as to how the hotel could maximize the store's features and bring it more clientele once the vendor was selected. I do, Aaliyah said. My father suggested I get in touch with you. He watched a documentary on your successful BizTube origin story. Hazel perked up. Her BizTube app had been a massive contributing factor in the wealth she'd managed to accrue when she wasn't yet 30. Hazel had invented a way for employers to connect with their employees in ways that impacted their businesses with positive results. The app's release had landed her on the cover of Business Weekly's Top 10 Most Influential Tech Releases the year it launched, and she managed to obtain new clientele from that article to this day. She never tired of hearing how people admired her. Call her shallow, call her selfish, call her whatever you wanted, but she thrived off the publicity. The praise didn't hurt her ego either, which had always struggled a little beneath her mom's constant badgering. It was the motivation she needed to maintain her hectic work schedule. People needed her, and that was all she needed to hear. Thank you, I'm flattered, Hazel said, digging a pencil from her extremely organized desk drawer. Everything in her life was in its place. Nothing took up space it didn't need to. I don't have any clients that come to mind immediately, but let me see what I can dig up. That would be wonderful. We're looking for something eclectic, something unique and of course high quality. We want to help our guests immerse themselves in their getaways. So naturally you want the store to feature items guests can remember where they purchased them from with fondness. Exactly. Can you see what you can find? We will of course compensate you for your time. I'd be happy to, Hazel said. Give me a week and I'll have some options lined up for you to consider. Efficient, Aaliyah said, sounding impressed. That sounds good to me. Thanks for calling, Hazel said, ending the call. She lowered her phone and gazed out at Beaver Lake. A new direction. Excellent. Now to find the perfect stores for Aaliyah Lear to choose from. She pulled open a few files on her computer when her phone pinged with a new message. She peered at the device, smiling at Rosabel Smith's name attached to the text on her screen. The text was a selfie of Rosabel and her beastly boss, Duncan Hawthorne, and she wore the gray cloche hat Hazel had seen her wearing the day Rosabel first left Eureka Springs. Hazel hadn't had a friend in a long time. She was too busy for the kind of attention friendship required, but Rosabel was a runner. They'd connected doing something Hazel already had in her schedule. Since Rosabel had returned to town after becoming engaged to marry her boss, she often met Hazel in the morning to continue their runs. Beneath the adorable picture of Rosabel and Duncan, Rosabel texted, "Have you gone to the hat shop yet? I'm telling you, it's the source of true happiness." Hazel smiled. Rosabel had told her about the upscale hat shop and insisted Hazel check it out, but Hazel bought everything online or via a personal shopper. This, though, sparked an idea. She glanced at Aaliyah Alir's name scribbled onto her already crammed planner. Was it terrible that the real catalyst getting her to check out this hat shop in person wasn't her friend's advice, but because of a business opportunity? As long as Rosabel didn't know that, the truth wouldn't hurt anything. Wasn't everything business, though? That was how Hazel ran her life. Business kept her heart ticking, kept her from thinking about infuriating men and past relationships. She checked her schedule again. Lunchtime was coming soon. She could postpone a few of her obligations until later that evening. Hazel swiped her phone and hurried to type her answer. "Actually, I'm heading there today." She considered inviting Rosabel along, but the introvert in her shook her head. "Awesome," Rosabel replied. "I wish I could come with you, but these wedding plans are taking over my life. You're going to die over the hats in there." "I hope not," Hazel replied with a smiley to her friend's hyperbole. "But I can't wait to see the hats you keep telling me about." "It's seriously the best," said Rosabel. Hazel considered this. She tapped the tip of her stylus to her mouth and then gave a quick reply. "I'll keep you posted." Stomach rumbling and demanding attention, Hazel slipped into her bejeweled flip-flops that accentuated her capris and loose blouse spangled with golden triangles, twined her long dark hair into a braid to beat the heat, and headed out into the July sun. Sunglasses in place, Hazel navigated the winding roads into the heart of Eureka Springs. Her GPS kept calling her to turn at random times where no turns were available. "It's haunted," she mumbled to herself, tapping the side of her phone again. She ended up weaving through streets bursting with vintage homes, along with the historic stone building whose horizontal sign dangled out front, declaring it to be the Carnegie Library. The golden stone building was nestled into the mountain, offering a staircase on either side of its entrance. Each set of stairs beckoned Hazel to pull over and pause for a spell to bask in the day's lazy feel, in the promise of books and hidden coves within the library's walls. She ignored the pull, crawling along the mountain streets until she made it to Spring Street. Hazel passed a dressmaker's, a venue offering to perform weddings, and a tiny place selling souvenirs and t-shirts. Finally, her gaze landed on the narrow, sage-green multi-use store with its stacked floors, flat face, and pair of windows peering down at her. Below the windows, a sign designated the store Les Chapeaux, Hats and Haberdashery. "This must be the place," Hazel said, peering from side to side before scurrying across the empty street. "This is charming," she added, thinking about Aaliyah's request. Not that the shop's exterior factored into the decision whatsoever, but its curb appeal didn't hurt. Depending on the hat quality, this could be the perfect solution. Hazel clicked down on the antique silver handle and entered. The bell over the door tinkled. The instant her shoes met the carpet and Hazel closed the door behind her, a sense of both calm and complete wonder swept over her. Beneath a Tiffany lampshade wide enough to swim in and glimmering with pieced glass of every color, hat stands created a mirage along the floor. Pegs jutted out from the velvet-covered stands, each featuring a hat completely unique from the rest. Different collections were clustered together, from men's hats on the back wall and along glass display cases, to women's elaborate, ostentatious styles replete with feathers and bows. Hazel marveled at a few top hats accentuated by round goggles and jagged cogs. This store featured something for everyone, It didn't matter a person's age or gender. Hazel had the instant sense that no matter who stepped through that door, they would find something fitting their personality and style. The entire spread left her completely breathless. "This is the one," she muttered to herself. "This vendor is ideal." A man in a white dress shirt with the sleeves rolled to his elbows stood with his back to her, busily assembling some men's hats with narrow brims on display counters toward the rear of the store. At the sound of her entrance, he turned and faced her. Hazel's pulse tripped at his approach. It wasn't his gelled waves or his lean torso shaped by the well-fitted button-up shirt. It wasn't even the 5 o'clock shadow of scruff along his jaw. It was his eyes. Those were some serious personality eyes, and they flashed right at her. She'd always had a thing for eyes. Hazel felt like they were a person's soul incarnate. Anyone could put on a show and pretend to be one thing, but the eyes never lied, and this man's gaze had the effect of a vaudeville-sized hook, the kind used to reel pathetic acts right off the stage in place of whoever waited in the wings. She'd seen those eyes before. Last night, in fact. In her dreams. Hazel's thumping heart recognized him before her brain caught up. Wesley Bassett was there, staring right at her. This has been Rosabel and the Billionaire Beast, a fairy tale romance, Once Upon a Billionaire Book 4, written by Catelyn Meadows, narrated by Emily Christine. Copyright 2020 by Courtney Pearson. Production copyright by Courtney Pearson.
Hey there, it's Catelyn Meadows here. I just want to jump in and say thank you so much for listening to Rosabel and the Billionaire Beast. I really hope you love the story. And if you did, please let me know in the comments and make sure you like this video. And I hope you subscribe to my channel because Hazel and her Billionaire Tower is coming up next in the Once Upon a Billionaire series.